Dignity isn't just care, it's a warm note.
Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we'd better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Well, beautiful to see you Space Fams here on this Friday evening weekending report. Got a hell of a lot to talk about tonight. Very busy week it's been. But first, some shoutouts. Noah, Permit Horologist, Fishbone, 123 in the YouTube chat, Randy Terpstra, a close fourth. Arvin Trevino, also here, Look Bovine, Niaz Rocky, Young Chris. Bob Carmody, Morbius, Edward Thornton, and Big Jerry as well. Jaeger Larson in the Twitch chat, all alone. Well, as I mentioned, we have a lot to talk about tonight. Incredibly busy week, ridiculously long week-ending report list. So stupid long. I don't anticipate being able to watch every clip I've got here, but I'm going to do my best to give you all as much of the week's news as I possibly can. Things like movements in our midterm primary elections, Donald Trump burning bridges, Melania Trump's very strange speech yesterday, Artemis splashdown happening as we speak, Operation Epstein Fury, and much, much more. Well, what has been going on this week is a question to ask. I mean, can you even remember back to Monday? Or perhaps Sunday even? Sunday was, of course, Easter Sunday. Many Christians around the nation, were celebrating the holiday. Donald Trump was on Truth Social.
Oh joy, another reminder as to why I don't talk about American politics as much as I used to. That is because there is very little left to say. So here is Donald Trump's Easter message this morning, putting out this, saying Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. President Donald J. Trump. There should be an immediate rush for the 25th Amendment to get this man out of the presidency. He has lost his mind. This is just one of 1,000 messages just like this. This is his Truth Social message. Crazy, Bill! What do I say to this? How do I cover this? How do I try to, what is there left for me to say? What is there left for anyone to say? I'm glad there are, I want to be clear. It's important that he's still talked about, that the president of the United States, the most powerful position in the world, is still covered in the mainstream press. It's important that he's covered.
It is important. You're right, David. But this was a crazy way to start the week. Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day. Also, praise be to Allah. So war crimes, threat of war crimes, and on one of the big Christian holidays, supposedly, Donald Trump praising Almighty Allah. A fascinating start to the week, no doubt. Icy Zine with a sweet, sweet super chat. Galactic greetings. Galactic greetings to you. Yep, that's how we started the week. Donald Trump praising Allah on Twitter on Easter Sunday. Then holding the White House egg roll on Monday. If Obama said praise be to Allah on Easter Sunday when he was president, Alex Jones would have done a Jan 6th. Back in like 2015, he would have gotten way ahead of things. Oh my God. We can't have a Muslim Kenyan Allah praising president on Easter Sunday. It's time for a coup. You can't tell me that if Obama hadn't done that, guys like Alex Jones wouldn't have been calling for it. Oh, yeah, hold on. I forgot. This is actually how we have to start this off. This is where I stopped watching the video. This is actually where we're supposed to start watching.
United States Marine Band will now honor America with the singing of our national anthem.
Yes, honor America.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light?
So we started off with Donald Trump saluting once again during the Star-Spangled Banner, even though nobody does that. It's only him, literally only him. He's the only one.
Does he have a good voice or what? I think we're going to send
Beautiful
him to
voice.
the Met. We'll get a little commission, make a lot of money, because that man can sing. Thank you very much. It's not the first time.
We'll take down all the references to Black history, and we'll put that guy at the Met.
So today is a very special day. It's a day where we celebrate Jesus. It's a day where we celebrate religion. And it's an honor to be the President of the United States. Our country is doing so well, like it has never done before. You'll see that very shortly. And things that we've done have not been done before. We've broken every record on the stock market.
He comes out, and we're doing so great. The Easter Bunny is just standing here while Donald Trump is talking about the fucking stock market. Why? I don't understand. Okay, we're gonna go to some of the clips from this because we can't watch this whole thing. But he did have this to say about another financial, not the stock market, but the cost of something. He marveled at it.
This is about eggs. Eggs. Because we have the egg farmers of the entire country here. When I first got elected, my first news conference.
Every egg farmer on the planet.
News here today. But I had a news conference.
We have every egg farmer on the planet here right now. Right now, they're all here. I love how they pan out. Are these people really all egg farmers? For some reason, I struggled to imagine some of these people on the farm. I don't know how many egg farmers there are on the planet.
We have the egg farmers of the entire country here. When I first got elected,
all of
first
them.
News conference with the fake news. A lot of fake news here today. But I had a news conference, and the first question, what are you going to do about eggs, sir? I said, what's wrong with eggs? I just got there. It's my second day
What's
in
wrong
office.
with
I had a
eggs?
news conference. And they were screaming at me, what am I going to do about eggs? And I said, well, it's like, tell me what's wrong with eggs. the price was so high. It was 4 times higher than it was a year before. They didn't want me, as you know, just last year, it's hard to believe, they didn't want me to order eggs for the Easter egg roll, the Easter egg hunt that we have here every year. They wanted me to use plastic. I said, I'm not using plastic. We'll get it solved. And within a short period of time, eggs came down. They came down 40%, 50%. And by the time we got there, we had so many eggs, we didn't know what to do with them. And today we have more than 40,000 eggs supplied by all of the great egg farmers that are with us.
All of them. I love Donald Trump is making the claim that they brought down egg prices not because it was hurting America. By the way, I love how all of the kids are in like pastel linen suits. Whew. Feeling very Nantucket in here. It's not that Americans are paying too much for eggs. It was that they were going to stop. They weren't going to let the White House buy eggs for the Easter egg roll, so they had to get the prices down. 4 times higher than the year before. So many eggs. 40,000 eggs. We don't even know what to do with them. Most of them are going to go to waste. But just to prove a point, I said no. We're going to buy every egg in America right now.
Are you ready? Ready? Get set.
Watch where you're going. Come on, go straight. Hurry. Good job.
Look at these kids brutalizing these eggs, my God. Ready?
Everybody, this is very athletic. Focus. Total focus. Is everybody focused? Ready?
Total focus. He's so great with the kids. They respond to him. So they really, I can't even say it. Oh my God. It's clear he's never been like a camp counselor or anything. He's very bad at getting the kids' attentions here. But there we go. As the president leading the Easter egg roll. Trying to herd the children to roll those eggs. Some of them not it's not clear that they're all focused in. But it wasn't just leading the egg roll Donald Trump was touting here. Oh, no. No, he took the opportunity to remind some children of an important life lesson.
I could sign autographs for you. And then tonight you can sell them for $25,000.
You said mine?
Buy them. We use the Autopen. We have an Autopen follower.
Vitamin is the Autopen. Wait, did you hear what he said to those kids? He's like, I can sign this egg for you right now, and you can sell it on eBay for $25,000. Oh my God. Doesn't it like, wow. I mean, that's exactly Donald Trump. Oh God. Sure, I'm the president of the United States, and this is my signature, but you know what you could do? You could sell it on eBay. Make yourself a little cash. I don't know if any of you are struggling to pay the bills, but great way to inject some cash is to get yourself a Trump signature and sell it online. People will go crazy for it. Unlike Joe Biden, who would have used the Autopen.
We have an Autopen follower. Joe Biden. He didn't sign. He was incapable of signing his name. So they followed him around with this big machine. You know what it's called? An Autopen. And he'd have the Autopen sign for it.
Do you know what that is?
Hand it to his guys. Sign it with an Autopen.
I love how none of the kids are paying any attention to him right now. He's just rambling on about Joe Biden and the Autopen. Like, this is Easter Sunday. Well, actually, not technically, I guess, in Monday. For whatever reason. I guess Sunday. Too much going on Sunday. So, Monday was this is Easter, right? And Trump's talking about Biden and the Autopen to a bunch of kids who are honestly too young to know who Joe Biden is and probably don't even know who he is, right? Or what an Autopen is. They're just like, what? What are you talking about, mister? Huh? The Autopen. You know what I'm talking about, Joe Biden. You would use it. You know. Everybody knows. Like, why would those children know what the hell he's talking about? Why would he think that those children know what the fuck he's talking about? I don't understand it. What would lead that man to think that it's because he's never spent any time with any actual children, right? Unless he was like physically abusing them, allegedly, you know, like he wasn't parenting Don Jr. and Eric and Tiffany and Ivanka. Come on. They had like a fleet of nannies doing that. Neither Trump or Melania were doing any parenting at all. Right? Like, he's a billionaire. He didn't parent his kids. He doesn't know how to handle, he doesn't know how to be around human children. That's why he's talking about the fucking Autopen. Because he doesn't know what to talk about the kids. He has no idea what he does. No idea. No concept of it. You can sell my signature on eBay for 25 grand. Also, have you heard of Joe Biden and the Autopen? That's the conversation the president's having with small children, small enough to still care about the Easter Bunny. Right? Like, what point do you stop caring about the Easter Bunny? It's got to be before Santa, right? If we're just ranking fictional characters here. It's got to be fairly well before you lose interest in Santa, right? Most people. Like, it's slightly less believable to have a giant talking bunny than a dude who can, you know what I'm saying here? Like, I think it becomes more evident that that's clearly fake, perhaps, than like that, or like the Tooth Fairy or something like that, than like Santa Claus, maybe, right? Where he's like, hey, it's a real guy. You met him one time at the mall, you know? And he's talking to them about the Autopen, of all things. He had other things to say here.
Yes.
Everybody's an egg person. I never saw so many egg
President
people.
Trump.
It tells you it's a big industry. How did I do with the voters that do eggs?
Awesome.
Would you say 100% or 99%?
100%.
Did anybody in the egg industry vote for Kamala? A low IQ person. She's a low IQ person. Who's a lower IQ person? Biden or Kamala?
Did you see the Easter Bunny look over just now? Hold on. The Easter Bunny is literally wringing their hands and looking at the camera like, ooh, this is really weird, guys. There's like a bunch of kids crying in the background, and Trump is like going on and on about a low IQ Kamala. While this guy is trying to get a shot of it, who looks like he's in the Hitler Youth.
Did anybody in the egg industry vote for Kamala? A low IQ person. She's a low IQ person. Who's a lower IQ person? Biden or Kamala?
Who's lower IQ?
That's probably the toughest question. That's a tough question.
President Trump, let's take a picture like this with Kelly and Trump.
Seriously, it is exactly that. It's a Jim from The Office look. It's a breaking of the fourth wall. You know, it's like, what's happening here? Why is the boss acting so crazy right now? Huh, that's a weird thing to say. We're doing Easter right now, right? And he's going on about the stock market, egg prices. Egg prices are the closest, most relevant thing he says to Easter the whole goddamn time. I swear to God. Everything. Oh, low IQ Kamala. Which one's worse, Biden or Kamala?
I'm staying in the race.
Hey kids, take my signature. Sell it on eBay for 25 grand. Have you heard of the Autopen before?
Don't be creepy.
Now, it wasn't just Donald Trump making name for himself here at the Easter Monday, whatever that is, celebrations at the White House. Of course, First Lady Melania had to get in on the action. Now, I just remind everybody that Melania is here on the Albert Einstein Genius Grant visa. So she's here. She has citizenship in the United States because she's a genius. Just remember that for this next clip, where she is going to read a book to children.
No!
You're hurt. You're hurting the kids.
Good afternoon. Wow, what a beautiful crowd.
Good
Nice to see
afternoon,
you
everybody. So great.
So I have one of my
Tribal
favorite books
appearance.
here, The
Tribal.
Runaway Bunny.
It's tribal.
It's a classic.
And a runaway bunny. Yay! I couldn't be more excited. Oh, everybody. Hopefully you are prepared for story time with Melania. It's going to be great.
Here, The Runaway Bunny. It's a classic. I hope some of
It's
you
a
know
classic.
it. And I will read it for you. Once there was a little bunny who wanted to run away. So he said to his mother, "I'm running away. If you run away..."
Did she prepare for this at all? She's on the first sentence. She's on the first sentence, and she's struggling on the word it. She's like, the word it too much for the first lady.
Said his
sentence.
mother, "I will run after you, for you are my little bunny. If you run after me," said the little bunny, "I will become a fish in a trout stream, and I will swim away from you." If you become a fish in a trout stream, said his mother, "I will become a fisherman, and I will fish for you." So here he's running away, swimming away.
Look, he's
actually.
running. He's swimming and running. How do you read book again? I forget.
He's so far. And here is this a little carrot.
He's so far. Look, what does that mean? He's so far. What is she talking about? He's so far.
She's trying to catch him.
She's trying to catch.
If you become a fisherman, said the little bunny, I will become a rock on the mountain high above you. If you become a rock on the mountain high above me, said
Why? I just, I mean, I know the answer why, but why is it that she gets a pass from the Trump folk, like from the MAGA, from the conservatives, from the GOP? Why does she get a pass? Like, I just don't understand. They hate immigrants. They hate women. They love Melania, though. She literally can't even speak English. She can, like, barely read a child's book. She is struggling to read a book to children. You would think it would take literally zero effort to do. And yet she just, they don't give her any shit for it. I just find it fascinating. I mean, we all know why. It's because she's white. All right, Forbes breaking news up next with another clip from Melania, who had a beautiful message for the children. A different message for the other children. Not the ones who are getting to listen to the stories, but the ones in the wars.
Ask her what she wants to say. Madam First Lady, can you tell us your message to the children who find themselves in the war zone?
Well, all of this is happening for their future, so they will be safe in years to come.
We're fighting for the children that are now in the war zone.
What? What a thing to say. If you didn't quite hear the question from the reporter, it was, what do you have to say to all of the children in all of the war zones? And she said, we are doing these for you. This will make your life much, much better in the future. Many years from now, you will say, thank you, America. You will salute the flag and say, thank you, Mr. Trump. Thank you for your greatness. And for the war and the bombs. It will be much better very soon. Don't you worry. You think she could use some tips from a drag queen? Yes, you're right. I think that she could. Or just an ESL teacher. Just so she get the basic grasps of the language. I mean, she's been in this country as long as I've been alive. I find it strange she hasn't spent any time. Like, because let's point. Here's the thing. It's not like Melania moved here to the United States and started working in the fields or in a factory somewhere or cleaning hotel rooms or something. Melania came to this country and immediately started doing fuck all. Melania showed up and just started twiddling her fingers while rich men around her paid for everything, like her husband. She's never worked a day in her life. How does she not have the time to master the English language at this point? I just don't understand it. She's literally been in this country as long as I've been alive, and she somehow cannot manage to read a children's book. How has she not had the time? She is a billionaire who has been here for 30 years. She can't afford classes? It's part of her charm. Yeah, yes, it's part of her great charm. Good point, Bob. It makes me much more likability. It makes me much more likability. There's people who come to this country who are working hard jobs, breaking their literal backs and also learning the language better than her. And I just don't understand it. And we're supposed to believe that she's a genius, and I just haven't seen any evidence for it yet, and it really bugs me. While the Trump administration goes after all of those hardworking immigrants I was just talking about. Oh, it's very frustrating. Wait, this is in the wrong order. Hold on. I gotta move this. Okay. Now, unfortunately, We're not done talking about the First Lady. I figured we would do both of these back to back. Early in the week, late in the week. Monday, Melania giving life advice to children in war zones. Just remember it's all for you. To Melania yesterday, coming out and causing some, in my opinion, some potentially some serious problems for the Trump administration. I have no other way of putting it. I mean, there's no way in hell anybody in the Trump administration said to Melania, you know what we need to distract from Operation Epstein Fury? The actual Epstein files.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
The more I think about it, the less that option makes any sense. There's no way. There is no fucking way that anybody in the Trump administration said, hey, Melania, how about you get out there and remind everybody about those Epstein files, would you? No. No, that's not possible. I mean, we've got a whole song pointing that fact out, that Donald Trump sort of doesn't want anybody to talk about Jeffrey Epstein anymore.
First, Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. Are people still talking about this guy? This great, the Epstein hoax. Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. That is unbelievable. I call it the Epstein hoax. This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question of Epstein. This guy, this great, it's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously has some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. And I like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. Are people still talking about this guy, this great, the Epstein hoax? Jeffrey Epstein, Epstein. I call it the Epstein hoax. That is unbelievable. I call it the...
It is unbelievable. It is unbelievable that everybody keeps talking about Jeffrey Epstein. You know, it's that. It's exactly that. It's the Jeffrey, or it's the "Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein" song that makes me think most that Donald Trump doesn't want to talk about Jeffrey Epstein. Because we've all been talking about how Donald Trump doesn't want to talk about Jeffrey Epstein for months now, and how they're trying to shut down talking about the Epstein files, prevent the actual release of the files, and everything else. For months we've been doing it. That fucking video's from 6 months ago now. 7, 8 months. Jesus Christ, 8 months ago. Like, it's a meme at this point. They know it, we know it. There's no way that that's a better distraction from the original distraction from the Epstein files. the re-talking, you get what I'm saying? Like, you wouldn't distract from the distraction from the Epstein files with the actual Epstein files, would you? That wouldn't make sense. Even to the dumbest tactician, nobody in their right mind is recommending that. And before we get to talking about Melania's speech yesterday, I figure we should talk about this real quick again. This was big news yesterday. DOJ making a statement claiming that Pam Bondi doesn't have to testify because she's not the Attorney General anymore.
What you talking about?
You know, because they love talking about the Jeffrey Epstein files. That's why they don't want Pam Bondi to go and
Lawmakers on the House Oversight Committee threatening contempt of Congress charges against the newly fired Attorney General Pam Bondi. If she does not testify, about her handling of the Epstein files next week. The Justice Department tried to give her cover today, saying, quote, because Ms. Bondi no longer can testify in her official capacity as Attorney General, the department's position is that the subpoena no longer obligates her to appear next week. The top Democrat on that panel now threatening to hold her in contempt of Congress. And he may just get support from the Republicans on the committee, at least Representative Nancy Mace, who led the subpoena effort in the first place. Congresswoman Mace posting this today. Pam Bondi cannot escape accountability. The American people deserve answers, and we expect her to appear as soon as a new date is set. My political sources are back with me and joined by my legal source, the former federal prosecutor, Ellie Honig. Ellie, so the DOJ says she's not Attorney General, subpoena's not valid. True?
No, that's a bogus argument, John.
Nope, not true. Okay, thank you, CNN. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Pam still has to testify, no matter what the Department of Justice says. Just because they don't want her to go and make a fool of herself in front of the people.
The Dow right now.
That's a good point, though. I was going to say it doesn't mean she doesn't have to testify. What about the Dow? Talk about the Dow instead of, because, you know, Pam, she made a good point. Why are we talking about the Epstein files when we could be talking about the Dow?
Is over. The Dow is over 50.
The Dow being over 50,000 at the time, she couldn't imagine why people would want to even think about or talk about the Epstein files when she had done such a great job releasing them. And yet, you have the First Lady yesterday coming out and making a very strange statement.
The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards.
Please stop the lies, everybody. This is an example of not best behavior.
Be best.
When you're lying about the First Lady, you're not being based. As we all know. It's written in the good book. You cannot be best and also be lying. It's not how that works. Everybody's saying it. Now she went on and on and on for like, I mean, she's not quite Trump level, but considering there wasn't that much actually said in the statement, it took her about 6.5 minutes to get it all out. Most of which was she didn't know about any crimes. She hates crimes. She certainly never did any crimes. And she barely even knew Jeffrey Epstein. Who? Jeffrey who? I don't know Jeffrey. Jeffrey Epstein? You still want to talk about this creep? This guy, it's been talked about for years. Democrat hoax and some foolish Republicans. They are the ones who are lying.
Hi there, everyone. It's 4 o'clock in New York. It has been more than 40 days since we've led this broadcast with news about Donald Trump's ties to Jeffrey Epstein, or for that matter, the Trump administration's refusal to release the Epstein files with any alacrity or consideration for the victims of sexual abuse and child sex trafficking. Melania Trump changed that today, seemingly on purpose. She summoned the White House press pool, and at 2:30 p.m. today, she said this.
The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect. I do not object to their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation. I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach. To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or...
Yes, very small town. The very small town of New York City. Lot of overlapping social circles. Very hard to find the good party there. That is how I run into this Jeffrey Epstein. I know him no other way.
Accomplice, Maxwell. My email reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more.
Humility or humanity? I believe she said neither humility or humanity. I believe it was humility, which is, I believe, spelled Humeeleetee. 6 E's, I'm pretty sure.
Than casual correspondence. My polite reply to her email doesn't amount
just
to anything
for
more
6 months.
than
I'm
a
still here,
trial
baby.
note.
Crazy, it's been 6 months.
I am not
I took
Epstein's
a little
victim.
time away because the news was hitting me harder than usual.
Benihana, thank you for the resub over on Twitch. 6 months. Beautiful.
Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. I met my husband by chance at a New York City party in 1998.
To be clear, none of those things, nothing about Melania Trump, was the Epstein headline that was dogging Donald Trump in the days immediately leading up to the start of the war he began.
I love how everybody just seems so incredibly confused about why Melania chose to do this. I mean, and that's why we're talking about this again today, because it's actually, I feel like everybody's gotten more confused and has been forced to look into it, which has actually wound up leading to some rather interesting developments that I have heard about here. It's a fascinating story. Very strange, unexpected turn.
In those days, it was news of a woman who alleged sexual and physical assault by Donald Trump when she was a child. That story was all over the news, including in right-wing outlets. Importantly, it's a story that Donald Trump
did everything
denies.
right and they indicted me.
For reasons that aren't completely clear, Melania Trump grabbed the Klieg lights and thrust them back, not just to Donald Trump's ties to Jeffrey Epstein, but her own, with this.
Be cautious about what you believe. These images and stories are completely false. I'm not a witness or a named witness in connection with any of Epstein's crimes. My name has never appeared in court documents, depositions, victim statements, or FBI in interviews surrounding the Epstein matter. I have never had any knowledge of Epstein abuse of his victims. I was never involved in any capacity.
I know we've been talking about how Melania does not have a grasp of the English language, but the way that she's saying it right now makes it sound like she still doesn't know. like somehow now in 2026, Melania still has no knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. So it almost sounds like she's saying like she's not even sure if he did commit crimes, or because there's clearly a lot of evidence out there. I find it hard that she would not be aware of any of it.
I was not a participant, was never on Epstein's plane, and never visited his private island. I have never been legally accused or convinced of a crime in connection with Epstein's sex trafficking.
She's what? Hear that one more time.
I have never been legally accused or convinced of a crime.
Never been accused or convinced of a crime? Does she mean convicted? I know we're picking things apart, but it is actually What? What is she talking about? It's a tribal difference, StreamLord. Stop picking apart words
Connection
and
with
letters.
Epstein sex trafficking,
Tribal
abuse
difference.
of minors, and other repulsive behavior.
Question we have today is, why did she say those things? And why today?
That's a great question. Why did she say those things?
Why did she say those things?
Why did she say those things? There's no way to know. Although, maybe there is a way to know. Let's start trying to pick this apart a little bit more. Started off with Sheila Zolnur. She had a very similar question. Basically the same question. Why did Melania Trump give this random-ass speech all of a sudden?
The lies linking
Very
me
strange.
with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end
The
today.
disgraceful Jeffrey
He's talking about it.
The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect.
What ethical
I
standards?
never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach. To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell. I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. I'm not a witness or a named witness in connection with any of Epstein's crimes. My name has never appeared in court documents, depositions, victim statements, or FBI interviews surrounding.
Sheila's face is fucking hilarious for this. Because it is really weird. It's really weird that she decided to call this press conference completely unprompted, that none of us were expecting, when we weren't talking about the Epstein files, something that her husband was, trying to get us to all stop talking about. And now she's out here all of a sudden saying she didn't commit any crimes, she didn't know about any crimes. It's such a strange thing. It makes you think maybe she did.
What's your point? I have never had any knowledge of Epstein abuse of his victims. I was never involved in any capacity. I call on Congress to provide the women who have been victimized by Epstein with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors.
Okay, so to recap, this lady summoned the press to the White House today to read them a prepared speech, presumably drafted by her lawyers. She took no questions, and the sum and substance of her little speech was that she didn't know this guy or this girl. Okay. She went into great detail. This is important. She brings up the fact that in the files exists an email that she wrote to her in 2002, praising him in some article, calling her beautiful, giving her compliments, signing it off, love Melania. Okay, she brought that up. Weird thing to bring up, very specific. Okay. The other thing that's not in here is that she mentioned something to the effect of she and her attorneys have been successful in defeating these claims, these accusations that she had anything to do with them, that she knew them, that she they have been successful. All right, so now I have a main theory and another throwaway theory, okay, as to why the fuck we're getting this spontaneous speech reading to us. The first one, short, could be a distraction from his failure of a ceasefire. Maybe. It's on a topic that the algorithm loves, that the people love. It's a juicy topic, but she's not giving us anything new. But it's enough to maybe take a little attention away. Maybe. Weak. Here's what I really think. She brought up that they've been successful before in defeating these claims. I think what she's talking about is when she had the Daily Beast retract an article that quoted Michael Wolff, where he claims that she met him on his jet. So he introduced the two of them. Something that she denies. Why is that important? Because Michael Wolff filed a lawsuit against her in New York in October of 2025. And that is still pending. Okay. Before I get into it, it's important for you to know.
Yeah, I almost completely forgot about that because then the holidays happened and then a bunch of Americans got murdered in the streets in front of our very eyes, and then Operation Epstein Fury happened, and now we're here and it's April. But I remember talking about that lawsuit that Michael Wolff was filing. He's not my favorite guy, but I mean, this is certainly a important case.
Michael
to
Wolff
be certain
was this guy's biographer. What does a biographer do? Follows you around, talks to you all day, every day, for months on end, and then writes a book about you. Michael Wolff has written at least 3 books about him, biographies. Fire and Fury in 2018, Siege in 2019, and Landslide in 2021. We all know how he likes to talk, and talk about himself, and talk about women, and the women in his life. You think that there wasn't a time when perhaps they're sitting there, they're shooting the shit, and he says, oh yeah, Jeffrey introduced us. You think that didn't happen? I don't know, but anyway.
I've been in bed with probably 300 women.
His biographer. At the same time that she got the Daily Beast article yanked, her lawyers sent a cease and desist to Michael Wolff, allegedly, threatening.
What do I think? Well, I broke down what I thought yesterday, and if you didn't watch the stream yesterday, I said there were multiple reasons why she could be. Number one, like I laid it out, like from least to most likely, I think. I can't remember exactly. I also like threw in an extra one at the end there. But like, I thought it could be a whole host of different things, right? Like I said, it could be a distraction from Operation Epstein Fury, but why? That's the most least likely possible reason, as I've already said here today, right? Then there's like a number of other reasons, right? Like Melania did this on her own, that it wasn't prompted by the Trump administration. And the more that's coming out, the more that it seems like it was Melania who did this on her own, which basically cancels out the first possibility. So it's not Iran, and it's got to be a Melania-centric issue. And I said it could have been a number of things. She could be just mad at Trump for some reason. She could be looking to make her mark as first lady and like actually like do something, because at the end of it she's like calls for like congressional testimony from the victims and all this other shit. But considering the tone of most of the speech, I think the most likely answer is door number 3, where Melania is doing this because some weird thing is going on that she seems to think is necessary to come out ahead of, and somehow like beat back, like preemptively like beat it back, like I never did anything wrong. I do not even know Jeffrey Epstein. He's just a guy I met at a party one time. Never been on plane. Definitely no crime. No crimes. Didn't know about crimes, nor did I do any crime, nor was I implicated in any crime.
A $1 billion lawsuit if he...
I just started to think that there's some fuckery. Something happened. I don't know what. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what. And we may know by the end of the weekend. We'll get to that in a second. But it would seem it's door number 3. Melania's trying to get ahead of something, and we're gonna get to what that is here momentarily.
Retract his statements to the Daily Beast. allegedly. And so he filed a lawsuit in New York under the New York anti-SLAPP.
No, she called for this press conference herself, Dieter. Donald Trump was asked about it earlier today, and he said he didn't even know anything he didn't hear anything about it. Which means she just went to the press court and was like, "Hello, I am doing speech now. I have lights prepared in press briefing room." Actually, I guess it wasn't the press briefing room. It was like the East Wing or something, actually, or whatever was left of it. Like, "I am in the remnants of East Wing. Please come now. I have speech for you."
Immediately, if not sooner.
Statute, which is a mechanism by which he gets to beat her to the punch of the lawsuit, basically. He gets to thwart her efforts at a lawsuit. So he's not like living in fear, right? And he gets to sue her saying, I have made statements in the public arena regarding matters of public interest and importance. And she is threatening a lawsuit against me in order to shut me up on a topic of great public interest and importance. So basically he's saying my speech is protected and her threatened lawsuit has no legal merit, by the way. Okay? So he wants this court to also rule that her lawsuit, or her threatened lawsuit, what she threatened she was going to do in her cease and desist, has no legal merit. And how do we get to the bottom of that? He gets to depose these clowns. And it appears that she has not been served yet because they're unable to serve her. I'm not saying that she's dodging service because she's got Secret Service around her all the time, and that's very easy to do. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that she hasn't been served yet. And that Michael Wolff is trying to get the court to make a ruling as to having her served in a different way and not personally. And something tells me that the court is about to say that she can be served electronically via her fucking lawyers, because her lawyers are already engaged in the litigation. They have filed a motion to dismiss based on venue. They're trying to get it out of New York because New York has a very strong anti-SLAPP statute. And they wanted, if anything, he needs to refile it in Florida or something, which has a much weaker one, and one that requires him to pay, like loser has to pay, which is a deterrent, by the way. In New York, she's going to have to pay him and his legal fees. But he's also raised $800,000 on GoFundMe for his legal fees. So anyway, that's what I really think is going on here.
Jesus Christ.
I think that because he would get subpoena power, and I think that they see the writing on the wall, the court is very likely to say, yeah, you can... He's going to make the lawyers accept service via email because it's just a technicality at this point. You guys are already engaged in litigation. We're just going to say she hasn't been served yet. So I can see that happening, and I can see her making this public statement for two reasons. And remember when I told you how detailed she got about the email and the Epstein files and that whole thing? I think that she tried to make this canned statement, she didn't take any questions, as comprehensive as possible, so that when he tries to subpoena her for a deposition, that she can say, he just wants to harass me. Everything I have to say is in this public statement I made to the world. So I think that they'll use it as a way to quash the subpoena for deposition. And I think that because if she didn't mention the bit about that email, obviously his side would be like, actually, she didn't cover everything. There's this little matter of these emails that she didn't talk about, and I have a right to ask her questions about.
Mm-hmm. Now, that could certainly be at least one of the reasons. But there is actually a second reason, which we may be getting to here in a little bit. I can't, they've all of these like blended into each other, and I can't remember in which one of these, so we're just gonna have to watch them all. And that's fine with me. But, there is actually potentially more. Not just this legal case. Like I was saying, I mentioned the day of Sunday. Something on Sunday may come out that may change our understanding of this situation entirely. you know, that's password is probably something dumb like I love tits for 2069. It probably is. No, really. I'll bet you can figure it out pretty quickly. He's certainly not a security genius, I'll tell you that much. Or a regular genius. It's not even clear that his brain is fully functional. Well, we're an hour into the stream, and boy, oh boy, do we have a hell of a lot to talk about tonight. I honestly don't know how I'm going to do the whole stream. How I'm going to get through all of this. It's going to be difficult. I do worry. 175 videos, we're through like 15. Not great. Not doing great. Might be a long one. Okay, week ending report goal, getting started on YouTube. Seeing as we are an hour in. Don't. Yeah, do that. Yep. 12 over here. Because no, that's not what I wanted. You're a dick. You're a dick for that. I think you know that. I'm not talking to any of you. I'm, of course, talking to Twitch's system. Just being dumb. Okay, I have started a goal. They've been circling the Artemis 2 for an hour and a half now? I thought it touched down already. I got a notification saying it touched down. Maybe I'm wrong. Alright. Up next to Hassan.
Melania Trump came out of nowhere today and had some crazy to say. Melania Trump delivers statement at White House denying ties to Epstein and knowledge of his crimes. Let's take a look.
With the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards.
This is a very strange thing that Melania Trump chose to do today. And I think it's because of fake news flying around of what I suspect is a AI photo of Melania sitting on Jeffrey Epstein's lap that people are claiming Macron posted. I know that this is totally like boomer slop because my boomer dad brought it up to me and I was like, Dad, that's probably fake news. I searched and searched far and wide to try to figure out like where this was sourced from, and no credible outlet has reported on it. I don't think that the photo is real, and I definitely don't think that Macron posted it anywhere. That's where it's coming from. Now, of course, there is truth to the fake news, and that is that Melania, regardless of what she's saying right now, is one of Jeffrey Epstein's girls. She was a part of the, I think it was the modeling agency that Jeffrey Epstein was affiliated with under the French guy. What's his face? I think it was the French guy, right? Jean-Luc Brunel. Or no, it's not. It's Paola Zampoli. She's all over the Epstein files. She is directly affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein. And yes, Donald Trump did meet her through the Epstein orbit. Melania director Brett Ratner pictured cuddling woman in Epstein files. I guess people are claiming that this is Melania Trump maybe. But the reality is Melania is affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein. And Melania did know Jeffrey Epstein very well. That's a lie that she says she doesn't know Jeffrey Epstein. And Melania met Trump through Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. All of that is true. Why is she coming out to, deliver remarks on this affiliation and like lie about it? I don't know why now, right?
Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump.
I met my husband by chance at a New York City party in 1998. This initial encounter with my husband is documented in a detail in my book, Melania.
Detailed in my book, which you can buy, called Melania. It's almost as good as the movie. This is Paolo Zampoli, the man who links Melania directly to Epstein. Trump special envoy Paolo Zampoli tells how he introduced Melania to her future husband. This is from the Daily Beast. On a bustling night in 1998 at a New York Fashion Week party, Paolo Zampoli played matchmaker. The Italian modeling agent had discovered a Slovenian model named Melania Knaus, recruited her to New York, and introduced her to his friend Donald Trump. At the time, Zampoli was operating at the intersection of fashion, wealth, and Manhattan nightlife, a world in which Trump was a regular fixture. We both like beautiful things, he told the New York Times in an interview a decade ago. It's Zampoli's position in that elite social ecosystem that has now drawn him into a separate, more controversial narrative involving the late child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The renewed scrutiny comes as Melania and Trump moved this week to publicly denounce lies, quote-unquote, linking her to Epstein, but the connective tissue between those worlds, fashion, power, and proximity, runs through Zampoli. In the early 2000s, God, my brain just broke. Zampoli and Epstein discussed buying a modeling agency together. Later, Zampoli was also named a partner in the now-defunct ocean charity founded by Ghislaine Maxwell, Terramar Project. But in a phone interview with the Daily Beast, Zampoli now serves as a special envoy for Donald Trump, described his relationship with Epstein as one of necessity. Oh. Had to do it. For me, Jeffrey Epstein was a financial partner of Victoria's Secret. I had to deal with him, quote-unquote, he said, citing the American lingerie business that then run by another Epstein associate, Les Wexner. Quote, we never got along, thank God, but I had to have a very cordial relationship, unquote. Very cordial. Wow. He also doubled down on Melania's statement on Thursday in which the First Lady rejected suggestions that Epstein introduce her to Trump. Why would he have to deal? I'd love to know what he says he had to. It was by necessity that he had to have a very cordial relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Why? Why? Just because he was somehow related to Victoria's Secret? And what? He didn't even have an official title. He didn't even have an official job at fucking Victoria's Secret, technically. So that's real weird. Even without an attorney, I'm volunteering to go to Congress to testify about this because we have seen enough nonsense, quote unquote. But there you go. Zampoli completely contradicting his previous statements, it would seem. I had no idea that this guy was in the Trump administration until today. When I found out, I was like, wait, what?
What now?
This guy works for Trump right now? He's in the current Trump administration? Oh, yes. I'm sure we'll all be very convinced and compelled by anything he has to say. And he probably has no reason, just like everybody else in the Trump administration, to lie. To lie, they would never.
First time I crossed paths with Epstein was in the year 2000 at an event Donald and I attended together. At the time, I had never met Epstein and had no knowledge of his criminal undertakings. Numerous fake images.
Not to be the woker here.
Honestly, I shouldn't be shocked by the fact that he's in the administration because everybody else with ties to Epstein seems to be. But it's just insane. It literally is the Epstein class. We're being run by the Epstein class. by all of Epstein's literal friends and business associates.
But it is low key, kind of white supremacist that
Democrats
she
are looking
gets
to
to
flip
be
that.
this like visibly.
Like, if you were to take the Trump administration, however many people you want to count that as being, like, you know, your Howard Lutnicks, your Pam Bondis, all these other people, like, if you were to take that and compare it to like a regular slice of human beings, like, right? Like, I mean, it's insane. They're all like insanely wealthy, and they all seem to spend a shitload of time either helping out Jeffrey Epstein or literally hanging out on the island or whatever else, including, of course, Trump's first administration with Alex Acosta. It is fascinating. It's fascinating. Just how, I mean, the more that we find out, like, it seems like more people in the administration, like, knew Jeffrey Epstein than didn't. If we had the full Epstein files, I'm fairly certain we would find out some
migrant
really
after being here for, you know, multiple decades without any of the normal nativists, white nativists ever bringing this up as an issue of concern. Like, can you imagine if she was brown, like not like fake tan brown, but just like actually brown and Trump's wife? Usha Vance is Indian. She has an infinitely better grasp over the English language, and people still come after her nonstop. Wonder why? She is genuinely an unlikable figure, and yet most people are just like, whatever, she's hot. She's Trump's hot wife, and she's super white, and it's fine. She's super American.
I was never involved in any capacity. I was not a participant, was never on Epstein's plane, and never visited his private island. I have never been legally accused or convinced of a crime in connection with Epstein's sex trafficking, abuse of minors, and other repulsive.
Bro, that's crazy. This is the classic "I've never been convicted of pedophilia" t-shirt is bringing up a lot of questions answered by my t-shirt moment.
Oh my fucking God. I'm just like looking through the list right now of people, and it's a fascinating list, in the Trump administration with ties to Jeffrey Epstein. This guy is in the Epstein files. Donald Trump's Federal Reserve, the guy that Donald Trump wants to replace Jerome Powell with at the Federal Reserve, Kevin Marsh, is apparently in the Epstein files, being listed on a list of people labeled St. Bart's Christmas 2010.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
He's really, they're not even done like adding Epstein files people into they're like, actually, can we get some more people? Can we get some more great Epstein patriots here at the White House?
An incredibly specific and strange thing to say. Did I say convinced, or she said convinced? Did I say convinced? I said convicted, right?
Or convinced of a crime.
Oh my God, she said convinced of a crime. Oh my God, she did. Oh my God. I mean, this is crazy.
To gain financially and climb politically must stop. My attorney.
It must stop immediately. We cannot have these very, very nasty talking, saying these words about me. It's very rude. Everybody's saying it. I did everything right and they are indicting me. Everybody's saying it.
Of course, taking Benjamin Netanyahu's phone calls. That's what I'm doing. That's what president stuff means nowadays. When you just like are dropping everything so that you can at his beck and call. conditions that protect those with power. The Department of Justice, law enforcement, prosecutors, and the Trump administration, which has still not fully complied with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. It also diverts attention from Pam Bondi, who must answer for withheld files and the exposure of survivors' identities. Those failures continue to put lives at risk while shielding enablers. Survivors have done their part. Now it's time for those in power to do theirs. The Department of Justice said because Pam Bondi is no longer the Attorney General, she doesn't have to respond to those questions, by the way.
All right. Like I said, everybody's talking about this freaking speech. Francesca.
We have to talk about Melania.
Next.
All was quiet on the Western Front, you guys. There was a ceasefire that was being broken. Nobody was talking about the Epstein files, except those of us who still care, except people who are still reading it, except all of the breaking stories. And out comes the First Lady, not accompanied by her robot this time, by herself, looking extra blonde today, and suddenly is out here saying shit like something we don't know is about to happen.
I'm out in Miami, ho.
Here she is talking about Jeffrey Epstein and how she never met him, never associated with him, and was not friends with him.
Cautious about what you believe. These images and stories are completely false. I'm not a witness or a named witness in connection with any of Epstein's crimes. My name has never appeared in court documents, depositions, victim statements, or FBI interviews surrounding the Epstein matter.
What you talking about?
I have never had any knowledge of Epstein abuse of his victims. I was never involved in any capacity. I was not a participant, was never on Epstein's plane, and never visited his private island. I have never been legally accused or convinced of a crime.
Okay. Right off the bat, methinks thou doth protest too much. Why are you saying all of this unless a massive story about your...
This is literally what I was saying all last night. That's literally verbatim what I said last night. Methinks thou dost protest too much. She was... saying a bunch of stuff none of us were saying. Like, none of us were, like, accusing her of any crimes. And she's like, I did not commit any crimes. Nor did I know about the crimes. I've never heard about the crime. And the crimes are bad. And I wouldn't even know a crime if I saw it. So please stop asking me questions about the crimes. What?
Long-standing relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Model from Slovenia. Like, unless that is going to come out imminently, why else would you be randomly saying this? There is no reason or rationale to say any of this. Nobody was talking about you. Nobody was talking about you. Something's about to drop.
In connection with Epstein's sex trafficking, abuse of minors, and other repulsive behavior. The false smears about me from mean-spirited and politically motivated individuals and entities looking to cause damage to my good name, to gain financially and climb politically, must stop.
Okay, lady. I mean, let the article come out, but this is absolutely wild. Here she is. There's a little bit more where she's talking about how she didn't know Jeffrey Epstein, wasn't friends with him, and then she talks about how she does want justice for the victims and survivors of him.
I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach.
I never went to a party with Epstein, but there are many pictures of me and Jeffrey with Ghislaine in whether New York City or Palm Beach. Like, we know you were friends. We know you were friends. We know you were friends from girlfriends of Epstein's who were not and are not in the Epstein files, meaning they were consenting girlfriends, of age girlfriends, a former Sports Illustrated swimsuit model who said it was disgusting the way that Donald Trump and Epstein sort of like
disgusting and
winked at one another about her, like, look what I caught, look what I whatever. And she also, I believe, alleges that Trump did fondle her, right? So it wasn't clear of misconduct, but like, we knew they were friends. We know that from the Epstein files, they were friends. We know that people like Steve Bannon, who was an advisor to Trump for many, many years, was also an advisor to Epstein. We know they were like neighbors in Palm Beach. We know that Virginia Giuffre was working at Mar-a-Lago when Epstein trafficked her from there. We know that they had a falling out finally over property in Palm Beach that Epstein had his eye on and that Donald Trump bought instead. What more do you want? Oh, wait, there are testimonies in the Epstein files about young girls saying they were introduced to Donald Trump, a 13-year-old who was introduced to Donald Trump via Jeffrey Epstein and was then abused and assaulted by Donald Trump. Other than that, what's the connection? We were never there, except we were at every single fucking New York Palm Beach party together. But then, interestingly, Melania takes a little turn and says that, you know, she stands with victims and she wants the survivors' testimonies to come out.
Now is the time for Congress to act. Epstein was not alone. Several prominent male executives resigned from their powerful positions after this matter became widely politicized.
Several high-powered men. I wonder what, God, he wasn't alone. Who else could have helped him cover it up? Who helped him get like sweetheart deals in Florida? And, you know, maybe then got positions in, I don't know, a presidential cabinet, like Alex Acosta, labor secretary under Trump.
Who could have done that? Francesca's asking a lot of great questions. We got to dig down deep until we get to the bottom of this situation. Who could have possibly helped? You would think it'd be somebody close to him, maybe like a neighbor or something. You know, somebody in his close social circle.
Number one, first time around. Who could have helped him? Who, you know, who did he commit suicide on? Whose watch did he commit suicide? Either absolving him of actually answering for his crimes or covering up for his crimes. Either way you look at it, whose watch was that on? Whose FBI raided Jeffrey Epstein's home in New York and took lots of private photos out?
Francesca with the goddamn cliffhanger. I can't figure it out. Who did all of these terrible things? I can't figure it out.
His safe. Whose FBI was that? I love what's sucky about like the Cash Patel situation is like, Cash, you're too late, buddy. Like, it was Bill Barr. It was Bill Barr that had this the whole time. You know, you just get to be the sort of like the sycophant, you know, guy. You're the last one to you got to eat the cookie. You know what I'm saying? You are the one to eat the cookie.
Of course, this doesn't amount to guilt, but we still must work openly and transparently to uncover the truth. I call on Congress to provide the women who have been victimized by Epstein with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors. Give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony. Each and every woman should have her day to tell her story in public if she wishes, and then her testimony should be permanently entered into the Congressional record. Then, and only then, we will have the truth.
Oh boy. Oh, so this is it's got a little bit of pre-election 2024 Melania, right? Where she was like, I believe in a woman's right to choose. You know, I don't think a woman, she was sort of hinting that she was pro-choice. You know, she was like, look at this face. This woman is not happy. She is not happy. And also, Congress has been trying to do their jobs, and Pam Bondi had been obstructing. And now Todd Blanche, the personal attorney of Donald Trump, who is now acting attorney general, is at the helm. If there were any shred of but Biden weaponized Merrick Garland, and Biden is going after his political enemies. Biden.
I'm staying in the race.
All right, I'm skipping to the head of this. I think is this the part where I can't remember.
Now, bringing up one of them files, an email that seems to have been written by Melania to a 1G. Who's G? Oh, Jizz line.
What's happening here today? This is the email that's in question. Dear G.
All right, no, actually, we've gone over this email many times now. We know. Dear G, how are you? Nice story about JE in NY Mag. You look great on picture. I know you are very busy flying all over the world. How was Palm Beach? I cannot wait to go down. Give me a call when you are back in New York. Have a great time. Love, Melania. Now, I'm getting mixed reactions from the Epstein survivors to this surprise Melania statement. Here is CNN from...
The First Lady is now telling Congress to actually focus in more on Epstein's crimes with this statement and the women that he victimized. Joining us right now here in studio is Gloria Allred. She is an attorney who represents several of the women abused by Jeffrey Epstein. Gloria, thank you so much for being here. What is your reaction to what you heard from the First Lady?
Well, first, I'm very glad that she suggested that it's important that Congress have a hearing and allow the survivors to testify. I'm in support of that. I know my client Alicia Arden and others would be in support of that. Of course, not all survivors agree with that, but I think it should be a choice for the survivors whether to testify or not. They should not be subpoenaed to testify. They should be invited to testify and to say whatever they want to say about their abuse by Jeffrey Epstein or anyone else they care to name. But I don't think they should be forced to answer questions. It should be their voice. It should be their day. And I also think it would be very helpful and important if the First Lady, Melania Trump, had an opportunity and a desire to go before the Congressional Committee, as Hillary Clinton did, and testify. And I think that would be very important. She feels she's been defamed.
Yes,
she
I think that would be
denies any
incredibly
relationship
informative.
with Jeffrey Epstein.
Yes.
She denies viewing any sex crimes against the survivors.
Yes.
And I think it would be important for her.
I think that would be a healing moment for everybody and possibly very, helpful to the committee. Have the First Lady come down and testify, just like the former First Lady, who set the precedent. Wow, Gloria Allred making a lot of good points here.
As well as for the congressional record to go ahead and volunteer to testify. I know the committee appears to would be welcome and open to having her testify. So let's make it happen.
She did say in that statement, Jeffrey Epstein was not alone or didn't do it alone. I mean, she did say, talking about CEOs who have been brought down because of this. So there was quite a lot in her statement. But then you kind of run up against the reality of what we've seen so far and what you have been speaking out of what has happened so far. Yes, renewed attention on the Epstein files. Yes, Congress did act and the files are being released. But still.
Are they being released, Kate? I would argue they're not being released. I feel like they already literally said that they're done releasing them. So you can't be still releasing the files if you're done releasing them, right, Kate? Isn't that how that works? That's what the DOJ said. That is what the DOJ said earlier, that they're done releasing the files. They already did a great job. And why isn't everybody talking about the Dow?
The Dow.
All right, let's hear from one of the survivors. Seems like a apt thing to do.
With your client, Alicia Arden, one of the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. Alicia, thank you so much. I'm sorry for the technical glitch here. I want to get, where is your head and your heart when you, this morning, in hearing this statement from the First Lady, from the White House?
I'm really happy and really quite proud of Melania to call for a hearing, call for Congress to have a hearing. So then that lets, if we want to, if I want to testify before Congress about what Jeffrey Epstein did to me, the other victims can come with me. They can come and testify with me. I'm very happy that Melania is wanting to ask Congress for a hearing for us. So I would be very, very happy to testify before Congress. And I think it's really great that she's wanting to do that for us.
Quite a moment. Alicia, thank you so much. Again, so sorry for these technical issues, but it's so important to see your face, hear your voice, as always. I really appreciate it. Gloria, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
I really appreciate it.
A group of survivors then put out a statement saying that the First Lady was shifting the burden to them. They wrote in part, survivors of Jeffrey Epstein have already shown extraordinary courage by coming forward, filing reports and giving testimony. Asking more of them now is a deflection of responsibility, not justice. One survivor told CNN she is ready, though, to take the First Lady up on her offer.
But she said that she'd like the opportunity to have the survivors testify under oath. No one's ever given us that. No one's ever said that before. What she also said was that the testimony would be sworn into congressional record. I think that's huge because what we're saying has to be taken seriously if it's sworn into congressional record. This is the first powerful woman, and she has a lot of power, coming forward and saying, I'm going to do something. This is what should happen. What I say is, okay, let's call your bluff.
Joining me now in the group chat, Elliot Williams, CNN legal analyst and former federal prosecutor, Noel King and co-host and editorial director for the Today Explained podcast, and Zolan Kano-Young's CNN political analyst and White House correspondent for the New York Times. So this is not how I expected to end the week, given that we started the week with a threat against Iran's entire civilization. But here we are, and it was a politically vulnerable moment for the White House. They're in the middle of these negotiations with Iran. The inflation report is coming out today, probably not going to be ideal given fuel costs. And yet somehow the First Lady came out and made this statement. What was the reaction from the press corps?
It was shocking. You know, we really didn't see this coming. No. I mean, we knew that there was going to be a press conference yesterday, but there was almost we were trying to report out what the actual topic would be. By the time the First Lady walked away from the podium, all the reporters at the press conference in unison were pretty much shouting, why now? Why now for this kind of defensive press conference?
Yep, the media, everybody, including myself, and probably most of America, asking the same question. Everybody asking,
Why did she say those things?
why did she say those things? Because it's very confusing. Very strange. New to branch with a follow on Twitch. Thank you. Wow, wow, wow. We're only 7 followers away on Twitch from getting to 2,000. $80 away from getting to say 2,000? I said 1,200. 1,200 on Twitch, sorry. 2,000 on YouTube. We need 80 more to get on YouTube. But honestly, we've stalled out last few days at 1,920. We'll get there. All right, let's keep going through this. Everybody trying to unpack this shocking Melania Epstein speech. Breaking points up next.
We got a big final segment that we have to get to that crossed all of our desks late afternoon yesterday. And of course, I'm speaking about Melania Trump, who came out to speak about Epstein. Why don't we take a listen?
The lies linking me with the
Hermit, thank you for the tinfoil hat. Much appreciated. Protecting my brain.
Epstein. Why don't we take a listen?
The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect. I do not object to their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation. I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach. To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell. My email reply to Maxwell cannot be.
I'm skipping past all the Melania talk. We've already seen enough of this speech, I think.
We all have
You wanna
signed
know
copies
more.
of.
Also, referring to your husband as Donald Trump. Like, Crystal's like, you can read about my initial meeting with my husband, Kyle Kalinske, in my book.
In my
Crystal.
book, Crystal. Yes. I mean, it's literally the meme where it's like, no one, absolutely no one. And then Melania, I was not friends with Jeffrey Epstein. I barely knew the guy. It's like, what is going on?
Can I say my theory?
Yeah, tell me.
Okay, because they're competing theories, and I'm not like 100% sure of this, but Trump told MS Now that he did not know this was going to happen. So a debate whether or not that's true. My theory is that Melania Trump spent January and February seething over the allegations that because she is in emails with Ghislaine Maxwell. She has this, what she characterized as a reply, appears to actually have been an email to Ghislaine Maxwell, which I have pulled up here, where she says something like, looking forward to, here's the email. She says something to the extent of like, G, addresses her as G. It's almost certainly Ghislaine Maxwell. It's someone based in New York named Ghislaine, says, nice story about JE in NY Mag. You look great on the picture. I know you are very busy flying all over the world. How is Palm Beach? I cannot wait to go down. Give me a call when you are back in NY. Have a great time. Love, Melania. And then Maxwell replies, sweet pea. Thanks for your message. Actually, plans changed again, and now I'm on my way back to NY. I leave again on Friday, so I still do not think I have time to see you. Sadly, I will try and call, though. The implication here is that they had a close enough relationship where Maxwell's referring to her Sweet Pea. She's referring to Ghislaine as G. The dates do match that New York Mag story on Jeffrey Epstein. And they have a relationship where they call each other. So that's what was revealed. I think Melania spent January and February being upset because her reputation is getting dragged through the mud, but reasonably so, given these emails back and forth with Maxwell. And then her husband launched a war before she could launch a response to Epstein. She was told there's no way that you can address this when we're at war, but as soon as there's a ceasefire, you can. Literally, like the next day, she comes out of nowhere and gets it done as quickly as possible in case the ceasefire falls apart. This is my theory.
It's just so weird because no one was thinking about her. Like, the Epstein coverage was successfully buried by the war. And then you just come out. I'll show you what the sort of dominant internet theory is right now. So this requires a little bit of backstory, of course. Obviously, Melania, is from Eastern Europe. She was brought to the U.S. She came as a model. And so, and this very close Trump friend, who's a former modeling agent named Paolo Zampoli, is the guy who helped her secure her visa to be able to come and stay in the U.S. Well, this guy is actually now in the administration. Yep. And he asked ICE to arrest his former Brazilian girlfriend, who also was, a model and potentially also underage, potentially, when she was first in this whole network. But anyway, she's the father of their teenage son, and he asked ICE to arrest her. Well, she is now she's out on Twitter like, I know everything about Donald and Melania. I'm going to ruin everything. I have nothing left to lose. And it just came out that she apparently recorded an interview with a Spanish language channel that is set to air this weekend. So maybe that's what is going on here, because she certainly.
There it is. Supposedly, this Sunday, the ex-girlfriend, the deranged, not deranged, but what's the word? Well, I guess the estranged, that's the word I'm thinking of. The estranged ex-girlfriend of Paolo Zampoli, now Trump official, who allegedly helped Melania get her visa and had ties to Jeffrey Epstein, is supposedly going to be releasing an interview, a bombshell interview this weekend, I believe Sunday, telling all. What is in this interview? It's anybody up for guesses. I literally shoot him in chat. Shoot the guesses in chat on what this woman is going to say. Donald, what's been happening with either Melania Trump or Jeffrey Melania or Donald Trump as it relates to Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, my mind just started spiraling. Because there's been plenty of times, considering the proximity of Melania, the fact that she was from Eastern Europe, the fact that Jeffrey Epstein literally was poaching young Eastern European models for his crimes. It's weird. It's weird that she happens to have these connections to Jeffrey. It makes one wonder whether or not perhaps she was one of his victims, one of his intended victims, and instead wound up getting... Well, I guess if she got sold to Donald Trump, I guess that's technically a crime.
Illegal.
It was not clear what, if anything, revelatory that this woman is going to say in this interview, but this is what I'm waiting for now. It's like all I can think about is like, what is this woman going to say on Sunday? I keep wondering to myself. It could be anything.
been going out there and saying that she has the goods, that she's going to spill the tea, etc. Because of course, what people think when they see this thing from Melania is like, what is she trying to get ahead of here? Because none of us were thinking about you or talking about you in this way at all, girl. So what is up with this? And, you know, I mean, that's the most obvious explanation, is that there's some story or some.
Like, are we going to find out that not only was she like a trafficking victim of Jeffrey Epstein, but that she was basically like not only is her, you know, being a genius, of course, a questionable thing, but like her entire status in this country? Are we going to have the first lady deported? Is this going to be the first time in history that the first lady gets deported from the United States for being here on undocumented status, or at least improperly documented status? What is going to come out? I just need to know at this point. Can it be Sunday already? I'd like to know what happened. I'd like to know what's in this goddamn interview already. Thank you. That's all I can think about.
Development that's about to happen that she wanted to get out there in front of.
Possibly.
I guess everyone agrees.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's just like nobody knows because it's out of absolutely left field.
I'm just loving this like circular like little spiral that we're in of like distract from the Epstein files by going to war with Iran, and then distract from the war with Iran by bringing back up.
No. There's no way that that's what's happening. Like, that is, like I've been saying this whole time, there's literally no fucking way that this is a distraction from the war in Iran. Is the least likely of all these cases. There's no way. There's no way that they are trying to distract from the distraction from the Epstein files with the actual Epstein files, right? Is the dumbest strategy in the world. No one, even the Trump administration, isn't that dumb, right? They're stupid, but they're not that stupid. Even those guys have to know that that's a bad strategy. Even those guys must realize that that is not the way to go about that. I think we can all agree on that. You don't distract from the original distraction with the thing you're trying to distract from originally. That doesn't make any sense. It's like I'm trying to think of a good comparison. It's basically like it's like coming out It's like if we were in like the middle of some sort of I'm trying to think of another good conspiracy theory that makes sense of this. God damn it. This shouldn't be that hard. This shouldn't be that difficult. Okay, I got it. So like it's like if there was like aliens like landing like on the planet, right? Or something like that. And like you come out and to try and distract from the fact that you've been lying about the aliens this whole time. You come out and you're like, have you heard of the JFK assassination? You know, like it's not a one-to-one. I can't come up with a good. It doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. Actually, no, I take it back. No, it's like no, because that's not. No, it's like if you were to full circle it, it would have to be. No, it just doesn't know because. I can't come up with a good comparison to it because it just doesn't make any sense because it's just so nonsensical. Nobody in their right mind would ever do such a thing. It's like if you got into an accident that was clearly your fault, the police show up, and while you're talking to them to try and distract them from the fact that it was your fault in the accident, you point to the like large bag of drugs on the passenger seat in your vehicle or something, but you're like, but did you notice this, officer? And then while they're going through the large bag of illicit substance, you're like, but wait, you're getting bogged down in you've forgotten all about the accident, sir. Why are you focused on that? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Although I guess technically one of them is less of a crime than the others? So once again, not a great example. I wish I could give you all a one-to-one on this one. I'm looking for it. I'm never going to find it, so I'm just going to move on to Channel 4 News, who also seemed rather perplexed. Like I mentioned, everybody's just confused by this, and honestly, it makes me think that we really have something big coming.
We were all scratching our heads yesterday. No one could really figure out why this was happening.
That is a very good question that I think a lot of White House reporters are trying to figure out right now.
Everyone, where on earth did this come from?
The journalists worried they'd missed a scoop.
Good afternoon.
The staffers worried they'd missed a memo. And survivors worry this is all a distraction.
From what I've seen in the last 9 months, there's been a lot of political theatrics, so I'm getting quite used to it.
But all of them are baffled. Why did the First Lady decide to do this?
The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today.
It's the question heard around the world.
Why did she say those things?
Why did she say those things? Nobody knows. Nobody knows why the First Lady said
this
those
word cloud of the short speech highlights a striking paradox. In attempting to distance herself...
Hold on, I just want to read some of the words in the word cloud. Largest words are Epstein, Epstein's, time, Congress, individuals. Sorry, I'm saying them improperly. Individuals, Maxwell, Donald, reply, lies, good, social, reputation, victim, New York City, email, mean-spirited, very nasty, how rude.
From Jeffrey Epstein, Melania Trump has made him the center of her focus.
My name has never appeared in court documents, depositions, victim statements, or FBI in interviews surrounding the Epstein matter.
She says she's never been friends with Epstein. She's never had a relationship with him. She isn't his victim, had no knowledge of his abuse of victims, and was not a witness to any of his crimes. In her statement, Melania Trump refers to this email exchange from
Wow, it's highly offensive that YouTube doesn't know who Mo Nobe is. Incredibly famous galactic mod. You'd think that they would know. You'd think Nightbot would know who that is.
2002 between her and Ghislaine Maxwell, released by the Department of Justice. Maxwell addresses Melania Trump as Sweet Pea, who replies, "Nice story about Jeffrey Epstein in NY Mag. Then give me a call when you're back in New York." The First Lady says the exchange shouldn't be considered anything more than a trivial note. Melania Trump has been embroiled in an ongoing legal dispute with author Michael Wolff.
She did not say trivial. What she said, it was a trivial. It's a trivial note. Okay? Trivial. It's a trivial note. Very unimportant. Nobody should talk about. It's very weird. All of you want to know things about Jeffrey Epstein. Incredibly trivial. Of zero importance for anybody to think or ask questions about.
Welcome to the
Very
Global
rude
News
when you ask these
Podcast from the
questions.
BBC. I'm Pete Ross, and I'm joined today by Bernd de Boosman in Washington. Let's dive right into it. A remarkable moment in the White House when the First Lady, Melania Trump, gave a statement. Bernd, you were there. You were actually in the room. It seemed very dramatic. What was it like?
It was very dramatic, and I think what made it more dramatic is that none of us who were in the room from the media had any idea whatsoever what was going to come. The White House and the First Lady's office, they didn't tell us what this address was. I think
It's all very strange. You think the new AG told her to do it? There's no way. Like I've been saying, there's no way anybody in the Trump administration told Melania to do this. First off, Trump didn't even know that this happened. Trump didn't know this was happening when he was asked about it. He's like, what? Who? What? Melania who? She's doing a what? That's weird. She's doing a speech about what? Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey who? He was like very... He seemed very caught off guard by the idea of her doing this speech. So I just find it highly unlikely that anybody in the Trump administration told her. But for Todd Blanche, the guy whose job it is now to avoid talking about the Epstein files, actively covering up the Epstein files, to tell Melania to come out and have the victims come testify in Congress, I don't think that's a wise strategy for Todd. If your job is to cover up the Epstein files, you don't create a public spectacle around the Epstein files so that everybody starts talking about them again, and so that the people who have been vocally criticizing the DOJ for not releasing the files to come to Congress and tell everybody about how they're not releasing the files. I don't think that would be a wise strategy. I don't know if Todd plays chess, but he at least has a law degree. You'd think he's smart enough to not do something that stupid. But I guess anything could happen. I guess anything could happen, technically. It's not impossible. It's just like I've been saying this whole time. In my opinion, the lowest on the list of reasons for why Melania did this. Especially the more and more that we found out about it. The fact that Donald Trump didn't even know. Like, it doesn't add up. Doesn't make any sense. She went rogue. Melania went rogue and decided to like just do this like blitz press conference. Everybody to the East Wing. I have
many of us just went thinking, for example, it would be what about her children's initiatives, for example, or the various projects she has that revolve around technology. No one in the room certainly thought that she would come out and say that she had no relationship with Epstein and that these lies must stop. The image of it was quite powerful, her walking out into the grand foyer of the White House, very opulent, decorated room, with pictures of presidents on the walls and delivering this very brief but very kind of strongly worded message is certainly not something that anyone in the room, or really I think anyone in the United States, kind of saw coming ahead of time.
What specifically was she referencing in that brief statement that she gave yesterday?
Well, she was referencing various things. I mean, one was past communications between her and Ghislaine Maxwell. There had been an email that had kind of been uncovered in the release of the Epstein file between her and Ghislaine Maxwell about an article that had been published in New York Magazine. She wanted to make very clear that that was nothing more than kind of a passing email, kind of friendly banter, that there was nothing more to it. She also referenced rumors that had been spreading quite a lot on social media, in particular about allegations that she had been introduced to her husband by Jeffrey Epstein. She said that's completely untrue, but that's something that's been kind of floating on X in particular for quite some time now.
is untrue and despicable to say these things. It's very rude. He is an example of not best behavior. It's an example of you not being best once again. All right. Well, that's it on Melania and the Epstein debacle for today. We've still got what I would characterize as being a rather monumental amount of things to discuss. The more I look at it, the more I am greatly concerned about my ability to do this show.
I am having trouble doing the show.
Oh boy. All right. I really want to take a break right now. I feel like I need a break almost after all of that, but I can't take a break. I just can't. I gotta keep this puppy moving. The week-ending report does not sleep, and neither does the news. It seems like more and more, neither do I. I gotta get through all this. A lot happened this week, people. A lot happened. We're gonna plow through this. At some point, we'll take a break. I'm sure anytime soon. Well, while we're talking about the ladies, Melania's very strange speech, we should talk about this situation happening this week. Coming out regarding one former DHS secretary, Kristi Puppy Killer Noem. R.I.P. Cricket. No shit. May Wormy with a sweet super chat. I am obsessed with the Iran Lego videos. AI or not, they are amazing. Good evening, GSL fam. Thank you, May. Much appreciated. Getting us moving on that galactic content goal. We've actually technically made some more progress than it shows. I think technically. Let me just double check this. I think we're at 2 of 10. Maybe 2.5 of 10, actually. Like, we're like 25% of the way through the goal already. But we do have to make more progress. Only 2 hours left. All right, let's talk about this unfortunate and fairly embarrassing, rather awkward situation that seems to be plaguing Kristi Noem.
Kristi Noem has responded to the leaked photos of her husband who has a kink. He likes to, I don't know how you would describe the kink. I'm sure there's a specific terminology for it. But he likes to like cross-dress, but also wear like fake breasts. And I've seen some folks online who are sex workers who have claimed like he was a client. I didn't blow the whistle on him. I didn't know who he was.
Yeah, and I've also been hearing some more interesting things around some of his sexual aspirations, if you will. It's fascinating. The double lives of right-wingers. Kristi Noem seems to be really struggling with it, though, it would seem, and I can
He was a
understand
client, and he was apparently he was a little bit annoying to some of these folks, but nevertheless.
But let's be real. At least, I mean, let's be real. You know, Kristi still has a backup, and like I've been, I've been saying, there is a there's a perfect option, really, when you think about it. As what's his name again? I forget this fucking guy's name. It's something dumb. It's like not a normal name. If I can't think of it.
There's a lot of question as to who leaked this. And the first story was that it was a sex worker who leaked it because she had immigrant family members, but the timing doesn't make any sense at all. Kristi Noem is out of power. You're doing far more damage to her husband than to her. Apparently, this story was shopped around over the past year. Mark Caputo, a reporter, said on, I think it was on Twitter, that he had been shopped at but couldn't confirm the story. Others claim that Kristi Noem would tell people that her husband was gay, or, you know, there were whispers to that effect. My guess is still on Kristi Noem or Corey Lewandowski leaking it so that she has an easy exit from her relationship and they have an opportunity to be together and enjoy all the money that they stole from the government or got kickbacks or whatever it is. That's just my working theory. But Fox is on to something else.
Former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is asking for privacy and prayers tonight. She's said to be devastated by a report alleging her husband has been what is being called a cross-dressing double life. Senior national correspondent Rich Edson has details tonight. Good evening, Rich.
Good evening, Brett. Well, former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and now President Trump are responding to a report regarding Noem's husband's alleged online activities. A spokesperson tells the Daily Mail that she's devastated and that, quote, the family was blindsided by this, and they ask for privacy and prayers at the time. President Trump.
Now, Fox is saying these activities were online. I've been hearing some contradictory reports suggesting that these some of this stuff was happening.
Tells the outlet he knew
IRL.
nothing about it, adding, wow, I feel badly for the family. If that's the case, that's too bad. The Daily Mail alleges it obtained...
Pause for 1 second. He also said, I don't know anything about it.
Which is reflexive
weird,
for him at this
Yeah.
point.
I've never heard. I don't even know.
I've told this story before.
What you're talking about.
And I'm going to go on to another show but and talk about I'm with Busey, but there was a fire in our studio, in our office, in Beverly Hills, and apparently when somebody called Gary Busey to tell him that this had happened, we were going to have to suspend production. He goes, "I didn't do it." They're like, "Yeah, no, we didn't.
I don't know anything about it.
That's weird. I don't know anything about it. I certainly don't know anything about dressing up with
really
breasts and
weird
bimbofication on camera. I don't know anything about that."
They call it bimbo.
I definitely
Yes, but I
don't
don't
know
know
anything about that. Just to
About
be
it,
clear.
adding, wow, I feel badly for the family. If that's the case, that's too bad.
Wow.
The Daily Mail alleges it obtained hundreds of messages between Brian Noem and 3 women involved in a site where men cross-dress. The Mail posted several of these photos and writes, Brian Noem allegedly sent women in the community $25,000 in virtual payments. The publication says Brian Noem did not deny the explicit conversations, but says he never put national security at risk while his wife was secretary,
That's good.
setting up a potential blackmail
That is
situation.
good.
Quote, yeah, I made no comments like that.
That's good.
That would lead to that. Brian Noem operates a crop insurance agency. He and Kristi Noem married in 1992. They have 3 adult-age children. Earlier this month, President Trump ousted Secretary Noem from her role leading the Homeland Security Department after congressional hearings where she had difficulty answering whether she was having an affair with top aide Corey Lewandowski. With her husband seated behind her, she also faced questions about more than $200 million in DHS ad campaigns that featured Noem. Democrats are investigating that businesses that received money on that contract. The president named Noem as special envoy to the Shield of the Americas, Brett.
All kinds of stories today. Rich,
Lots
thank
of
you.
them.
All kinds of stories.
I mean,
all kinds of stories. Yes,
I can't
that's
believe
true.
this guy is sitting there. He's going like, I'm going to want you. I want a full accounting of what you stole from the government. Like, don't hide your money with Corey when we get our divorce. That's what I would be doing if I was that dude.
Yeah, although here's the thing, you know, I think it would be beautiful is if they could, you know, like become like a full-on polycule, right? I mean, Brian, I refuse to call him Brian because of the way he spells his name. Byron Noem. I mean, latest I've been hearing is that he may be actually interested in transitioning. I think this would be a perfect opportunity for them all to just sort of, you know, embrace the polycule, embrace the sort of the poly life, if you will. You know, thruple it up, Corey, Kristi, Byron, or whatever, you know, if he transitions, whatever name he chooses to take. You know, they can all live happily, you know, ever after. It'd be beautiful, and I'm sure their children, they can all live just like a beautiful family. They can love each other. It'll be really sweet. Believe me. You'll be glad. Her name will be Byrona. Yes, Byrona. It'll be Byrona. It'll be Kristi, and it'll be Corey, and they'll be beautiful. And I support that, and hopefully, you know, they can stop being such horrible, hateful people while they're at it. That'd be nice. And I support them. I still think she's a terrible person and a puppy killer. And I haven't forgotten her time at DHS. I feel still fairly certain she committed some crimes. She probably should face justice for that. But in the meantime, I think they should have a beautiful time together. You know, with all that taxpayer money that they stole. While we're talking about Kristi Noem, we may as well talk about the border, which, strangely enough, U.S. authorities are attempting to tighten control on further. More control. You know, on the border that, according to at least to the Trump administration, 0 people are crossing. We're going to tighten control even more, because why not? Might as well make sure that no cats or dogs, birds, or other sort of animals. Might want to get all the way down to like on a microscopic level.
Of totalitarianism.
Prevent the air from crossing the border, you know?
¿Usted tiene alguna incidencia donde hay alguna persona vulnerable donde requiere o que quiere cruzar de forma ilegal?
A wall separates them, and yet they work side by side.
Listos. Okay. Gracias.
And in Spanish. In the border city of Mexicali, local Mexican police and the US Border Control are in close contact, regularly carrying out coordinated operations to deter would-be border crossers.
The wall looks impossible to scale, but some still try. It's rare, though. Before, when the wall was lower, anyone could see them. You just had to drive along the border road, and you could see migrants climbing over it.
Buenas noches. ¿Todo bien, jefe?
There we go. United States and Mexico working together to tighten border control on a border that's already at record low crossings, legal and or illegal crossings. That's the wide open border. That's right. The very, very wide open border where we have record low crossings And I think according to the Trump administration, 0 crossings. I think on multiple occasions they said 0. 0, we have 0 people crossing. Absolutely nobody is coming anymore. Nobody wants to come. We've done it. Fact is as the Trump administration 2.0 continues, it really actually is becoming that. Fewer people want to come to the United States. Exactly. Who the fuck wants to come here now? No, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. That number is getting shorter and shorter. However, we still have people fear-mongering here in the United States. Speaking of which, I gotta ask the question one more time. But on Sunday, when we find out that Melania Trump was illegally trafficked here by Jeffrey Epstein and is actually on improper documented status, are we gonna see ICE and Border Patrol go to the White House in masks and drag her out like into the fucking street? Just oh my god. Oh god. I should stop having thoughts. Thought crime is real. I should stop thinking things. All right, let's go. Forbes breaking news 4 days ago. Oh boy. One man is concerned about a very, very big problem. Oh, it's coming for Florida. Oh, God. Such a big problem. He called an entire press conference, made up a whole sign for it. I'm, of course, talking about Ron Put in Fingers DeSantis, who is, I assume, wearing at least, like 4-inch lifts. Puppy treat. Look at the sign. No Sharia law. Big bold letters. Couldn't, what's the word? I keep wanting to say skimp, but that's the opposite of the word I'm thinking of. Couldn't spend the extra money for the color sign. Nope, black and white letters. No Sharia law. All right, Governor Putting Fingers DeSantis with very important message.
Well, is there a danger in the, I mean, you know, is Jim Boyd going to become Senate president and try to institute Sharia on Florida? Obviously not, right? I mean, but I think what you see is you see this creep into different institutions. Like, look what's happened in Europe. Like Britain. It is not, God. They're not being governed over, like, through parliament and by Sharia, but you have no-go zones there. They have communities where they apply Sharia in the community, and so that's different.
Okay, we can't listen to this whole thing, partly because the volume is so bad.
This is
ridiculous. I don't know what happened to their. I don't know what happened to their fucking microphone, but it just completely stopped working. But that was Ron DeSantis coming out and saying, yeah, like admitting that, okay, no, do we have Sharia law? No, there's no example of Sharia law anywhere in the West, not here, or even in Europe, where Republicans have been claiming that it is. But we cannot forget the slow creep of Sharia. That's right. The arc of Sharia, the arc of history is long, but it trends towards Sharia. Cannot forget that, says Ron DeSantis. You have no-go zones. Completely made-up thing. It does not exist. That is only exists in the mind of right-wing psychopaths like Ron DeSantis and the podcasters I assume he listens to, like Tommy Robinson and other weirdos. I'm trying to think of the French version of Tommy Robinson. I guess it's Marine Le Pen, although I know there's a better, technically one-to-one example because she's actually a politician, not just some weirdo online. Although she is a criminal now, isn't she? Isn't she under house arrest? She can't even be in government because she's bad.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
She did crimes. But there was Ron Johnson calling a press conference for not Sharia law. I just want to get that into everybody's head for a second. Just go back to here. This is Ron DeSantis calling a press conference to tell us that Sharia law doesn't actually exist in anywhere in America or in Europe, but we gotta watch out. We gotta watch out, and we need a press conference for it. It's that serious. Do we have it? No. Is there any chance of it coming to the United States? No. But we can't be too careful, says Ron. There's no go zones in Europe. What a fucking idiot. Our country is run by a bunch of morons. Hold on, you know what I need to look at? I gotta look at something. Hold on, please hold. It's gonna come up in a second anyway. Huh? I'm just realizing there's a much easier way of doing the thing that I'm doing right now, but it's too late. I've gone too far, and I can't go back now. I'm just going to do this way. Governor. Where's Florida? Florida. Is he up for election? Yeah. Governor DeSantis is, I mean, Florida, America, but specifically Florida. Speaking to you, if there's anybody in Florida listening from here. You could get this idiot out of office this year. He is up for election right now. I've been working on my spreadsheet. It's still not complete, not even close to complete, but I've been making some progress on it. Slowly. Like the tortoise. Perhaps too slowly. All right. Moving on from the border wall and Ron DeSantis complaining about no-go zones and Sharia law, on to the Trump administration complaining about the fact that they haven't been allowed to build a different wall. All of the walls for, I almost called it Operation Epstein Fury, the Epstein ballroom. Everything is Epstein. Like, 2026 is the year of Epstein. Everything is Epstein this, Epstein that. Epstein ballroom, Operation Epstein Fury. I know there's more examples, I just can't think of it right now. I wonder who's running against Ron DeSantis for Florida. I gotta look into that. Florida's not up for... When is Florida? Florida, yeah, it's late. It's late. August 18th is Florida. Florida has a fuck ton of seats. It has the do you know Florida has like the second most, like one, or maybe the third most seats? It's insane. You gotta do something about that down there. It used to be purple. People used to say Florida's purple. We should test that theory this year. And we'll get to talking about the elections any minute. But first, let's talk about some more reasons why you might want to get involved. Like the fact Donald Trump is spending $500 million on the Epstein ballroom. And then he knocked down history to build it.
A judge's order to halt construction on a new White House ballroom is drawing sharp pushback from the Trump administration, which says the ruling puts presidential security at risk. In an emergency motion filed Friday with the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia, the administration argued that the pause leaves the executive mansion, quote, open and exposed, warning of what it calls grave national security harms. U.S. District Judge Richard Leon earlier this week ordered construction to stop while...
I love how they just like tore down the building, creating this supposed grave national security harm, and then they're like, you guys are preventing us from fixing the grave national security harm that we've created. It sounds very familiar. It sounds very, for some reason, that sounds very, very familiar.
Lawsuit challenging the project moves forward. The lawsuit seeks to block the roughly $400 million ballroom planned for the site of the recently demolished East Wing, arguing the project required congressional approval. Leon temporarily delayed enforcement of his order for 14 days to allow the Trump administration to appeal. In its filing, the administration says the court lacks constitutional authority to hear the case.
He lacks constitutional authority. Can't oversee the president. So the White House is rushing to build the Epstein ballroom before a court can stop them. I'm sure that Trump rushing a construction will not lead to the Epstein ballroom having a multitude of problems after it's done being constructed. There's no way the guy who's notorious for cutting corners, there's no way that that guy rushing the construction of anything would lead to any sort of catastrophic consequences. But that's what they're doing. They're rushing to try and build this while they appeal in the Supreme Court to try and prevent this judge from preventing them from building this monstrosity. Well, let's talk about another guy. Everything is Epstein. Everything is Epstein. We're going from the Epstein ballroom to a guy who's definitely, I think, a contributor to the Epstein ballroom. I can't remember. Actually, maybe I take that back. Take that back. He may not have. I take that back. But he's definitely in the Epstein files. I am, of course, talking about J.P. Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon, who had some interesting things to say on, I think, a CNBC interview.
J.P. Morgan chair, Jamie Dimon, he's confused. Bernie Sanders is proposing a wealth tax. There's two arguments for the tax, right? One is we need wealthy people to pay their share of what burden society has. That's what Jamie Dimon is confused by. There's another argument for a wealth tax, and that is, particularly in light of the fact that money is political speech, is that we want to maintain a democracy. And when we have this type of wealth disparity, it creates a political power disparity that destabilizes our society. In addition to making things materially worse for people, because it creates an affordability crisis, you'll hear that we have a K-shaped economy, and it really is like actually a small K. because that top part that goes like this is much smaller than the bottom part that goes down. And it basically means that the economy and our democracy is increasingly responsive to a smaller and smaller group of people. Consumer products are aimed at the ultra wealthy because that's where the money is. Why do I have to make a bunch of products on low volume when I can make a smaller amount of products on very, very high markup? Rather, I should say, why should I do a large volume with a small markup when I can do small volume with a huge markup? I'm going to sell to the wealthy people. So all of a sudden, the base Subaru is costing close to $35,000, $40,000 because they're like, we don't want to sell to the people who are looking for a $24,000 car because our markup is not as much. I'm a little sensitive to that, but I look occasionally. Here's Jamie Dimon on Hannity.
And so, what do people say? What do you say to people?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not Hannity. It's who is it?
It's Brian Kilmeade.
Oh, Brian Kilmeade. This is Fox and Friends. Sorry.
So, what do people say? What do you say to people like Bernie Sanders, who says it every day, 20 times a day? Billionaires and millionaires don't pay their fair share.
I don't know what he means by fair share. I've listened to that my whole life, and I don't know what he means. I mean, I think that we could acknowledge there are flaws and attack the flaws. I don't think just taxing someone is going to attack the flaws. As a matter of fact, I don't think most American citizens believe that if we taxed $1 trillion more and sent it down to Washington, D.C., that the country would be worse off. I think what they believe is that money be given out to special interest groups and the friends of this politician, that politician. We need policy that drives growth, and that's regulatory policy. I think immigration policy. We should allow more merit-based and path to citizenship. I think we should double the earned income tax credit. Like literally, if you are making $14,000 or $15,000 a year, that the government give you 12, not just 6. And I think that would put money in the hands of people working. It would be better social outcomes, more home ownership, less crime, less recidivism. That first rung in the ladder leads to the second rung, and the money would be spent in their local communities.
Do you like the idea of Trump accounts?
Yes, I think it's a great idea. And
all right, you know what? The first thing that strikes me is just to watch how all of these wealthy people, regardless of who they are, they suck up to power. Like, there's no amount of money. Yep. I was having a conversation with a reporter from the Philadelphia Inquirer who was like, I thought like when Bezos bought the Post, he doesn't care about losing money. And yet he's doing all these cuts. And he's like, I feel like I was naive. And like the bottom line is, Bezos isn't cutting to save money. Bezos wants to be able to control that paper and have it just basically be an opinion broadsheet. And the more reporters are there, the more difficult it is to control the reporting and what the newspaper comes out with, and the more likely you're going to offend those in power. And it's like, for people like us, like, how much money do you need?
Seriously. And the thing is, I think that to some degree, like their desire to control the media is also in their minds like a vehicle with which to get more money, right? To like prevent bad PR that would be bad for their companies, or like, being able to shut down, like Sam's saying, stories for the supreme leader who might look down kindly on you and grant you, your company, you personally, special benefits or whatever. I think they see that as like a means to an end. They're like, yeah, I don't think I think it's a multi-tiered win for them, really.
Yeah. Like how much money do you need to amass that you are still trying to play, I've got to appease whoever's in power so that I don't have any type of regulatory pressure that keeps me from earning $200 billion or whatever it is. Like, this is the same dude who was like, I don't know, maybe I got to go to Mars. I got to figure out what to do with my money. And Dimon's the same way. First off, just the incoherence of what he's suggesting. He wants to double the earned income tax credit. Well, where's that going to come from? That's a pain.
Yeah, where is that going to come from, eh? Yeah, these guys, they live in a completely different world than everybody else. Oh, by the way, thank you, ICZ, for the sweet super chat. Everything computer is also everything Epstein. It's true. That's the new one. That's the new one. Everything is Epstein. Now, back to Donald Trump. Staying with oligarchs. Trying to live out their lives regardless of what the people want. Donald Trump was asked about a particular group of veterans suing him to stop the building of the Arc de Triomphe.
Or at least start building it.
Who's doing a legal challenge?
It's a group of veterans, sir.
Group of veterans?
Because it obstructs the viewshed between Arlington National Cemetery and...
You gotta be kidding. This was approved 100 years ago. You know that. Never
You
got
gotta
built.
be kidding me.
It was
100 years ago they approved it.
approved.
You gotta be kidding me.
100 years ago. You know that. Never got built. It was stopped by a thing called the Civil War. They've been, that circle has sat there vacant.
It's stopped by a thing called the Civil War.
Like 150 years or something. And they tried to do it again in around 1901, but it never happened. Now, I think we're doing very well. I think it's going very good. And veterans are the ones that should like it. It's called the Triumphal Arc. It's
Veterans are the ones who should like it. Are you kidding me? What? The veterans? The who? The way he reacts, he's so surprised. Like, who is suing me? The veteran. They should love it. They should love the Ark. Have you seen it? It's glorious. It's called the Triumphal Arc, or as many people call it, the Arc de Triomphe. The Arc, the beautiful Arc de Triomphe. It will be glorious, just like the one in France, but better. But better, much, much better when you think about it. There you go. There was Donald Trump on Monday reacting to the question of a reporter about the veterans group that is suing him over his desire to build this ark. I found his reaction to just be fucking hilarious. What? The troops? No. And 2 troops? What the hell is going on? Like, he seems genuinely upset. He's at 2? Really? Veterans? Come on. They're the ones who should love it most. And they don't. What? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, God. I can't understand why they don't love it. It's like he wants to call. He's like, who do I call? I'm calling Pete. I'm calling Pete Hegseth, the great Secretary of War. He'll explain it. Doesn't make any sense. Why are the veterans so very against this beautiful ark? The fucking veterans. We say, why? Why, veterans? Why? Why would you do this to your beautiful supreme leader? I can't understand. Now, you know who else is pretty upset lately? It's the farmers. It's the great American farmers. The American farmers are a little upset right now because of everything Trump's been doing. The tariffs war, and now the Operation Epstein Fury, which is ratcheting up fuel costs in the middle of planting season. Agriculture Secretary, what's her name? I almost called her Henry Rollins. Brooke Rollins. Secretary Rollins here with all of the answers.
Yeah. Madam Secretary, can you just tell us how concerned the administration is that fertilizer prices are increasing right now as we're going into planting season, and would the administration consider...
I almost forgot about the fertilizer.
Well, everything is on the table right now. Clearly, I think we're at 36 days for the conflict, has elevated the issue of fertilizer and how important it is for American farmers and, frankly, for our food supply. Food security is national security. Now, the good news is that about 80% of our farmers actually last fall locked in their fertilizer. So as we're moving into planting season, it's only about 20 to 25% of our farmers that didn't lock that in. We are working directly to ensure that we can get them what they need and it won't bankrupt them. The president waived the Jones Act. We opened up a line, I believe, from Venezuela. We have more announcements coming soon. The short term is really important that that kind of 20% of farmers that were keeping the fertilizer prices in the realm of the possible for them, especially in a tough farm economy. The long term of this, though, should sort of shine a light for every American. This is why the president's America First agenda and onshoring, whether it's manufacturing, now fertilizer, why that's so important.
Oh, that's a good point. Yes, right. I see, Brooke. I see. So, don't you get it? Only 1 in 4 farmers didn't buy their fertilizer last year. So, you see, not a big deal. And if anything, this is a learning opportunity for everybody for why America First is so important. See? Yeah, everybody's going to go a little hungry, but we're going to learn a lesson about how America First is so important, says Brooke. Great. Thanks, Brooke. Very, very helpful. Very helpful and informative. I feel much better now. I'm sure the farmers do, too. Thankfully, everything is on the table, according to Brooke. Who knows what that means? Now, unfortunately, not just for farmers, but broadly Americans, and especially these people we're about to talk about in West Virginia, utility bills are skyrocketing as a result of Operation Epstein Fury, now exceeding some people's mortgages. Look at that number.
This is ridiculous!
A what now?
$1,218.67 due before March 24th. Woof. All right, here's the AP from yesterday.
$1,218.67. Yeah, for one building.
The rising cost of utilities definitely does have some effect on the reason we're going to just under one roof.
After we went through our first year, we looked at the electric bill, we looked at the rent, we realized we were not going to make enough money. So we had to raise the rent. And that was what started a lot of the rift with the West Virginians, that we were going to have to raise the rent. Jeez. When they had camping the same way for so many years.
Look at those numbers.
You're getting $1,300 to $1,500 bills for electric. And West Virginia has decided that they're going to run on coal for at least 2040. You don't have a choice when it comes to electric and water. And so, you can't decide to just not have electric for that month. We're seeing businesses lock up, businesses are closing.
Rising electricity prices have made it impossible for some small businesses to survive.
And look towards the future, and bigger plans, but
Sometimes it's just so sad, you know, walking down there seeing it. From here down was counters. I had an ice cream freezer, and then I had my bakery case. I was getting ready. Like I had a bunch of stuff made up and everything and was getting ready for Valentine's Day because holidays were
back in
$700 to $1,000 days. So I would have had the money if I could have just got 2 days, just 2 days. We closed down on the 12th. The electric being so high made me struggle on pretty much everything else. Once I got behind, it was like I could not dig out of that hole. And every time I would pay a big lump sum, then the next bill would come in and it would be even higher. We're in the Antique Mall, Ravenswood Antique Mall. And we are coming back to my booth where I'm gonna have some of my baked goods. At one point I had 5 employees. 3 lost their jobs the day that I closed because I was down to 3 for the winter because I knew. And we lost our only source of income at that time.
14 months ago, we opened up this small gallery here, which is only 1,900 square feet. We just love it here. But the problem is we're getting really beat up with the high energy costs. This small gallery, I keep the temperature down kind of low, and I'm still paying $700, $800 a month. The power company I've called several times, and I told them, look, I'm a senior citizen, I'm 71, I'm an artist, and I have a gallery, and I'm trying to help the community. Is there any program that can help us to help our community? She says, I'm sorry, we really don't have that.
And your rent for the commercial space here is how much?
It's only $600. It's $150 to $200 less than my power bill.
This is ridiculous!
West Virginia relies on aging coal-powered plants more than any other state instead of cheap, renewable resources. Yeah.
The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill.
I find it fascinating that, you know, they go and they give him a trophy saying he's the friend of a coal miner. Our coal miners are dying of black lung. They don't have clean water. They can't feed their children. Their schools are closing. Their electric bills are through the roof, and they can't afford groceries. You know, where's the trophy for us?
We are energy rich. I mean, they come through, tore up our land. We kept hearing, we're going to do the coal mines, the coal mines, the coal mines. I love the current administration, but what about?
Back in 2006, West Virginia's welcome signs were changed from wild and wonderful.
I've had to close down 2 stores because I can't afford rent. You have a gas bill, you have an electricity bill, you have water bill, you have sewer bill, okay? I can't afford all that plus.
Back in 2006, West Virginia's welcome signs were changed from.
Your bills are more than your rent is. And you know, we are a red state. I don't want us to be the left behind state anymore, I guess I should say.
Yeah, and one thing they don't talk about during this, which I think is an important element of all of this, is while many of these people here probably voted for Donald Trump, thinking that, you know, he would remember them and he would take care of them. He doesn't give a shit about any of these people. You know, they all, I think a lot of them see themselves as the forgotten people. And I think to some degree, you know, people living in West Virginia are forgotten almost all the time. It's like a state that's just completely just ignored constantly because it has no big industries anymore. and it's a fairly small state, doesn't have a lot of votes in Congress. It's just like it's hill country basically from one border to the next, and the Republicans constantly come out and claim to care about people like this, but they do not care. And they're embracing all the things that are going to make their lives worse, right? Continuing to keep them on coal-fired power plants, right? Not getting them on to renewables, which West Virginia could certainly benefit from. There's plenty of wind in West Virginia. You could get wind power going, sun in the, much of the year. You could be getting power from that. They're not doing that. They're staying locked in the past because they're more useful in that way. I think to some degree politicians like these people being like stuck in the past with nothing. And they're going to continue to suck the resources out of West Virginia until there's absolutely nothing left. Proof, this story right here. WECT 6 from April 8th, 2026. West Virginia data center boom draws criticism over costs and resources. Governor Morrissey announcing $4 billion in private investment. But residents raise concerns about electricity costs and water usage. Governor Patrick Morrissey announced $4 billion in private investment to build data centers across West Virginia, but the plan is facing pushback. The West Virginia state legislature opened the door for data center development in 2023, with a plan promising 30% of funds would stay in host counties. We have a framework that will help make West Virginia not only the best state to open a data center, but best for consumers as well, Morrissey said. Resource and cost concerns. Critics say each data center will consume between 1 and 5 millions of gallons of water a day, employ fewer than a dozen people, and strain the power grid. So while these people's energy bills continue to go up and up and up, rather than investing in renewable energy that would eventually pay for itself and reduce the costs of energy for these people, they are investing in AI data centers, which are going to make this situation far worse, or already it would seem potentially making this situation far worse. Those numbers are insane. $1,500, $2,000 for energy in very small spaces a month. Can't imagine. That's insane. That's fucking wild. But the fact is they're trying to build out these data centers all over the place. They provide 0 jobs. The grand scheme of things might as well be 0, considering how much they take. In comparison, Oh, NRG flow, feeding Leica. More puppy treats. Our puppy pal. But it's not just electricity costs that are up right now, of course. Price at the pump continuing to go up.
Well, it's not surprising, perhaps, that it's fuel that is the big driver of inflation in the US right now. From the end of February until the end of March, it went up by 21.2%. That is the biggest monthly rise since 1967, and we're seeing now the highest prices at the pump since the start of the war in Ukraine in 2022. When you take everything else into account, inflation has gone up here by just under 1%. And today, Kamala Harris, who of course was beaten by Donald Trump to the presidency, offered her view on his leadership of the economy.
What he has done is, instead of taking care of the average everyday folk in America around their need for affordability, he'd been taking care of his rich friends and his own family. You look at what's been happening, the cost of gas, the cost of food, unemployment, inflation have gone up since he has been president.
But the White House is highlighting that some costs are falling. They say the price of eggs has come.
Eggs much cheaper now.
That's much better. Now everybody can, you can put gas, you can, instead of gas, you can put eggs in your gas tank. We're coming up with an engine. We have the best scientists working on it right now. We're going to replace all of the gasoline engines with egg engines. Now, inflation reading came in very hot for March this Friday at 3.3%. The reason gasoline prices up 21.2% since last month. Across the board. Some places much higher. Quite a week it's been. Quite a week it has been. Hasn't it, Space Fams? Things not great. But while everything continued to get more expensive, and the nation went back to talking about the Epstein files, and Donald Trump tacoed on the Iran war, he was also lashing out at the news media, like the New York Times. This is from Monday.
That means violating international law. Quiet. You no longer have credibility at the New York Times because the New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election, and I won in a landslide. I won every swing state. New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election. New York Times has no credibility. The credibility they have is it used to be all the news that's fit to print. The old gray lady, it was great, but they're running on past fumes, and you can't keep doing that. You have to be able to give the correct news.
You have to be able to give the correct news. He's talking about predictions. He's talking about he's like, if you can't predict it right, you can't print it. He's talking about ahead of time. Before he won the election, the New York Times said that he wasn't going to win, and that's bad. Can't predict false things, including predictions. Very nasty. It's fucking insane. Pitchfork Dragon with a sweet super chat. Whoa, StreamLord. Flux capacitor can't handle a whole egg. I think the flux capacitor can handle a whole egg. There's Donald Trump questioning the credibility of the New York Times for predicting the election wrong. Fascinating. I guess. But every outlet has predicted something wrong at some point. Literally, I included myself. If I had no credibility, then you got one thing wrong. You can't predict things wrong. Like it's such a crazy thing to say. Like it's such a deranged, dictatorial thing to say. Oh, you can't ask questions. You're at the wrong press media organization. You guys predicted the election wrong, and therefore you can't ask questions. It would be different if they were just literally outright lying about it. But making I don't even know what he's referring to. I assume it was a poll, which is really not a prediction so much as a poll. But it's not clear Donald Trump understands words. He says a lot of them, but it's not always clear that he understands what he's saying. All right. We got more from President Trump at this news conference. On journalists.
And if the time comes, we move heaven and earth to bring them home safely. We're going to bring our people home safely. I want to thank every member of the U.S. Armed Forces involved in these historic operations. They really were historic. It's just not something that's done. And you'd understand it. Not that they don't want to do it, but when you're going into areas, when you look at these helicopters, when you look at the amount of bullets and everything else that they took, when you go into these areas, you don't come out like we came out. God was watching us. I tell you, well, it was the Easter. We were in the Easter
God did
territory,
that. I believe
guess.
that.
But God was watching us. It's amazing, because when you look at the machinery, they took damage. It tells you. First thing I said is, these are unbelievable machines. How they flew back and not even much of a problem. But these two extraordinary rescues, because it was two, and as you probably know, we didn't talk about the first one for an hour. Then somebody leaked something, which we'll hopefully find that leaker. We're looking very hard to find that leaker. And talked about there's somebody missing. They basically said that we have one and there's somebody missing. Well, they didn't know there was somebody missing until this leaker gave the information. So whoever it was, we think we'll be able to find it out because we're going to go to the gave the information. So whoever it was, we think we'll be able to find it out because we're going to go to the media company that released it, and we're going to say, national security, give it up or go to jail. And we know who, and you know who we're talking about, because something you can't do because.
Well, there's Donald Trump on Monday claiming that the Trump administration was going to go to a news organization, I'm not sure which one, and demand the name of the leaker of a source, essentially. Breaking journalistic, so much of the journalistic tradition. Claiming that they're going to put journalists and or media executives in jail, or whoever, if they don't give them up. I mean, this is the very definition of
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Right, totalitarianism. The great, great, terrible totalitarianism. Everybody's saying it. And actually, that's fine. Everybody's saying dictators are good. And that's why I'm going.
All right, guys, so we got some massive news here about the crimes of the Trump regime. So Ken Klippenstein has this piece. Exclusive, FBI's new political pre-crime center. Are your views on the list of domestic terrorism indicators? So what he's going to explain here, and we'll jump into it in a second, but what he's going to explain here, they're actively targeting and, quote, hunting basically MAGA dissidents, people who oppose the regime. So he says, President Trump's budget request to Congress contains the largest counterterrorism spending increase in years, and buried inside it is a new FBI-led center dedicated to proactively hunting Americans the government classifies as so-called domestic terrorists. The new center and funding boost represent the implementation of Trump's National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, NSPM 7, the sweeping federal order I've been covering since it was signed last September. Though public opposition to ICE succeeded at forcing the administration to back down in Minnesota, even firing both Kristi Noem and Gregory Bavino, the FBI is doubling down on its domestic terrorism obsession. Now, the Trump budget request reveals the FBI runs a dedicated NSPM 7 Joint Mission Center with personnel from 10 federal agencies. It is busy proactively identifying domestic terrorists motivated by any of the following beliefs. Ready? So this is the list. We talked about it before, but anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, support for the overthrow of the U.S. government, extremism on migration, race, and gender, hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family. So what if you're gay in favor of...
What do those three things mean? What is extremism on migration, extremism on race, or extremism on gender mean to this group of people? Because these are the people who are extremists on migration, race, and gender, right? Like, let's be real. What is that? What does that mean? Not hating immigrants. Like, where's the line on that? Like, if you love immigrants too much, that's extreme. That's extremism.
Of gay marriage, you're an extremist. Hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on religion. So if you're an atheist or an agnostic, you're fucking a terrorist. Hostility towards those who hold traditional views on morality, which I don't even know what that one means, because I've never seen a more immoral regime than this one. But apparently you have to believe in their immorality in order to not be a terrorist. So Again, stop and think about this, guys. If you're considered a domestic terrorist, if you're, quote, anti-American, well, they call the entire left wing anti-American. They call liberals and leftists anti-American. They say, like, if you criticize Trump, if you criticize MAGA, if you criticize...
Let's be real. They think Nancy Pelosi is anti-American. Okay? Like, Nancy Pelosi has voted to fund every single, like, military budget for the last 50 years, however long she's been in Congress. They think Joe Biden's un-American. You know? Like, they have weird ideas over there. And this is a disturbing trend that, of course... You know, it's unclear what it is we should even be doing about it. Or what can be done about it. Aside from just making ourselves aware of it. Although, the thing about it all is like, I feel like we shouldn't let that force us to, like, edit ourselves. Or behave in any different... in any different manner than we normally would. Like, it's just a list of vague bullshit. I don't even think these assholes could define if they were prompted to. Now, back to the media momentarily, because Donald Trump had one positive thing to say about the media at the Easter egg roll on Monday morning.
Mr. President, when you say the Mr. President, when you say the American people don't want that, how do you know that? Are you listening to polls?
Well, I tell you what, I'm pretty good at this stuff, and I go around and I check. They'd like to see us win and come home. And I appreciate CNN for the first time maybe in my life. They did a poll, and everyone's saying, oh, is Trump losing MAGA? No, I'm not losing MAGA. MAGA loves what I'm doing. And CNN did a poll of MAGA voters, a big poll, very important poll, Harry. And he went on, he said, this is amazing, 100% support. He said, I've never had a 100% poll at anything before. And is, do you support Trump, MAGA people, which is, by the way, mostly Republican. And if you look, I would say MAGA makes up a majority, like about 95% of the Republican Party, all right? So they went out, they did a poll, and CNN came back 100% support. So they support what we're doing, but they would like to see it end and come back. But remember, wars last years.
Wars last years. We're only a few weeks in. There's Donald Trump quoting the great Harry Emden. Everybody knows him. Perfect poll. 100%. Oh, this is an old poll from like weeks ago. We've talked about this poll a bunch of times now at this point. More puppy treats? More puppy treats, okay. She's already snacking, it looks like. Also, thank you, Narwhal, for a sweet super chat. Sorry, super sticker. Look at that puppy celebrating over there. My gosh, that's one excited little... I think it's a fox. I think we decided it's a fox puppy. Very cute. Thank you, Narwhal. Thank you very much. That gets us... I think we're halfway through. I think we're at 50% now, if I'm doing the math right. But there was Donald Trump claiming that that poll from weeks ago that Harry Emden... or CNN did, showing that 100% of MAGA people who would identify themselves on the phone or in a poll as MAGA 100% support Donald Trump. But that does not mean Donald Trump hasn't been losing MAGA, and it's something that he doesn't seem to understand. He's hanging on to that poll for dear life, but he doesn't realize that if everybody in that poll is still identifying themselves as MAGA, then they're still, of course, supporters of Donald Trump. But he's losing those people, and they're stopping. They're no longer identifying themselves as MAGA, because I think to some degree, many of them feel shame, feel very justified shame for having identified themselves as MAGA, and now they want nothing to do with that. Now that either Trump didn't release the Epstein files, or did the war in Iran, or whatever else, whole host of things people are upset at him for, and they've been, I think, jumping ship. Slowly but surely. But as long as you're still counting yourself as MAGA, you 100% support the president. That's a given. And it makes perfect sense, really. Because he started the Make America Great thing, basically. Although technically you could say it's Reagan. But he really, popularized it in the 21st century. And people identify that as being with Donald Trump. However, more and more people are starting to, as I said, jump ship. Slowly. It's a trickle. But it's happening.
Tackle Trump and let him pretend he's president and publicly report that he's going through a health issue and Vance take over. It literally needs to be something like that. It's that bad.
I've known you a long time. You've never called for an internal coup before.
Ever.
Okay.
You've never
so
called
I
for an
asked
internal
Brian who
coup
this other
before.
guy is. Apparently, he helped Alex Jones with his legal defense.
Yeah, he was part of his Sandy Hook council.
Oh, cool.
There you have it. Alex Jones and Alex Jones's Sandy Hook legal counsel calling for an internal coup. I never heard you call for an internal coup before, says Alex Jones. Never heard you call for one of those before. So yeah, things aren't going super great in the what most of us would have until recently called the MAGAsphere. But now it's becoming more and more the sort of deranged MAGAsphere, the estranged MAGAsphere. The no longer MAGAsphere, the questioning whether or not America will ever be great, or if it ever was, sphere. But one man had a blunt message for those jumping ship right now.
The thing that
Jon
I get
Stewart.
most frustrated with is I think that what is happening with Trump right now, like we're all pointing to, well, he got convinced or maybe his mental acuity. This is who he's been from the fucking get-go. Like when people say like, well, I'm upset with him now and I regret my vote because he lied. He lied the minute he came down the escalator. Through like, oh, it's the largest inauguration that's ever been seen through history. Like there is nothing fundamentally different about his decision-making process or about the manner in which his ADD pushes him from lurching from one endeavor to another. It's like when we said he's a movie trailer president. He doesn't have the stamina to sit through the whole movie. He's just the trailers. And right now, the Iran war, hey, the trailer's done. Now what do I do? So now I just got to leave. Like, it so frustrates me that all these people on the right are like, oh, this really pushed me over the edge. And like, this is the same fucking thing we've been dealing with for 12 years.
Sorry, I'm not going to wait for Mike's breakdown on that one, mostly because I just don't have time tonight. We're moving so freaking slow. We've gotten through less than 40 of my 175 videos, and we're already 4 hours into the stream. It does not bode well for my schedule right now. I'm so sorry, Mike. Love you, pal. Missed you all on Leftist Mafia this week. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if it makes me mad, but John's absolutely right. Anybody who's now jumping ship, I mean, where have you been? Where have you been? It's something I have been asking for a while. When would the dam break on the hypocrisy reservoir that Trump had been filling, daily, monthly, weekly, like every second he was filling it, actually. Guy was, every minute of every day posting on Truth Social more and more lies and other sorts, doing all sorts of other things that were going to make America worse, just definitionally. I was wondering when it would break. It seems like it's slowly, it's a trickle, you know? Got some people with their fingers still in the holes. It's like this. I think there's actually, hold on. I think there's a painting of it. Yeah. It's like this. It's like a boy with his finger in a hole in a dike, which is a word for a dam. Not what you people are thinking. No, nobody could see it. And nobody could see it because I was on The Office. That's good. That's helpful. I'm glad nobody could see that. I just pointed out nothing to anybody. That was helpful. Silas with a blank super chat. Thank you, Silas. Much appreciated. Helping us out on the galactic content goal now. Just a reminder to everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. A lot of great ways for you to support the stream, but we are running, of course, a galactic deficit, and the best ways for you to contribute to both that and the galactic content goal. That's right, you could contribute to 2 goals one time. 1 dono, 2 goals, Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon memberships, both new and upgraded ones. All count towards both goals simultaneously. 2 birds, 1 stone. Truly crazy, but it's real. Write that down for later. Could have your money going much further. Either way, I appreciate all of you and the many ways in which you decide to donate. Because you're all helping to keep the Galactic News Network alive, it's true. Now, staying with the MAGA feud that has been brewing, let's go to France 24 English. Talk about things happening on Truth Social from yesterday.
Now, the 2-week ceasefire, of course, between Iran and the US really dominating the headlines in the press. Dipti is here to take us all through it. Dipti.
Well, Stuart, a day after that fragile ceasefire was signed between the US and Iran, Lebanon has, of course, faced intense bombardment from Israel, and that's dominating this Lebanese French language paper today, L'Orient Le Jour, which says rather bitterly here, the other countries sign while Lebanon bleeds. Al-Aqba, which is a Arab language Lebanese paper close to Hezbollah, this is their front page today. It notes that hundreds of people have died in Israel's 10-minute attack across Lebanon, which targeted hundreds of sites. Israel, which is backed by the U.S., has said that it is that Lebanon is not included in the ceasefire, while Al-Aqba, this paper here, accuses Israel of, quote, blowing up the ceasefire agreement.
Sorry, I forgot again. This one, so France 24 covers a bunch of different stories.
Well, isn't it?
Well, there's a really interesting article from The Atlantic stored here, which is entitled that Trump made a deal that gives him nothing he wanted. And it says that he went to war to ensure Iran would never acquire a nuclear bomb, but Tehran has come away with an arguably more powerful weapon of deterrence against future attacks. It's cheaper and has enormous sway on the world economy, and that is the Strait of Hormuz. So it's really critical about the strategy used by Donald Trump in this war. The New York Times, meanwhile, has an interesting article here in which it details how Donald Trump's once fervent MAGA supporters are now deserting him, or at least taking to Truth Social to criticize his war on Iran. And the Times has actually analyzed some 40,000 posts on the network. Now, it must be noted that the user base of Truth Social is about 6 million users. It's not very big, but it is significant because it allows his supporters to interact directly with him. And now they're using this, the Times says, to express their rather an array of negative emotions.
Authentic Americanus. American who loves my country and freedom. God is our only hope. I put my trust in him. The truth, capital H him, of course. The truth will set us free. I love the Lord above all. Trump won. But the user support is now disappearing. Mr. President, you are losing me as a supporter with this kind of behavior. I have supported you for so long, and I am just to my point where I'm ready to wash my hands of supporting you. I have been put through a lot of garbage for supporting you since 2016. Oh, God. Oh, no. By the way, you'll notice this one is... Actually, it doesn't. There is no. Actually, doesn't say the date on this particular post, but it said they joined in 2022, which is like when Truth Social was created. So this guy joined the second Trump made Truth Social. He's like, "Oh my God, the great leader Donald Trump's creating a social media platform is the best thing I've ever heard. Let me get on there. First one, Authentic American. Oh my God, yes, I got the handle. It's amazing." I'm the most authentic American on the planet. Mr. President, you are losing me as a supporter. Oh, God.
They have, following Donald Trump's actions that, quote, heartbreak their anger. This user says, Mr. President, you are losing me as a supporter. Another user says, I voted for you 3 times. What on earth are you doing?
Now, from Dipty,
I voted for you 3 times. What on earth are you doing? Great question. I just realized, I see the problem. Okay, there we go. Yeah, exactly. He's wearing away the MAGAs. They're the ones who are still calling themselves MAGAs are MAGAs. They still support Trump. But he is losing MAGAs left and right. People are jumping the MAGA ship. They no longer think that perhaps making America great again is even a worthy goal, or one that they would want to associate themselves with. It's a fascinating development.
So, guys, it finally happened. As you all know, Alex Jones made a hard turn on Trump, and I think it had to do with the fact that yeah, his business was just collapsing in on himself. It was totally untenable, right? Like there was this big split among MAGA pundits, and you had, the Candace Owens types, Tucker Carlson, fucking Megyn Kelly, Nick Fuentes. They're all like more Trump critical, or certainly critical of the Iran war, critical of Israel, right? But then you have the Laura Loomers and the Mark Levins and the Ben Shapiros, and they're not. And like Alex rode hard for Trump. I mean, he was meat munching to the max, y'all. But clearly, now Trump's at 33% approval rating. He's just, everybody hates him. Any reasonable person hates him. You have to be a total Kool-Aid drinking freak to still support him. And so Alex realized, okay, I got to finally make a fucking move. So he did. But look at how quick the turn hit. Like, it was a hard break, because now look at this. He posts, exclusive, Alex Jones responds to Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes saying that Trump could be the antichrist. All right, let's get it. Let's see what we got. Here we go.
Is it possible that what you're watching is a very stealthy yet incredibly effective attack on what, from a Christian perspective, is the true faith, belief in Jesus? Is that what really is under attack here? Is that maybe that's what's been under attack for a long time? Maybe our whole lifetime. Maybe almost everything we see is an attack on that faith. The one faith that is always attacked. Always and everywhere for 2,000 years. Many faiths have been attacked. Many religious people of different religions have been killed over the past 2,000 years. But there's been only one sustained effort.
To say this in this moment, when like the most acceptable form of bigotry in this country is Islamophobia, is kind of astonishing. Like,
Okay, hold on. We can't watch this whole video, mostly because I just got to keep this sucker moving.
Terms.
And people go, Mr. Flex.
Okay, I see what he's saying. He's saying perhaps Trump sees this Iran war as like fulfilling biblical prophecy because he's been convinced by the psychos around him to believe that. And by the way, because he views the surviving of the assassination attempt, so he reportedly had like a religious awakening and revival when that happened. So now he thinks he's part of God's plan.
There's too many of them. What are we going to do? I'm like, I told you not to vote for Trump. The Antichrist was on the ballot. They practically said, Antichrist 2024, Gog and Magog at Armageddon. Like, you voted for this.
He's sort of cooking there, low-key.
And here's Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes asking, is President Trump the Antichrist? No, but this is an Antichrist spirit creeping into the White House where he's Jesus, he's going to save us.
The spirit of the Antichrist is not the actual Antichrist. All right, everybody, you gotta understand this. It's the spirit of the Antichrist. It's different. It's not the physical manifestation of the Antichrist. Like Voldemort, he still doesn't have the strength to physically manifest, so it's the spirit. It's his spirit, and it's coming into the White House, it's taking over the president, and oh, God, it's
the
bad.
Beginning of the rise of the Antichrist.
This is bad. Oh no, we're headed down dark times. Exactly. He's not the Antichrist, NRG Flow. He's just Antichrist adjacent. It's the spirit of the Antichrist. It's got vibes. It's Antichrist vibes. Now here's a question I was asking myself while watching this. I was thinking, does this count as anti-Christian or anti-American or any of the other things on that FBI list that they're so worried about? Calling the president the Antichrist? I mean, oh boy, that sounds like both anti-America and... That's America last and Christianity last type of behavior right there, if you ask me.
You are not funny.
Just saying, just making points, just over here thinking out loud about stuff. Now, perhaps not shockingly, with the right-wing online media sphere losing faith in Donald Trump, Donald Trump is now losing faith in the online right-wing media sphere. And he has been burning the bridges. Oh, yes.
Let's see what Donald Trump is saying here. I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think it's wonderful for Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon because they have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it. Their families know it. And everyone else knows it too. Oh my God, it's so long. Look at their past. Look at their record. They don't have what it takes, and they never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows, and aren't even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. Now they think they get some clicks because they have third-rate podcasts, but nobody's talking about them, and their views are the opposite of MAGA. Or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. Yeah, except you're doing a presidential crash out on a bunch of podcasters, and obviously if they were irrelevant, you wouldn't be doing that. Okay, that's number one. Number two, and perhaps even more significant than that, is that you won by a landslide in an election where people were feeling the impact of the inflation and also were frustrated by, the war, the genocide that was going on. And not only that, but you position yourself as a no new wars candidate, and now you're going against that. So yes, on the one hand, you obviously have your cult who will stand by you no matter what, but it's ridiculous to claim that like this is what you won the election for. It's the exact opposite. You are not following through on the spirit of MAGA. Unless, if we're being really honest about it, and Trump certainly is, the spirit of MAGA is whatever the Donald Trump wants it to be. And just gave CNN a 100% approval rating of Trump, not hand-flailing fools like Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never...
What? This post is available as a printed pamphlet. It's huge. It's ridiculous. Reading through it yesterday was quite a time. I'm glad I don't have to do it again today, and we can have Hassan do it. Stupid, sexy, because make stupid, sexy Hassan do something. I mean, come on.
Saying perhaps you should see a good psychiatrist or Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me the now famous only Rosie O'Donnell question, or crazy Candace Owens, who accused the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she is not.
Highly respected.
You shouldn't bring that up. That's like one of
Brigitte
Candace's
Macron.
most popular positions, I think.
That's what I was saying yesterday. That's what I was saying yesterday. That's one of Candace's most views-getting series, if I'm not mistaken. She's been making, she's been making bank on the Brigitte. What's the series? There's like a series. It's a whole series. Not The Bride of Charlie. Becoming Brigitte. 11 videos. She's done 11 videos, and who knows exactly how many millions? 10, 20. I'm trying to look at it right now. I'm trying to do the math on it. Like 30, 40 million views at least. Like something like that.
Kind of look like you're defending France, which you never want to be doing, and will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. Oh my God, you're hoping that a French person that is associated with Macron defeats an American conservative commentator in a lawsuit about false accusations of being
MAGA
trans.
is whatever I
my
say
God.
it is.
Especially by the fact...
Look, America first is whatever I say. Okay? That's the thing everybody doesn't get. Crazy Candace. Crazy Candace.
And will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. Oh my God, you're hoping that a French person that is associated with Macron defeats an American conservative commentator in a lawsuit about false accusations of being trans. Oh my God, this is worse than Trump being like, I love Israel, I put Israel before Americans. From the perspective of like his own fan base, he could just get away with saying like, I love Israel, Israel's the greatest country on earth, whatever, right? They also are evangelical Zionists anyway. But this unironically hits, dude. This hits Trump's base directly on the head. He's coming across like he's in support of not just any Frenchman.
Seriously, this is what I was saying yesterday. I mean, in slightly different words. But I was like, yo, this is a declaration of war. This is Donald Trump coming out and saying, MAGA is what I say. America first is what I say. And if you disagree, go fuck yourself. Okay? He just came out and said a bunch of things that are, at least within the right-wing, MAGA sphere, incredibly incendiary. like challenging a bunch of firmly held positions by millions of his own supporters. Oh God. Sandy Hook, Candace Owens' Brigitte Macron thing, and then Tucker, all at once. It's crazy.
But Macron, he's coming across as disparaging trans panic adjacent rumor, which again his base eats up. It's very crazy. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is a far more beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it's not even close. Crazy. Or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things. Okay, again, he's bankrupt because he fought for conservatism from the perspective of Republicans, who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune, as he should have, for his horrendous attack on the families of Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming it was a hoax. You might as well yell at Alex Jones for being an anti-vaxxer next. What the buddy, you went on a show after he did
Exactly.
that. Oh my God, what a fake friend he is. I don't know how to feel about this. I feel like this might actually cause a real fissure in the base. It's clear.
The title is hilarious. Donald Trump is prominent conspiracy theorist. "Quote unquote, your reputation is amazing. I will not let you down," he told Alex Jones during an interview. "You'll be very, very impressed." Yes, so impressed.
I don't know how to feel about this. I feel like this might actually cause a real fissure in the base. It's clear that he's been watching
Seriously.
the movement taking place on the independent media side. And
Yeah, Donald Trump's perfectly aware of all these sorts of like buttons to push. Like these are very specific buttons to push. He's going after some of the biggest, like right-wing online Trump supporting influencers and personalities here. It's really, like I said, it is a genuine declaration of war. No matter how much I disagree with all of the people, Megyn Kelly, Candace, Alex Jones, Tucker, any of these other people that are in here, I think they're all terrible. But like they have a base, they have an audience that overwhelmingly supports Trump. It's like of like the genuine non-hate watching people, it's got to be like close to 100%, somewhere between 99 and 100. Like approaching 100, but maybe not quite there. I don't know. Maybe a few independents in there. But I mean, this is wild. Like all of those Trump supporters are now being put in a real hard place by the president, calling out some of their favorite influencers. I found this to be quite a fascinating tweet for Trump to pull this in the middle of Operation Epstein Fury when he needs all of these guys' support most. He's like, fuck that. Screw all of you. I won't let you criticize me.
Independent media is fully pulled out, right? The podcasters don't fuck with him no more. Even Joe Rogan is like anti-Israel now, or anti-Israel curious at least. He's clearly been bought.
And the thing about this move for me that I find so strange is that, of course, in early days of Trump's administration, we were hearing about how the Trump administration, even perhaps Trump himself, was coordinating with and communicating with all of these people we're talking about. Right? Like they were all like, in fact, like didn't like Tucker, like after he made like one of these thing when he came out and he said something about Trump, like didn't he come out and like say that Trump called him, and he like kind of like reversed his position on the thing? I feel like that's happened multiple times in the last year. Like we're all well aware of this, like being the case, like the sort of interconnected nature of the Trump administration and the right-wing media ecosystem. It's fascinating to me that they rather than just like reaching out to them and being like, hey, you're being very nasty right now. I don't know if you've noticed, but you're kind of not helping. Instead of that, and maybe he did that, and they're like, "I'm sorry, but you're losing me." And maybe they have like genuine. And to be honest, it's fair, like because people are starting to jump ship on this. To be like, he has crossed all of the conservative red lines that I used to think existed. So it's about time, but like it's just fascinating to watch it happen because he's had such a command over like the media, not just the the independent media, but also of course the traditional media vicariously through people like Larry Ellison and stuff. And it's just to see him break with these personalities who he's gotten along with and who have spoken so highly about him in the past is such a weird move. I'm trying to think. I got to look through them, but this is like, we're talking about, there's definitely, what do you call it? Venn diagram on these guys, right? Like most of the people who subscribe to Candace Owens also probably subscribe to Tucker Carlson, also probably subscribe to Megyn Kelly. Right, but there's probably some amount of people who are like, I can't stand Candace, but I love Megyn for whatever reason. I don't know. I assume that's a thing though. Some people who are like, I can't listen to women. I only listen to Tucker. Megyn and Candace, they're too crazy. Like, you know those people exist. So there's got to be, there's of course some overlap, but Candace has like 6 million. So Candace is 6 million on YouTube alone. I have no idea what her Rumble or other numbers. TikTok, I assume she's on there too.
Up all of this anger and resentment about his most loyal servants in independent media, and he's basically lost them. Who does he have on the Republican side?
They have almost the exact same number of subscribers. Candace has 5.9. Tucker has 5.6.
On the independent media side, who does he have remaining? Ben Shapiro? Ben Shapiro's done. He's dead. He's got nothing. It does.
Megan's got 4.1.
This is the bridge day he was talking about. He's burning all of them. Yeah.
So I'm going to assume that Megan's the bottom of the barrel. So we'll go that as the floor. So I guess we'll say like 4.2 million, which is what Megan has. We'll say that's everybody who subscribes to Megan also subscribes. I'm just playing this game. However we want to play it. You can say I'm wrong on this. But let's just say it's 4.1 for Megan, right? 4.2, whatever it is. And that's like the center, right? That's the overlap in the Venn diagram. So what is that? 7.5 million? That's like 7.5 million people.
This is how he's burning the...
Maybe.
He's not burning bridges in Tehran. He's burning bridges in the United States of America. These so-called pundits are losers, and they always will be. Now, fake news CNN, the failing New York Times, and all the other radical left news organizations are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They're not MAGA. They're losers just trying to latch on MAGA. As president, I could get them on my side anytime I want to, but when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on world and country affairs.
I don't even return their calls.
He sounds like such a bitch. Oh, I'm too busy.
Seriously.
You're kind of like a snotty faced bitch.
Oh my God. But that's literally what I was saying though. It's like, it's weird. He's like, he's not even like talking to them anymore. Why? He's like he's having like a pity party. Like he refuses to talk to them because they've criticized him a couple of times in the last 6 months. Barely, I would point out. Like, I mean, Megyn Kelly was just out there defending him in the Epstein files and all this shit. I mean, these people have been basically defending him on practically everything. For him not to want to work with them is insane. Just because, you know, they might have criticized him a couple of times. It seems like really, really short-sighted stuff. Like, this is I'm trying to think of the historical example. It's like the difference. Oh God, I'm struggling right now. Like, Trump is starting to really clearly exhibit just sort of like the unpopular dictator type of mentality at this point, right? And like, but he's got so much power that he just doesn't care. It's such a problem. Like, he's got so much power at this point. Republicans have handed over so much power to him, like that he just believes that he cannot be touched, that nothing can hurt him. That's how he thinks. He's deranged. He's a deranged lunatic who thinks he's untouchable at this point. And the fact is, he's surrounded by a bunch of lunatics who literally tell him that he has God's blessing, like Paula White. You know, like he's got a bunch of lunatics, you know, in the White House, like just cheering him on while the rest of America boos.
Presidential work. I'm too busy being president. I'm dealing with the country and the world. I don't have any time except for writing this long effort post about them. They go nasty just like Marjorie Trader Brown. But I no longer care about that stuff, even though I'm talking about it clearly, and it definitely do care about it quite a bit. I only care about doing the right for our country. MAGA is about winning in strength in not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again, and these people have no idea how to do that, but I do, because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere in the world, President Donald J. Trump. This is the dominoes, dude. This is the dominoes falling, right? Like the events that have unfolded so far have led to this real fissure. First, it was the Epstein stuff, right? Donald Trump comes out and talks about Jeffrey Epstein and like farms the conspiracy right, and then totally pivots away from it. Yeah, this was the reason why he's coming after Tucker. We'll watch that first. Tucker cooked his ass in a way that I think is actually pretty thoughtful, weirdly enough. I still don't trust him, obviously.
Yeah, there's no reason to trust Tucker. Anyways, we're going to move on from this. But, I mean, this whole thing was fucking wild. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I'm still sort of in shock by Donald Trump's decision to do this. By the way, is this new? Am I the only one noticing it? But did Hassan buy a Kaya cam? Did he install a Kaya cam so that everybody can watch Kaya while he's streaming? Why is that a thing now? The 4K Kaya cam? Really? Who does that? Who puts their puppy on stream? Come on. Don't listen to me like don't listen to daddy. I'm saying silly things. It's very weird, Hassan, to buy a camera for your dog. Well, oh, Ducky wants to give Leica more treats. And she shall have them. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Hassan, for breaking down Trump's tirade on Truth Social. The epic bridge burning we all just witnessed this week between Donald Trump and a number of right-wing influencers online. I guess really all influencers are online, aren't they? There's like no like real life influencer. Like, it's not a thing. Tudor Opulos, thank you for the follow. But clearly people are losing their support for Donald Trump quicker and quicker. Leaving the MAGA camp faster and faster. However, there are some important numbers to keep in mind. While we just went over the fact that there's probably something like 7 million people between the three of them, Tucker, Candace, Alex Jones. That's still a lot less people than the number of people who voted for Donald Trump. I think the very best place to go get the very best numbers is, of course, the very best. The great, great Harry Ebden at CNN.
Overnight, President Trump going hard on some of his really political allies, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, others. This is what he wrote about Carlson. Again, they have been critical of the war in Iran. He wrote, Carlson, who couldn't even finish college, he was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good side. Overnight, President.
I'm sorry. I meant to pause that. I clicked backwards because I just couldn't. Oh my God. He is going so hard. He's going so hard right now on Truth Social. Hand flailing fools like Tucker Carlson who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist. Oh my God. He's so petty. He's an angry, petulant man baby.
You're a little baby.
You're a little baby. You're a little baby. Who says that? You need help.
You have a mental health problem.
Some of the nicer stuff he wrote. CNN chief data analyst Harry
Some of the nicer
is
stuff
here
he
right
wrote. It's
now.
actually true. John's actually right. That is some of the more restrained things that he said.
The president attacking Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson going after the president on Iran and other things. When voters who are predisposed to like both of them look at this, I suppose the question is, what do they see? How are they doing with Republicans and like Republican leading independents?
Yeah, let's start off with Tucker Carlson, who has been in absolute free fall with Republicans. I mean, just take a look at this. Look at this trend line. Tucker Carlson's net favorable. Back in March of 2024, when he and Donald Trump were very close friends, look at this. He was at plus 54 points. Look at where he is today at only plus 7 points among Republicans, and that includes GOP-leaning independents. I mean, that is a drop of what, 47 percentage points. My goodness gracious, when you go up against Donald Trump and you want to appeal to the Republican base, to quote the movie Good Burger, you go on the grinder, and that is exactly what has happened to Tucker Carlson, who has absolutely collapsed among Republicans.
So if it is a choice between the president and Tucker Carlson among these voters, what do they basically say?
Yeah, they choose Donald Trump basically every single time. Look at this. Okay, the exact same poll, this UMass Lowell poll. Look at this. Net favorables among Republicans. Again, this is Republicans plus Republican-leaning independents. You see Carlson on the right side of your screen at plus 7 points. Look at where Donald Trump is at plus 61 points. And this is actually a little bit low for Donald Trump. In other polls around the same time, he was even higher than this. Again, he is crushing Tucker Carlson. What is this? This is a 54-point advantage for Donald Trump over Tucker Carlson when it comes to who is more popular among Republican voters.
Here we go. Tucker Carlson in the meat grinder. According to the great Harry Emden. Losing massively in his popularity among the GOP base. Trump still plus 61. Although, I think Harry goes on to say it later, but this is actually somewhat bad numbers for Donald Trump. The 61 is lower than it was a year ago. He had much higher favorability in the GOP this time last year. It was near 90% or something like that. He's lost a whole bunch of ground too, but apparently going after Trump is still more toxic than being Donald Trump. And Tucker Carlson has learned that the hard way. But I would still point out this number, plus 7. Plus 7. Plus 7 is going to, I think, be important later on. Not right now. Well, we'll talk. Actually, it will later this stream, actually. But in a little bit. This will probably become a fairly relevant number. Because if people like Tucker Carlson or Alex Jones or any of the other people that Trump has been going after in the right, wing ecosystem or whomever else, if those people can continue to hold on to positive favorability ratings within the GOP party, what that means, in my estimation, is that some number of those people will be disincentivized from voting for Donald Trump. People will, those people who are still hanging on, those plus 7, who are still, all those the people who make up a net favorable view of Carlson in the GOP party. Just said the GOP party. But that's going to spell bad news in the midterms, which we are going to be talking about immediately, if not sooner. However, Gotta take a quick moment here. Do two different things. A, remind you all that we have 7 minutes and 30 seconds left on the galactic content goal, which we are, thanks to Akios, now I think 6 of 10. 60% of the way through completing. Where's the Leica cam? Your browser crashed. There is no Leica cam. We can't afford a Leica cam around here, okay? Can't afford these things. No Leica cam. We have one camera. We can barely afford puppy treats around here. We can't go affording multiple cameras for dogs. Love Leica, but let's be real. We have a galactic deficit with which to fund. We can't be buying cameras all of a sudden. That's ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Do I look like Hassan to you? I mean, success-wise, of course, I'm a beautiful Adonis. Stupid, sexy streamlord. That's what everybody's calling me these days. But I mean, do I look like a goddamn millionaire to you? Answer no. Answer not a millionaire. Not even a thousandaire right now. I'm lucky to pay the bills next month in air. In fact, I'm slightly behind on this month's bills, I just found out, which is disturbing to me. Could be problematic. Sean L. Kearns with a sweet super chat. We is Bo. That's fair and totally true. I understand. Times is tough. Times is tough out there. Eb Silver with a sweet super chat. Pizza ball a cam. All right, if we can't afford a Leica cam, we certainly can't afford a pizza ball a cam. Okay, I appreciate the super chat, Eb Silver, but there's no way. There's no way. And I also don't understand what your obsession with pizza ball is. It's still not clear to me. I feel like I need to look into this guy because you're constantly bringing him up, and I don't understand the importance of this man. Why is pizza ball so damn important? It's a question I keep asking. Fact is, it's not entirely clear to me. All I know is that he's some religious figure or something, isn't he? Anyway, that gets us really close to completing the galactic conflict. Oh, you know what I should check? I should check the K-shape and the PayPal. K-shape and the PayPal. That thing on K-shape. PayPal, though. Oh, snap. Donos over on PayPal from CJ, from the Six, and from Glitchmaster, who's got a message for everyone. America first. If by America you mean Trump. Glitchmaster. Glitchmaga. Well, thank you to everyone. That's going to do it. All right, everybody. Oh, Pizza Ball, is the Cardinal of Jerusalem. Okay. Fascinating. Yeah, we don't have the money for a pizza ball cam, I'm sorry. Definitely not that, and also a Leica cam off the table too, I think. At least for now. But let's be real, I mean, Leica, she's always noticeable in the camera on the corner. Is that not good enough? Does she need her own camera? I think she looks beautiful right where she is. Either way, thank you to everybody for contributing to the galactic content goal, as well as the galactic deficit, which I have to update now thanks to those donos from CJ and Glitchmaster. 70 of 478, really making progress there. Now approximately 1/7 of the way through the goal. Not terrible. Right? Wait. No, more than that. Wait. Yeah, no. 1/7. We're getting there. We're making progress. Making progress. Well, I appreciate everybody. All of your incredible generosity. Gonna end the confetti party. I think I'm gonna send us to a quick break since we're 4 hours in. We skipped the first break. So I think we're gonna do that. We'll do at least one. We'll do at least one here. So people can, if they have to, if they have no other way of getting up and getting away from the stream, we'll take a quick galactic intermission here. Let people recharge themselves. Perhaps their phones, their batteries, internal or otherwise. Grab some snacks, some drinks, things like that. Don't worry though, we'll be right back after these brief messages. Wait, whoops. Wrong music. No, not that either. Yep. All right, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. We got Throne if you'd like to contribute to the funding of physical items which would eventually arrive at my doorstep down on Earth. That's right, you could go window shopping, or literally shopping, for yours truly. But, of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. That's right, only 10 cents a day. So many benefits. Not even gonna mention them. Just click the link in my bio on YouTube or Twitch and find out what lies in store. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back.
Of course, this isn't even just talking about the MAGA base.
All right, everybody. The break is over. And the stream is about to begin once again. So you better get back in your seats, otherwise you're going to miss it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay. Well, we are back from our first break of the evening. Already over 4 hours into the stream, and this is going to be an extremely long one, people, so buckle up. It's been an incredibly eventful week. What can I say? It has taken us 4 hours to get through a little over 45 videos or something like that, maybe less. Which, you know, usually would be like about a half a list for me, but today it's closer to a fourth of a list, and that's a problem, time-wise for me. So there's some stuff I'm going to wind up having to cut out at some point. Ah, boy. All right. Now, as we've just seen, the right-wing ecosystem online is lashing out at Trump, and Trump is in turn lashing out at them. Even Alex Jones' former lawyer suggesting that they do a coup. That's pretty extreme, if you ask me. But one guy took things to an extreme, very extreme level. A warehouse worker. Completely unrelated, well, unrelated to the president, it would seem, but focused at the oligarchs who own the warehouse. This one worker decided to take it upon themselves to make a visible, physical manifestation, a display, if you will, of their frustrations.
Tonight, new video on social media has surfaced of what appears to be inside a warehouse as someone is going around the room starting several fires while talking about their salary.
All you had to do was pay us enough to live.
I came across this local story from Ontario, California that I think should actually be a national story because it could give us a little hint as to where things may go if we continue down this path of unaffordability, low wages, and the rising cost of living. So this is a man that set fire to his warehouse, a warehouse worker, of toilet paper as he complained about how he was not paid enough to live. So I'm going to first play for you the raw footage here. This is shared from Raw's Alerts of the fire alongside him setting fire to his warehouse. And then I'll get to the local news report discussing it as well. And I'm going to get to some of the reactions to this news story, which reminded me a lot of the reaction to Luigi Mangione.
Should have paid us enough to fucking live. You know, we may not get paid enough to fucking live, but these bitches dirt cheap. All you had to do was pay us enough to live. All you had to do was pay us enough to fucking live. All you had to do was pay us enough to live.
All right. So first, it's important to note that nobody was hurt, thankfully, and the fire appeared to just be contained to the warehouse itself. I'll get to more details from the local news report from NBC LA that covered this as well. But look, this is the kind of thing that I don't want to predict is going to happen more, but the conditions are ripe for people to essentially snap and lash back at their employers for how they're being treated. We are in a situation where people can see that the wealthy are getting wealthier, that during the pandemic, billionaires quadrupled their wealth, and I'll get to more data on that in a minute here, while everybody else lost out. And if you continue not addressing the needs of the vast majority of people, the working class, people are going to begin to lash out like this. It should be a warning to those in power, politicians and the billionaires that control them.
Yeah. A warning indeed. That guy really took that to the next level. Showing his frustrations in a rather, I guess you'd call it incendiary manner. Get it? Because you lit it on, he said. Fire. Okay, not funny. Too soon? Alright, I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit in this video.
So I did do a little search. This is from Glassdoor. So again, these are estimates, averages here. But we can guess that the warehouse worker was maybe making around $37K to $46K, while the truck driver was making $60K to $88K. So there's a really good breakdown here. This is FM Smith 319 on TikTok. This is from a year ago.
It's not the overspending, it's the cost of living. Here is a breakdown of the average Gen Z and millennials' cost of living in today's world. So number one is rent. Everyone knows that Gen Z and millennials have to have a roommate. So splitting a 2-bedroom apartment with utilities is around $1,500. If you have a car, a $12,000 to $15,000 used car is still going to run you $400 a month. Car insurance and gas is another $300. Student loan payment, $500. You're going to have groceries for $500. You're going to have personal care, doctor's appointments, hair, gym, about $150, and then cell phone and miscellaneous $150. That's $3,500 a month, which is baseline. Do you know how much $3,500 a month is? $70,000 a year, or $34 an hour. Because after you take out taxes, put $300 for health insurance, and do a healthy $500 401k contribution, that leaves you at $3,500. This is no fun, no savings, no maintenance, no clothes, no kids, no traveling, no vacations, no bachelor parties, no weddings, no funerals, no clothes, no school supplies, nothing. And this is paycheck to paycheck. And on top of it, they're holding $40,000 of student loan debt, a $15,000 car, and if they ever wanted to buy a house with closing costs and the down payments, another $50,000. So they need $105,000. So even if they were somehow able to scrounge up after $70,000 of paycheck to paycheck, $5,000 to go to a concert, to have avocado toast, whatever it is, $5,000 a year, it would take them 20 years to pay off this debt and save up for a house. 20 years of living with the roommate where that rent's going up, and they're making $70,000 a year as a college graduate. The average person in this country makes $50,000. It is not the overspending. It is a cost of living crisis.
And that was a year ago. Things have only gotten more unaffordable since then. I think a lot of people who are well off truly don't understand that a lot of people who are poor or homeless have jobs.
Yep. No, they're just eating too much avocado toast. Playing too many video games, eating too much avocado toast. That's the problem. Now, one thing we could do before going to such a level is vote. You know, do democracy and stuff. Yes, indeed. And people were talking about the elections this week. number of different ones happening. Special elections in Wisconsin and Georgia. One, I believe, as a result of the, well, not as I believe, I'm like 100% certain. One, as a result of the retiring of Marjorie stock trader Greene. But before we get to those, I would like to talk about some upcoming elections. That's right. Because we got to stop talking about the elections in the past. We have to talk about them in the future tense. We have to be talking about what we're doing to get the best outcomes from these elections. Are we mobilizing properly? Are we knocking on doors? Are we even aware of who to vote for? These are the questions we should be asking ourselves. And in the great state of Michigan, in August, first week of August, there will be a midterm primary happening where all of the congressional seats will be up, all the congressional seats, one governor's seat, and one Senate seat will all be up for election, among other things like special elections going on. One Hassan Piker went to Michigan to campaign for a man by the name of Abdul al-Sayed. Here is that live stream from last
A lot of these college campus stops.
Actually, I take it back. It was totally Tuesday.
I made a huge, tiny mistake. People constantly ask me, Hassan, everything is so chaotic right now. How do you pay attention to what's going on? And how do you not feel so nihilistic? Especially because in the current duopoly that we have, one party is obviously representing tyranny. We know that, right? They're the fascist Republican Party. And the other party is supposed to be a counterbalance, a force against the awful politics, the repulsive, morally repugnant politics that Republicans represent. And yet the Democrats are out of touch. So how do you not feel nihilistic? And I tell them, you have to hold on to little positive changes that you make both in your life that will have reverberating outcomes that will lead to a sea change.
Interesting. Conversations that will lead to reverberating change. Let's have a conversation. Let's do just that. In a van.
All right, perfect. All right, we swapped. What's up, everybody? We're currently in a undisclosed car, heading to an undisclosed location. We got Abdul Sayed Summerlee here, and their entire teams are here as well. We're heading to Michigan State University first, right? We're going to be doing Michigan State first. We're going to be doing some speeches. There's going to be a rally. It's indoor or outdoor?
Indoor.
Indoor.
Indoor, hopefully.
Thank God.
It's still like 20. The sun is out, but it's still like 27 degrees outside.
Yeah.
That's not great.
It is very cold, but the spirits are high, yeah, I'm excited.
So welcome to Michigan, man. Thanks for coming out. Summer, thank you so much. I feel like.
Now the right wing and liberal Zionists have been teaming up to come after Abdul al-Sayed for having Hassan at this event. We watched a clip earlier this week on CNN of a Jake Tapper. Actually, I think it was through a Hassan stream. I don't think I have it right now. I could find it, but like Jake Tapper was like having on guests to like shit on Hassan, but like the right wing has also been like freaking out over the fact that this guy's hanging out with Hassan because they all think Hassan is the antichrist who's bringing Sharia law to America and communism or whatever.
China. I feel like Pennsylvania and Michigan are basically like siblings.
Definitely.
Communist.
Communist.
I've been trying to get somebody to run for Senate in Pennsylvania against somebody.
Our Senate race.
Who shall remain unnamed?
Your Senate race is way closer. We should definitely.
Yeah, what is interesting is that they did CNN chose not to post their L. I think it must have been on X or something that Hassan was watching the clip. But I can't find the CNN clip. So I think it must they must not have posted it because they realized just how lame that segment was. I kind of want to find that. I'll find that in a second because it's ridiculous.
We should be focused on what
they say,
is happening right now.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I'm trying to build a
important Senate race. What is it? What are you guys?
That somebody was
What are
on.
you? August?
We're August 7th for the August 4th for the primary, November 3rd for the general.
I think this door is a little bit open, by the way.
Like it's
I don't think they closed it fully.
Oh man.
Just so you guys know.
All right, so we gotta.
I'm just letting you know, it's fine.
I feel a little
March,
stressed.
if you fly off, I'll hold you. Okay. Only because you're connected to the camera and the bag.
Oh God. Okay, now we can sit here and listen to Hassan and Abdul Al-Sayed, Jar, John, but we could also just go on to his website and look at his campaign priorities. Wait, why won't this go over? Oh, is it because of this? Really? That seems weird. Wait, what? Oh, this is on Chrome. Son of a bitch. That's why. We could just look at his campaign priorities on his website. I'm also fairly certain many people are familiar with Abdul Al-Sayed, so I don't want to stick on this one too long because we have other things to talk about. I'd rather try and get us familiarized with other people, which is kind of the point of the midterms talking tonight more than anything. An economy for working people, a healthier America, a sensible foreign policy, common sense priorities for our future. Abdul is fighting for an economy that works for everyone, healthcare for all, affordable housing, quality education, clean air and water, and sensible foreign policy. In the state that built the American dream, it shouldn't be hard to get by. Abdul believes in an economy built by and for working people. Abdul will fight against corporate tax breaks and the capture of our economy by billionaires and would-be oligarchs. He believes that every worker deserves the right to join a union and to earn a fair wage. And he believes that one good job should pay enough to raise a family. Abdul will fight for an economy where anyone can start and grow a business to build wealth for themselves, their family, their workers, and their communities. And Abdul believes that every American deserves guaranteed health care regardless of what they do for work. Abdul believes in abolishing medical debt as he did for upwards of 300,000 Michiganders. Well, there you go. Which is a small snippet of who Abdul is and what his campaign supposedly stands for. Seems good. Seems good. Everything I've heard about Abdul is good. And everybody that I know that I respect in politics also likes this guy. Okay, we're gonna move on from Michigan because that's months from now. It's like It's like 4 or 5 months from now. We gotta focus on some things that are coming up immediately,
If not sooner.
And that is states like Ohio and Indiana. They being the first two, the next two. Wait a second, where is my... Oh, there it is. There it is. But yeah, just a reminder, everybody. May 5th, Ohio and Indiana are the first two. We're going to be referencing this thing in a while. I think I might color code it. Make it look better. Because it's not great. It could look better, right? It could be better. Like, it's not perfect. I'm doing what I can. But this is the Chrome sheet, which I've created, which I also have to repost. Like, it wasn't working properly, the thing I was trying to do. I'm going to repost it. I've created a channel, just so everybody knows. I have created a channel inside of the Discord server. Open to everybody who's already got access to the channels inside of the server. Sign up sheet. All you have to do is react to the message. When I see that, I will reach out to you at some point and try and get your details, specifically your email address. And for those of you who have already reacted to that, who want to be on this, or who haven't and want to be on the list, feel free to just send me your email on Discord, because that's the only way for me to allow people to be able to edit this list. But what I'm going to do is to, people that I trust, I'm going to give you all access to this Google sheet, which I've been working on. Although I will be keeping a constant updated copy somewhere. I'm going to try and figure out a way to do that easily and seamlessly, hopefully without AI. Absolutely without AI, actually. Now that I think about it, there's no way I'm going to use AI for it. I just have to copy it every day, specific time, something like that. To make sure nothing catastrophic happens. If someone accidentally deletes it all, shit happens, I'll have it backed up, hopefully, as best as possible. Because I know shit happens, even if unintentional. But if you want to be part of this, join up, because the fact is we got literally hundreds of races for every single congressional seat in Congress. 35 Senate races and 35 governor's races or something like that. I don't know the exact number on those, actually. It's something like 35, though. So something like 66% of governors and 33% of Senate seats are all up, as well as all of Congress. Big changes could happen this fucking year, Space Fans, and it's just a matter of help. Honestly, I can't do it all on my own. This is so much to take on. I'm working on it right now and trying to get it organized and figure out exactly what needs to even be tackled. I've figured out what needs to be tackled, and I'm looking at it in the last 24, 48 hours, and I realize I truly do need all of your help, which is why I created the channel. So react to that. Hit me up if you want to be involved. I will add you as a contributor to the sheet when you'll be able to take on. And so what I want to do is first, what I want to do is have people sign up for different districts, preferably in your own state, because maybe it'll trigger something for you, right? Politically, like in your own state. I feel like that's probably for the best. But if it's not, if you're from a different country and if you're one of our Canadian viewers or one of our Australian viewers or one of our British viewers, you feel free to join in. We still need your help. I think what I want to do, I'm going to make two separate sheets. One is a sign-up sheet, and then one where we're going to actually write down the people that we think should be in each seat, that we should vote for in the 2026 primaries, and then work on this. But it'd be best for us to be able to, not be covering the same districts, right? So, considering we have 165 people or so inside of the Discord right now, I figured it would only be like a couple of races per person if everybody were to contribute. Not that everybody has to, But it would be really helpful if some number of people were to take on some of this for me so I don't have to do it all. Okay, now. Let's go on to talking about some of these Ohio races. 7 candidates running in for Ohio's governor. Here's the channel I've never seen before, only found by way of looking for Ohio-based midterms clips. This was the Columbus Underground.
Walking through basically who is running for governor this year. There is the top line folks that we know about, right? There's Amy Acton and Vivek Ramaswamy. Amy is the former head. What was her title under the DeWine administration?
The director of the Ohio Department of Health.
Of Health, right. She was best known for standing right beside DeWine for our Wine with DeWine every day during the pandemic.
Yeah, those early months, the first 4 or 5 months, or something like that.
Yeah. And then Vivek Ramaswamy is running as a Republican and endorsed by Donald Trump. Is that correct?
Yes, he's endorsed by both Donald Trump and officially the Ohio Republican Party, which happened in spring of last year.
Got it. And then he has a couple of folks that are also running. He's going to be primaried. Can you tell us a little bit about those folks?
Yes. Well, Amy Acton is the sole Democratic candidate for governor, means.
So that's where we're going to end this conversation. We really don't care who's running the Republican primaries. And Amy Acton's the only choice for governor. And unfortunately for Ohio and Indiana, no new candidates can enter the race at this point. They've already closed as of, I think, over a month ago. Unless you're an independent. I think technically independents can, until the last day, until May 5th, I think, can actually enter the race technically. But as of now, only one candidate for governor. That's Amy Acton. So that's who I'm going to write down on the sheet. And yes, I'm doing it as I'm going right here. Because I've been very busy trying to figure this shit out. Oh, God. Okay, it's been quite a process. I'm not going to lie. Trying to tackle this stuff. We're only going to do Ohio and Indiana because of the first two. Nebraska, Virginia, Louisiana. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's over 10 primaries in May. Ohio, Indiana, Nebraska, Virginia. West Virginia, Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, Idaho, Kentucky, and Oregon. Oh, and Pennsylvania. But right now, I'm just trying to tackle the first elections. Although I think I might try and tackle a couple more tomorrow. We'll see how that works out. I just wanted us to get on this as fast as possible. Because in some cases, still, we have more time. I want us to, make progress on this, immediately, if not sooner. Because we need to be acting on this. We need to be getting grassroots support for the best candidates possible before election day. Because you know what I mean? You can't create out of whole cloth support for a candidate on the day. You have to know who you want to, who people should be voting for. And the primaries are when we're going to have the most possible effect, right? The general comes around, we have two choices. It's basically Trump-backed candidate or Democrat. It'll be whoever the Democrat is that won these races and some Republican who has Trump's backing. Almost guaranteed. How do you get to the Discord? The Discord. One of the mods could link a Discord for people in the Twitch and the YouTube, I guess, too, so people can get in on this if they want to contribute to the spreadsheet, to the election effort. All right, now let's go to an interesting channel that I've never seen, but I'm like vaguely familiar with the name. And I feel like they've called into the Majority Report before. I could be wrong on that. But this is a fairly informative channel. I would recommend checking it out. Called Secular Lefty, doing some fairly good coverage on these different state primary elections. A very important endeavor. Not getting enough news, not getting enough clicks. Not getting enough clicks, unfortunately. I can't say words. Unfortunately for Secular Lefty on YouTube over here. Not getting a ton of clicks. And we need videos like this to get clicks. Although I'm planning on making my own at some point of this here soon when I start getting the chance. When I start like getting my head around some of these races, I'm planning on making videos, but I'm still trying to build up my candidate list. This guy already has created some.
Howdy everyone. Welcome to today's video on Ohio in the 2026 primary election analysis series. Every U.S. state has different rules, procedures, and voting days for their primary election. These rules change over time, all adding to the complexity of our primary election process. The goal of this series is to help educate my fellow Americans on this information as best as I can. With this information, I hope to get the country moving back in the correct direction, a nation that respects international law and human rights. Granted, that really has never been the United States. Our history is filled with war crimes and various human rights abuses. Since the start of Trump's Epstein war against Iran, war crimes have been committed daily by Israel and its vassal state, the United States. Elections have consequences. The action.
This is so true. Okay, we're not going to listen to his whole spiel. It's somewhat long for our purposes right now. Well, you can go watch the whole thing in your own time. Just want to quickly look at his list here. This is his 2026 policy platform. 2027 priorities: impeach Trump, impeach all Trump officials, abolish ICE and begin investigations, and support to all nations committing genocide and human rights violations. 2029 priorities: Medicare for all, money out of politics and election reform, raise the minimum wage, universal basic income, Green New Deal, education, expansion, and financial reform. These are all great things. It's all great things to be shooting for. Okay, Secular Lefty. Let's see who you picked. Whoopsies, I did not mean to click that. I did not mean to click that. Is this the right one? Why can't I read that? That's very annoying to me. Yes, here it is. This is the right one. Okay. Yes, to the Secular Lefty approved candidates.
Starting in the 1st District, Damon Lynch is running against AIPAC Dem Greg Landsman. If you visit Damon's campaign website, not only does he have a...
Oh shit, sorry. Hold on, I gotta do something. Yes. Yes, it's like we're in school together right now. I'm literally going to be taking notes while we do this. In my spreadsheet over here. I gotta figure out a way of making things tentative. Although technically a lot of these probably aren't.
Written,
All right,
clear, and bold policy agenda. He also has this useful graphic to make it extra clear who Dimon plans to represent once elected to Congress. While this evidence makes him secular lefty approved and a great example of what I am looking for on other candidates' web pages, for Dimon or any other approved candidate to win their primary election requires.
Wow, thank you, Manda. No mods in the Twitch chat, Manda. Over here, picking up the slack. Truly beautiful. It's truly beautiful how the space fams just kind of come together. Perfect space
Put in
community.
the work to meet their communities and earn their trust and votes. These spotlights will only help the candidate so much, but the work they put in will be reflected in the results on Election Day. In the 3rd District, Joe Girard is running against an AIPAC-funded geriatric incumbent. Voters in the Ohio's 3rd District, please do the right thing and vote for the better candidate who has both better policies and won't drop dead in the next year or two. In the 5th District, I have 2 candidates to spotlight for you. Daniel Burkett is the Democratic candidate and met the approval requirements. However, if Daniel is unable to win the nomination, there is an independent candidate running who will also meet the approval requirements, Dalton Franklin. We will need to see who wins the nomination after the May 5th primary, but at least the 5th District gets a backup candidate if Daniel doesn't win. If he does, then that leads to a different discussion about vote splitting. But we'll see what happens first in the primary. Next, we have another great candidate, Adrian Vitas, for Ohio's 6th District. A candidate with a great policy page, and hopefully also a candidate putting in the work and meeting with their communities in the 6th District. In the 11th District, the voters have an approved Democratic candidate, Ardelia Holmes, and an additional candidate option, running in the general election as an independent, Courtney Peterson. In the 11th District, with the evidence I have seen from both candidates so far, I would support independent Courtney Peterson regardless who wins the Democratic primary election. Courtney Peterson is a Citizens Impeachment Courage candidate and understands the urgency of removing Trump from office, and that no other policy can be pursued until the fascists are removed from office. She is the best candidate in the 11th District, and I'm optimistic she could be the one of several independent candidates this year to win in the general election. The last Democratic candidate I will be spotlighting here in Ohio is Jared Christian, running in the 12th District. In the 15th District, there are 2 Democratic candidates running in the primary, but neither I found to be inspiring. Normally that is where it would have ended and I move on, but when I was looking at the names of candidates on Ballotpedia and scrolled to look at the Republicans to verify if incumbent Mike Kerry is still running, he is, but it was his primary challenger whose name I recognized. I wouldn't normally look into Republicans, but what we have here with Samuel Ronan is one of those very rare progressive Republicans. The reason why I recognize his name is because after the embarrassing loss for the Democratic Party in 2016, there was an internal party election for the DNC chair. Sam Ronan, who was 27 at the time then, was one of the candidates in the race for that chair. He was a great candidate then, continuing the Bernie Sanders message to get money out of politics. So of course, the DNC did everything to stop him from winning. To stop him and others from making the party.
Immediately, if not sooner.
After that, I don't really remember seeing his name again
in the race
until now. I get the odds of a progressive Republican winning in the primary are not the best.
Well, thank you. I don't even know this guy's name. Thank you, Secular Lefty. I appreciate you. Very helpful video. We'll be coming back to him a little bit. It is a good egg. That's true. That's true. That is very true. Okay, well, we've got some interesting candidates there. Well, 6. Who was the first one he said again? I gotta go back. I didn't write that one down. I'm just realizing. I'm looking at my list. I didn't write that down. I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Damon Lynch is running against AIPAC Dem Greg Landsman. If you visit Damon, option we have available. So keep that in mind as we now discuss the secular lefty-approved candidates in Ohio. Starting in the 1st District, Damon Lynch is running against AIPAC Dem Greg Landsman.
Okay, that was in the 1st District. Okay, cool. We got Damon Lynch, 1st District. My spreadsheet over here. Yeah, why isn't it let me do that? That's very annoying to me. Oh, we got some candidates, about half a dozen so far. We got to look into the Senate. We got to look into the Senate, the Ohio Senate race. I have not done that yet. I need to do that. I get the sense it's probably not a good thing. It's probably not good. It's probably bad. But never know. Someone could jump in and it's an independent or something. Very end. I haven't heard anything big about the Senate race, and I think there is one open seat. I do believe there is one open seat there in Ohio. Maybe we'll find out something here. The Hill from 2 weeks ago. Honestly, nobody is talking about the primaries. It's only the local news stations, almost entirely.
Could Ohio
Which is
regain
bad,
its
I would point
purple
out.
state status in the 2026 midterm elections? That's a question increasingly being asked from Ohio to Washington as polls in 2 statewide races show voters evenly split. Joining me to discuss it, Jeffrey Skelly, Chief Elections Analyst at Decision Desk HQ. Hey, Jeffrey, so I want to talk to you about Ohio. Also want to talk to you about the Maine Senate race. That's a very interesting race in its own right. But on Ohio, this used to be a bellwether state. Very purple, but increasingly it's become a more Republican state. Do you think, with what you've been seeing, that there is reason to think that this state really could actually be in play again in the midterm elections?
Yes, I think in a Democratic-leaning midterm election, which is what this looks to be shaping up to be. Obviously, we're still almost 7 months from the midterm elections, so things could change. But everything that we see in terms of presidential approval, the generic ballot, all these things point to a Democratic-leaning environment. And so that could create the conditions where you take a red-leaning state like Ohio and then a somewhat more Democratic-leaning environment, electorally speaking, and then that shifts it closer to being to having conditions where you could have a very close election.
Why do you think Ohio has swung toward the Republican?
Okay, I'm just quickly looking here at the Senate election, which I realized I hadn't looked at all at. I was mostly focused on Congress. But there are 5 different candidates who have either withdrawn or disqualified so far. Christopher Wolff, unimportant 5 people. Now it's Sherrod Brown or Ron Kincaid. Okay.
Party since in the age of Trump. Is this just kind of another example of the kind of hollowing out of the Democratic Party among working class voters?
I do certainly.
I'm guessing I'm probably going to wind up sticking with Sherrod, who's, I think, currently the sitting senator. I think this must be his seat that's up for election right now. Yeah. He's not the worst Democrat, I guess. I'm going to look into the other candidate, the opponent in this race as well. Suffice to say, it could become a purple state, a blue state, technically. This primary could make it happen. Could get a blue governor, you get stay with at least one blue senator, and get at least 5 Democrats in the House. No, it's maybe not blue, but certainly moving in a particular direction. I mean, technically, I think you could still, like, I really got to look into the other races, right? Because there's got to be like Democrat candidates running in some of these other districts. Maybe not. I could be wrong. Democrats may have completely given up on Ohio. Oh, which would be something else. But actually not that shocking, considering the way they've behaved. He kind of reminds you of a Culkin. Who? That last guy? I did not notice. I did not notice at all. All right, well, when it comes to Ohio, this is how serious it is, people. Early voting is already underway. WKYC Channel 3 from...
If you haven't marked those calendars yet, you're going to want to, because May 5th is right around the corner. That's primary election day here in Ohio. You don't actually have to wait until May to make your voice heard. Early voting officials kick off this morning. Candace Hare is live in downtown with what you need to know before you head out to those polls. Good morning, Candace.
Good morning, David. Well, right here behind me, the County Board of Elections door is going to be opening at 8 a.m. And I can tell you there are several key races on tap that people will be voting on. And the headliner of those, of course, is going to be the race for Ohio's governor. And this is a big one, and one that's guaranteed to give us some change. Of course, Mike DeWine is term limited, so the seat is wide open. And on the ballot, you'll see that Amy Acton is running for the Democrats and Vivek Ramaswamy is the Republican frontrunner. But that's not the only big race at stake. Voters are also narrowing down candidates for U.S. Senate, Secretary of State, and Attorney General.
Secretary of State and Attorney General too? Shit. I just realized I'm missing things in my goddamn... killing me. I'm killing myself. I forgot there were other elections. I have to add new columns. There we go. Rows, I mean. There we go. All right. Great. More work. Fantastic. Exactly what I was hoping for. Although good. That is a good thing. The more seats open, the better possibilities. Think about it. Think about it, Space Fams. The more we know, the better. Knowledge is power. Okay, write that down. All right, one last time. Just... so we all know the names, once again, that we at least have for now. And actually, I'm going to write this down for tentative Sherrod Brown. Because I have no idea who that fucking other guy is. He might be good. But for now. Tentatively. Damon Lynch in Ohio's first. Adrian Vetus in the 6th. Courtney Peterson in the 11th. Jared Christian in the 12th. And Samuel Ronan in the 15th. Sherrod for Senate and Amy Acton for governor. We don't know what to do with Secretary of State or Attorney General. I got to figure that one out too, as well as the other districts. Hopefully we have answers for all of those things at some point. Now, let's keep moving through the election coverage, of which we still have a fair amount. And hopefully, we are going to be doing a lot more of this in the near future. So prepare yourselves, because it's important. Now back to secular lefty for Indiana. Like I said, this guy is on top of it. He's been making some good videos. We're probably going to be using. I'm probably going to use these as references, or at least
to today's video.
The very least, these are the way I see this is like at the very least, this is like jumping off points for me. Like where I can be like, okay, these are the candidates I think are probably good. I'll look into them, and then maybe look into some of the other candidates, right? But like, it's helpful to know there's somebody out there with similar goals to me, doing a very similar thing. Incredibly helpful. If you're listening to this right now, secular lefty, thank you. Thank you. You're a great patriot. Great patriot. Write that down. Write that down. All right, people, to Indiana, the other primary happening on the 5th of May.
Narrative after this video. Let's now discuss the candidates. As mentioned earlier, the majority of their current slate are Republicans. Only 2 out of 9 seats are Democrats, and neither of them I find inspiring enough to be reelected. In the 1st District, Frank Mervyn is an AIPAC Dem, but currently there is only one other candidate running against him. I found nothing inspiring by that challenger either, and no third party or independent candidates worth mentioning. Some of that information could change, but at the moment, Indiana's 1st District doesn't have an option who will represent the people of that district. In the 7th District, the story is a little different. The incumbent Dem does not take AIPAC money, which is good, but that is where their good policy choices end. He failed to support Al Green's article of impeachment against Trump back in June 2025, and I have seen no record of support for Medicare for All or other important policies. I would have preferred to name a challenger, but there are 3 other candidates running, and nothing inspiring about any of them for me to say one who's worth supporting. The same could be said of the 2 Nicks in Indiana's 2nd District. This isn't to say I know everything about these candidates. I could be wrong, and there is more information out there that might make one of these candidates better than the other one. But my time and resources are limited. It is also the candidate's job to provide information to the public to explain why they are the best candidate to represent you.
Yeah, absolutely. I heard Hassan saying the same thing earlier, and that's exactly where I'm at too. Because as I'm trying to go through all this on my own right now, it's an incredible task to try and unpack. And for one man, it's very difficult, which is why I'm hoping to enlist all of you in one way or another on all of this. Oh, great. Trump 2028, 2032 followed me. Good. We've got a literal monarchist in chat on Twitch. How good. Glad to have you. What a pleasure to have a literal authoritarian in the chat. Basically, it seems like voting for incumbent Dems in Indiana is effectively the one and only decision to be made here. I mean, nobody challenging in Indiana as of 3 weeks ago, according to Secular Lefty and any of the other 7 seats. I will be looking into that more here. These are really the fledgling efforts you're seeing of all of this so far. I'm hoping to put way more effort into this soon. I've just been fielding a whole lot of shit over here all at once, and also some real life stuff as well I've been trying to deal with. It's been kind of a task. You use a site called bluevoterguide.org. It shows who supports, addresses, endorses the candidates. And then the Discord. These are the sorts of things the Discord is for. Put it in the government chat and like at me or something, you know? These are what these things are for. I must make that as clear as possible. This is exactly what these things are for. Can't make that any more clear. Sorry, I'm updating the spreadsheet right now, doing a couple of things. Adding the new rows for Secretary of States and Attorneys General. Totally forgot we had those elections too in the midterms, like a big dummy. There we go. We got Congress people, we got senators, we got governors, we got secretaries of state and attorneys general. All of them. Okay. Perfect. We're doing great, people. We're doing great. Making some big progress. Let's move it along now. Talking about some of the elections that did happen this week. Starting with NBC News and Wisconsin's Supreme Court election. Ah, shit, there's Supreme Court elections too, aren't there? Oh, boy.
I'm staying in the race.
Don't worry, chat. Not gonna give up.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Nah, gah. Not gonna. Did I add that one? I could have sworn I added. I don't see it. Where? This is one I should have added. I could have sworn I did add it. I just want to replace something with this. I don't see it. Okay, I'll do it this way. That's fine. That's fine. I don't care.
Oh, shut up.
Wait.
Surrender.
I do care.
Never give up. Never surrender. Oh, shut up.
Never give up, never surrender, Space Fams. Always remember that. I really do need to turn that into a regular sound shot. Which one can I waylay from the actual board? I'm trying to think. There's probably some stuff in here that... Yeah, that's what I gotta do. I gotta write that down. I gotta edit this list of stuff over here. Re-upload all of these to the board. But make it easier slightly to do that. Let's keep going. NBC. Tuesday.
Welcome back, everyone. While many of us are enjoying our Easter Sunday, there are some election officials who are getting ready.
Oh, wait, this is Secret Indiana elections video. Fox 32, Chicago. Oh, God.
For some big elections coming up. We're talking about the primary, and then down the line, we're going to be doing the general election. Obviously, that's going to be in November. And in our area, of course, just a few weeks ago, we had the primary elections here in Illinois. But we don't want to forget about our viewers in Indiana, because they are getting ready to do some early voting, and we want to talk to...
You know, I'm just thinking out loud here. But in some of these uncontested Republican Indiana districts, I don't know if I gotta look into it. I don't know if independent candidates can enter the race up to primary, like up until the election day, right? Like May 5th. But if they can, just like with Ohio, honestly, both places, I feel like in some of these uncontested Republican districts, just get some like progressive independents to jump in the race. You know, some anti-APAC independents, pro-healthcare, you know, type people in there. I feel like, honestly, Republicans are becoming so toxic. You could win these places with the very low vote counts you're going to have in some of those districts. I mean, tiny amounts of votes could swing things one way or another, as we'll see later tonight while we talk about some of the elections that happened. Christopher DeBlante with a sweet super sticker. I do what I can. I assume that's for me. I'm doing what I can, whatever I can. It's not much.
Sweeney Bell here, who is the clerk of the Circuit Court in Marion County, who is joining us on her Easter Sunday. Sweeney, thank you so much for being here today.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
First of all, let me ask you where Marion County is in Indiana.
Indianapolis.
Very good, right at the center.
Indiana, it was
we have a lot of your brethren here who felt the sting of the Final Four.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, Indianapolis is a great city to host events. Okay,
I can't sit here listening to these guys. I can't do it. Not gonna do it. We have way too much to talk about. Too much laughing. For people I do not know. I don't know why it's funny. All right, NBC News to Wisconsin's Supreme Court election. Sorry, Space Fams. We only have so much time. Truly.
Wisconsin voters back at the polls for yet another tense Supreme Court race in the battleground state.
Costs are on the rise. Extremists are trying to eliminate food assistance and badger care.
The candidates are technically nonpartisan, but are each backed by political parties and leaning into some of the thorniest political issues.
I will simply uphold the law, including Wisconsin's existing 28 compromise.
The judge who wins will serve a 10-year term and could help decide cases on redistricting, abortion, and even potential challenges to the 2028 presidential election.
Everybody, what do you think of my hat?
This year's race, a far cry from last year's, which became the most expensive state judicial race in history, thanks in large part to President Trump's billionaire advisor, Elon Musk.
He's trying to buy the election.
Spending more than $15 million and controversially handing out million-dollar checks to 3 Wisconsin voters.
This is one of those things that may not seem that it's going to affect the entire destiny of humanity, but I think it will.
The conservative candidate lost, locking in the court's liberal majority for years.
We need to draw a line in the sand and stop the destruction of our courts.
Now, the Republican-backed candidate and veteran judge Maria Lazar is warning that trimming the conservative minority to 2 this year would have major impacts.
You need 3 justices to vote to hear an appeal. So if we lose the 3 on the other side, this court's really just one judicial philosophy, one point of view, and that's a dangerous thing for a court.
But she's being outspent significantly by Democratic-backed Judge Chris Taylor, former state lawmaker and political director for Planned Parenthood.
I don't think it's ever been more important in my lifetime to have a strong court that's going to stand up for our rights and freedoms, stand up for our democracy, our elections, and make sure that we are resisting this overreach we're seeing from the federal government.
Voters responding to both messages, even as early voting trailed 2025 levels.
I voted for Lazar. I've followed up on some of her stuff. It's all public record. And yeah, I think she's going to do a good job.
Chris Taylor, because she stands for women's rights, and I want to make sure that women's rights are protected in this state.
Still, outside forces in this midterm election year have been a factor. Taylor earning President Obama's endorsement on the same day his former Attorney General Eric Holder was campaigning for her in Milwaukee.
All right, let's keep talking about this election with the very best. The great Harry Emden. Best numbers, everybody's saying. Everybody's saying Harry Emden's got the best numbers.
So you want to talk about a state that Donald Trump has won 3 times, but it looks to me that Roy Cooper, the former governor of the great state of North Carolina, has a real shot here. Look at the Kalshi prediction market. Chance Cooper, the Dem, actually wins this race. His chances have gone way up. Back on October 7th, if it was 63%, of course, that was 6 months ago. Now, look at this, an 86% chance to flip.
All right, these aren't the best numbers. We don't like Kalshi numbers. Don't give us the Kalshi. Give us the real numbers, okay, pal?
Before,
give us these Kalshi
fairly
odds.
recently, but maybe I'm dating myself. I think you're dating yourself a little bit here, Mr. Berman. Why do I say that? Because, in fact, the last Democrat to actually win a Senate race in North Carolina was back when I was in college. It was Kay Hagan back in 2008. In fact, the only living former Democratic senator is John Edwards, who won all the way back. The last midterm win was in 1998. I was in elementary school there, grammar school there, to really dating myself. That is how long ago. But as you pointed out, this 2008 was a wave year. And what you see is when Democrats do well nationally, and they are doing well right now, you can, in fact, flip a Senate seat, as right now Roy Cooper is predicted, forecasted to flip in North Carolina.
All right, so in a wow. Year Democrats can do well because maybe the president's dragging the incumbent party down in the state. What is the president's approval in North Carolina?
Yeah, okay, so Donald Trump has won North Carolina 3 times. He won it by 3 points back in 2024. But right now, he is dragging Democrats down, because just take a look here. Look at this. Okay, Trump's net approval rating in North Carolina. John's off on the side laughing. Look at this. In spring of 2025, Donald Trump was 3 points underwater overall. Among independents, he was 18 points underwater. Look at how low he has fallen now. Among independents, he's 42 points underwater, and overall, he's 15 points underwater. Right now, North Carolina is not a pink state. It is much more of a purple, dare I say, light blue state, with how unpopular Donald Trump is, dragging down Republicans, and he may, in fact, push Roy Cooper into the Senate.
And again, once again, I'll just point out the independents here, and that is a staggering. And I was only laughing at your physicality. You must burn thousands of calories during this segment. All right, we're talking about it. The president's net approval there. How about the war?
How about the war? This is just another thing that I think is dragging down Republicans in the state. Look at this. Net approval of U.S. military action in Iran among North Carolinians, among all voters, 19 points underwater. Again, this independent number, look at this. We're talking 41 points underwater. This war, if it continues on, will continue to drag Republican candidates down across the political map.
All right, very interesting. Wow. Was Harry a cheerleader in high school? He certainly has some and he's got a real energy to him, doesn't he? He's got a real theater vibe. He pep. Pep is the word I would use. Particularly in a state where there is a large military presence. And this one is for political junkies out there, because I think there's no Supreme Court in the country that is as closely watched for whatever reason as the Wisconsin court. There is a Supreme Court seat up tomorrow. It is a, right now, conservative held seat, and if liberals are able to flip it, again, it's not party registration there, but think R&D, conservative liberal. If liberals are able to switch it, would give them really an overwhelming majority on that court. Let's get to CNN chief data analyst Harry Etten. I can't explain why everyone cares so much about Wisconsin Supreme Court, so just take my word for it, we do. What are the prediction markets saying about this race, first of all?
I'm just a big fan of Green Bay. That's what's going on here. Look, the bottom line is this. Chris Taylor, the liberal candidate, a heavy favorite going into tomorrow. Chance Taylor wins the Supreme Court race. Look at this. 99% according to the Kalshi prediction markets. Again, this race is officially nonpartisan, but she's the liberal in this race, and this would take the court from 4-3 liberal to 5-2 liberal. Democrats, liberals, very ecstatic going into the polls tomorrow. Of course, we'll have to wait and see.
99% chance, according to the Kalshi prediction market. Oh, there we go. Blue wave coming. Could be. Let's keep talking about it here at the Majority Report. Actually, I want these in this order. Hold on. That should be like that. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. My bad. Hold on. I think I might do this and then back. Right? Yeah, majority report. Yesterday.
That was a special election for Marjorie Taylor Greene's House seat. Put that in perspective.
Yeah, you think a 21-point overperformance versus the Kamala Harris baseline is impressive. That ain't got nothing on what happened in Georgia.
Some positive news here. There were some elections across the country. By the way, if you're in New Jersey and you're in New Jersey 11, and Lilia Mejia in New Jersey, her race is next week. But in Wisconsin, there was a really significant victory last night. It basically, the Supreme Court in the state, voters ensured that through 2030, meaning through the 2028 election, which is going to be important because the Republicans are going to try everything they can to subvert democracy, that the state Supreme Court is going to be controlled by liberals through at least 2030. And there was less turnout in this race because if you recall, there was massive turnout at the beginning of Trump's term when Elon Musk dumped $100 million into the state Supreme Court race and got walloped because people were so disgusted by Doge and by this freak billionaire trying to buy their state Supreme Court race. So now, and that was really important as well because that was when the balance of power was at issue. So it made sure that it was 4-3 for the liberals, but now we're getting 5-2. And here is our friend Harry Enton talking about these results in Wisconsin.
Holy Toledo, holy smokes, holy cow. What are we talking about here? I mean, look at these shifts. Okay, and I want
to... you gotta love Harry. Holy smokes, holy Toledo, holy cow. Oh, my God.
Awful. Weak.
I love, he really is. He's the #1 numbers guy. Everybody's saying it the very best.
This into historical perspective for you. Dems liberal exceeding the previous presidential vote. So in 2025, 2026 cycle, we're talking about exceeding Kamala Harris. Look at this. We're talking about exceeding Kamala Harris, the liberal candidate did, by 21 points. 21 points. And this is part of a pattern, right? In Virginia governor, we saw the Democrat there exceeding Kamala Harris by 10. New Jersey governor by 8. And this is even better than what Democrats had back in the 2017, 2018 cycles, where they were exceeding Hillary Clinton's baseline, but by 12, 4, and less than a point. So this time around, oh my goodness gracious, holy cow, holy smokes, holy Toledo. And of course, remember, Democrats took the House in 2018, and I will note that Wisconsin Supreme Court performance last night by Chris Taylor was the best for a liberal candidate in an open seat in at least 30 years.
So this was the race that we saw last night in Wisconsin, a Wisconsin Supreme Court seat, a 9-point swing there. What about Georgia in perspective? That was a special election for Marjorie Taylor Greene's House seat. Put that in perspective.
Yeah, you think a 21-point overperformance versus the Kamala Harris baseline is impressive. That ain't got nothing on what happened in Georgia. Look at this. Okay, again, putting this in perspective, 2025, 2026, U.S. House special elections. How much did the Democrats outrun Kamala Harris's baseline from 2024? Look at this. In Georgia, 14, 25 percentage points. My goodness gracious, that beat all the other Dem overperformances, and they've overperformed in all of them. So we're even getting higher than the highest of heights. We're talking 13 in Tennessee, 7, 17 in Arizona, 7, 17 in Virginia, 11, 16 in Florida, 6, 23 in Florida, 1, and all of a sudden we're talking 25 points. The biggest Dem overperformance in a special congressional election since 2017 when Doug Jones won that Alabama special Senate election.
Yeah, and I got to say, some of the county data in Georgia.
Because everyone hated Trump then, too.
Yeah, right. But they hate him more now. And the economy is not in good shape, which is not good for Republicans. I was going to get to that Georgia.
Speaking of that Georgia race, let's just do it. Let's go to it. NBC News up next. Polls close in Georgia runoff to replace Marjorie Taylor Greene. Or as, of course, Donald Trump calls her, Marjorie Trader Brown.
In Georgia,
very
polls have just
nasty,
closed in the runoff race to
nasty
fill
woman.
former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene's open seat. It's an election that could impact the balance of power in the House. Republican Clay Fuller, who has President Trump's endorsement, facing.
You remember earlier how I was saying some of these smaller districts might be decided by a very small number of votes? Anybody looking at the numbers here for me? $20 vote difference in Marjorie Taylor Greene's seat. 20. And this guy had Donald Trump's personal endorsement for Marjorie's seat. And this guy, he only won by 20 fucking votes. Think about that for a second. This is a very rural Georgia district. There's only 35,000 voters in the primary. It's a tiny, it's not the smallest district, but it's small. Right? Like, 20 votes. Like, it's all these small Georgia districts. Like, the reason I'm bringing that up is because they're heavily, like, conservative. And it's a 50-50, 20 vote difference. This is what I'm saying. Like, if some people just decide to run as independents in some of these places where perhaps the primaries are already closed off, like Ohio or Indiana, you might be able to get some shit done in some of these heavily red districts. I mean, look at this. That's wild.
Against Democrat Sean Harris. Here's a look at those votes still being counted. 28% of the vote in right now. It's dead even from what we can see right here. NBC's Steve Kornacki's at the big board, keeping a close eye on it all. Steve, we know this is sometimes difficult because you're looking at one race in one congressional district. What do you know at this hour?
Yeah, it's interesting, Tom. You're talking about a district here that voted for Donald Trump by 37 points in 2024. It's about as Republican as...
Voted for Trump by 37 points. Wow. Oh my God. So from 87% down to 50 and only barely went. At this point, it almost feels like somebody just put their finger on the scale. Like, oh, 20 vote difference. Like, really? This close is wild.
You're looking right now, at least.
Like, if I were Sean Harris, I'd be calling for a recount. I know that much. If I was Sean Harris, I'd be like, recount. 20 votes. Sounds suspect. Anyway, let's get a little more familiar with Clayton Fuller. Clay, I guess. If you know. Oh, wait, before we do that, almost forgot. Gotta go here. I mean, sure, we could go with Kornacki, or we can go to the guy with the very best numbers, as the president says. The very best numbers, the great, great Harry Epstein.
These results tell a pretty serious story in Wisconsin. Big shifts toward the Democratic Party.
Holy Toledo.
We're here for Georgia. But wait a second. One more time.
Wisconsin, big shifts toward the Democratic Party.
Holy Toledo. Holy smokes. Holy cow. What?
Okay, I just need to hear that one more time. Can you blame me? Okay, hold on. We need the Georgia. We just heard this part of it. That was why we listened. I knew that this was part. That's why we listened to the majority report just now. Here. Oh, but wait, this isn't Carrie Emden. This is the worst woman with the worst numbers. Well, the numbers are fine, but Anna Bash, son of a bitch. You look at Harry. Look at Harry. He can't believe it either. What? I'm sorry, Harry. 51% chance that the House and the Senate get taken by Democrats. Prediction market odds up 22% on the Kalshi tracker. Whoopsies, I didn't do that right. I meant to See, I automatically tried to skip over Dana Bash. Can you blame me? Can you? It's Dana.
These results
Come
tell
on.
a pretty serious story in Wisconsin. Big shifts toward the Democratic Party.
Holy
may have lost the Georgia 14 special election for Marjorie Taylor Greene's old seat last. Democrats may have lost the Georgia 14 special election for Marjorie Taylor Greene's old seat last night, but they had one of their best performances at the polls since President Trump took office for his second term in a special election. Now, last night, Republican Clayton Fuller did win. He got over 55% of the vote, defeating Democrat Sean Harris, who got 44% of the vote. It's a difference of 12 percentage points. Again, that might not sound like a reason for Democrats to celebrate, but if you compare it to how President Trump performed in this solidly red district in 2024, he won.
Okay, what are the differences between these numbers and the previous numbers? I guess that just must have been the numbers that were the numbers that they were at the closing. I see. Right. This must be the actual final election result. Those are just when the polls closed. But they were tied when the polls closed, which is, I'm sure, had people sweating over there. But still, 25 points. Republicans are really starting to lose steam, and lose steam fast. However, Clay Fuller, Trump-backed candidate for Marjorie Trader Brown's old seat,
If you need to see
celebrated his victory.
God guides everything in this country, all you have to do is look
Oh
at
my
the man
God.
that is standing on this stage.
He sounds like a real fucking tool. God guides everything in this country. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, Clay. Okay. Now let's go to secular talk from 2 days ago. Talk a little bit more about these elections. Because while it might seem rosy and like there might be a blue wave underway, a dire warning must be heeded in this moment. Cow.
All right, guys, so we had another election last night, and as the trend has been in these special elections, Democrats are draxing them sklounced when it comes to the Republicans. They are overperforming.
Okay. I'm sorry. I got to take this opportunity to say that Kyle has to stop making or trying to make, which he's never going to manage to do, draxing them sklounced into a thing. It's not a thing. It's never been even Keegan Michael Key, who made that up, isn't trying to make that a thing. Kyle is still doing it, and I don't understand. He's saying it all the time. Stop saying it. Stop saying Draxidum Sklouts, Kyle. Okay, you're not gonna make it a thing. No one's gonna start saying this. Okay, pal. That skit's like 10 years old. Okay.
I'm staying in the race.
Them sklounced when it comes to the Republicans. They are overperforming colossally. We're seeing pickups of like 25 points, right? So,
see, what does that even mean, says Glitchmaster. Exactly. And see, now I have to go on a good tangent, a full tangent, just to explain the situation. I'm way off base here. I'm way off base here. He's going to make it. It's awesome. He's going to make it happen. Yeah. Look, everybody's entitled to their opinion. That's the great thing about this beautiful democracy, okay?
Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
We're gonna drax them sklounced. We're gonna drax and sklounced. We're gonna drax and sklounced.
Okay, there you go. That's as much context as you're getting.
A Wisconsin Supreme Court race, the Democrat ended up winning handily. There was another race in Georgia. There was a race, and the Democrat didn't win, but it was a Republican.
Your manager said we're going to drag them clowns yesterday to you? Bullshit. You just made that up. That's not true. You just made that up.
37. Trump plus 37 district in 2024. Now it's only Republican plus 10. Okay, so the pickup, I mean, it's just amazing what we're witnessing throughout this country. Huge Democratic pickups. So, you know, credit where it's due. I told everybody from the very beginning, if the Democratic plan is to literally just step aside and let MAGA destroy the entire country, number one, they are going to destroy the country. Number two, it is going to help the Democratic Party, and they're going to come roaring back because people will run into the loving arms of Democrats looking at how atrocious and evil the Republicans are. That's going to happen. But the other thing I always tell you is, if you want to put up prime FDR style numbers and you want to win not by 25 points, but by 45 points, then you actually need to fight and stand for something and represent something, right? You actually need to be anti-war and need to be pro-social safety net. You need to want to raise the minimum wage and do universal health care and tax the wealthy and go after the Epstein class and arrest the Trump regime thugs. And so here we have a dire warning from CNN's Harry Enton, their data guy, and he's going to lay out this weird place that the Democrats are currently in, despite all of the massive special election victories. Watch this. Here we go.
Well, I would say this, Mr. Berman, and that is that this lead is historically low for Democrats at this point with a Republican president. Because take a look here, and I'm taking a look at the average of all the polls. Dem generic congressional ballot lead at this point in the cycle with the Republican president. On average, their lead's actually slightly.
Okay, just a reminder to everybody, I noticed a bunch of people who have joined the Discord server in recent days and or hours. You have to go to the rules channel in the Discord server first, and you have to accept the rules. You have to accept the rules, otherwise you won't be allowed to access the server. And that'll be bad. And you won't like that experience. It'll be a bad experience for you. So you're going to want to accept the rules. It's very necessary. Otherwise, you'll just be looking at a blank server. You won't be able to do any of the fun things that are actually happening.
It's 5 points. That's less than it was back in 2018 when it was 8 points, and way less than it was during the 2006 cycle when it was 11 points. So yeah, Democrats are ahead, but they're only ahead by 5 with a president whose net approval rating is bordering on minus 20 to minus 30, depending on what polls you look at. You'd make the argument Democrats should be way ahead, and they're just only sort of slightly ahead.
Now, to be clear, 5 points might be enough for them to retake the House, which is really a narrow margin. Would not take much at all for Democrats to get this.
Would blow it.
The Senate is a different matter.
Yeah, the Senate is a different matter. I think 5 points is enough to take back the House. But in the Senate, 5 points is almost certainly not enough if you apply it to the Senate map. Why do I say that? Because let's just take a look. GOP would win the Senate with this map. Let's say Republicans only hold on to the states that Trump won by greater than 10 points. That would, in fact, give them the Senate 51 to 49. Why? Because what you would see is that the Democrats would flip North Carolina, they would flip Maine, but Republicans would hold on to Ohio, they'd hold on to Texas, and they'd hold on to Alaska because Donald Trump won all of those states by greater than 10 points. And I will note, John and I were talking, we have the NCAA tournament going on. This is sort of the chalk scenario going on where the most obvious events actually do occur, because take a look. During the Trump era, look at this. Flip the Senate seat, midterm and presidential years. States the other party won by 10 plus points in the last presidential election. 0, 0, 0 times did a party flip those states. So we're talking about places like Texas, Alaska, Ohio, where Trump won by double digits.
Which is why the Democrats might need a bigger lead than they have now if the Senate is really in play. What else is going on now for the Democrats that maybe should cause them concern?
What might cause them concern? Why is that generic congressional ballot lead so low? Because just take a look at this. Net favorability. Party ahead at this point. Midterm years with the GOP president. In 2018, Dems were up by 12. In 2006 on net favorability, which party you like more? Dems were ahead by 18. Republicans are actually ahead on net favorability at this point by 5 points. So Democrats are just simply running behind their previous benchmarks, and they need to be running well ahead of them if they want to take back the United States Senate, given that math.
And I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that Now in polls, when you ask Democratic voters, they genuinely hate Democratic leadership. That wasn't the case in 2018 at all. That wasn't the case in any of the previous.
Yep, that's a flashing red siren right there. That's not good. Democrats still woefully unpopular in a midterm cycle, with a president who is historically unpopular. The math of it almost just defies logic. That's because Democrats hate their own leadership, as we do around here. Which is why we have to put new leadership up on the ballot. That's why the primaries are so important. We can just get rid of those old guys. You know, that's the great thing about the primaries. You know, we're presented with the same garbage every year because we don't vote in the primaries, because we don't do enough. We don't do enough organizing right now, and actually before right now. I'm trying my best over here, but I wish I could have started this earlier. I do really wish I could have started this earlier. Although I am at least setting myself up for success in the future. Technically. You got the pussy on the chains, man? Okay. Okay, Omega Star. You do that. While we're talking about taking back the Senate, we should talk about one man who is running for Senate in Maine, and that is Graham Plattner. Had some interesting things to say about the Supreme Court. Let's go here to the majority report from yesterday. I'm sorry, it's the majority report with the Vigland, not the majority report with Supreme Court justices. I keep forgetting it's all Emma. It was all Emma all week. For the rest of Passover, I guess, for Sam. Taking a little spring break. Wait, was Sam on the cruise with Jeet? Is this cruise time for Sam? I always forget what time of year is cruise time for Sam.
If we held Supreme Court justices to the exact same standards we hold federal judges, there is a compelling case for the impeachment and removal of at least 2.
Speaking of strong candidates with the right kind of message, we played Graham Plattner's phenomenal answer. I think.
You think Trump arrested Sam and put Emma in charge?
Right away.
We need proof of life. We need proof of life. Somebody tweeted Sam. Somebody zeet at Sam right now and ask him if he's okay. We need proof of life.
Earlier this week on how he would never support funding to Israel and how he thinks that we need to completely reevaluate our relationship with the state in the day after, a state that commits genocide, which is just like some forward thinking on our Israel policy would be very nice. And I wish we had some messaging on that about also like what one democratic state looks like, how Palestinians have a right to return.
What does it mean to have an ally?
Yes, how, right? Who is an, like, exactly.
Breaking our ceasefire and bombing, indiscriminately bombing their neighbor.
just anything that is actually systemic. I mean, we're starved for it. And Zoran was really good on that when asked about, does Israel have a right to exist? He says as a state of equal rights, which includes the rights of Palestinians, the people that they rule over. And Plattner's just by far and away really the best Senate candidate right now, saying stuff like this. And I hadn't even heard another Democrat speak this way about the Supreme Court. Listen to how the crowd reacts. They go like, ooh, I want more Democrats talking like this. This is him on what we can do about Supreme Court corruption.
There is structural power in the Senate to deal with the Supreme Court. It's going to matter, it's going to require us to get the majority. But at that point, I very much think that we need to be exercising ethics oversight over the court. If we held Supreme Court justices to the exact same standards we hold federal judges, there is a compelling case for the impeachment and removal of at least 2. But to make that happen, we need to elect people to the Senate that want to wield power like that, who understand that power matters, that it's real and you can use it. There is structural power in the...
Awesome. And Matt, thank you for pointing this out to me, because I had not heard this. But Abdul al-Sayed had spoken about this before, back in, I guess maybe was this...
This is what he looks a lot younger here, actually.
Yeah.
2022. So
is this the Harlan Crow, Clarence Thomas stuff?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's what Plattner is referencing. But you know, we're gonna have Abdul al-Sayed on the show on Friday.
Yeah, we'll ask him about that.
Another great candidate. I shouldn't. Plattner and Abdul al-Sayed are leading the way, actually. Yep. I guess Plattner is so far ahead in his primary.
He's crushing the.
Yeah,
exactly.
it's easy to kind of like envision him in power now.
Yeah, Plattner is way ahead in the polls right now. And I know some people, from what I can tell, still have some reservations about him. And you know, to some degree, I can understand that. But it's a limited field, and he is, in fact, the best candidate from what I can tell. From everything I've gone through on the Maine Senate election, certainly better than the incumbent, and better than Janet Mills, too. And unless he's just an incredibly talented liar, I think that he is. I think he's being genuine. I think that unless he's going to go in, somehow going to go in office and do the exact opposite of every single thing he said, which I find it would be weird, in my opinion, for him to do that. I think that if you get a third of what he wants to get done, you get a lot. You get a lot there. I'm just realizing most of my list is Iran. Good fucking God. 20, 40, 60, 80. I've got nearly 100 Iran videos out of 173. All right, it's not quite. It's slightly less. It's 90 out of. It's one half. 90 of 175 videos are Iran.
This is
ridiculous. Now, speaking of elections, one person kinda threw their hat in the ring for the 2028 presidential election. Joe Biden. Okay, I'm kidding. Not wasn't actually Joe Biden. Next worst possible candidate, Kamala Harris. Here's Reuters from earlier today.
So, are you gonna run again in 28?
So, here, okay,
I tried to be subtle, but I just figured I'd go right
well,
at it.
that's as subtle as Reverend Al Sharpton could ever be. We love you for many things, but not being subtle. Listen, I might. I'm thinking about it. And I am thinking about it in the context of then, is who and where and how can.
Oh, yeah. Wow, she sounds like she's really thought through this, huh? Who and when and where and how and really? No. No, God, no. Nobody wants this. Nobody wants this. Nobody asked for this. Nobody wants this. Aside from Democratic operative Al Sharpton. Only he's like, oh, you sure you don't want to get back in the race? Get out of here, Al. Jesus Christ. Nobody wants that. That's the worst. That's the worst. Come on. The only possible worst thing you can tell me is that Joe Biden with cancer is going to run in 2028. Oh, God. Like, it's such a hard sell. It's such a hard sell. It's impossible for me to do. Which is why I need the primaries, okay, people? Because when the general comes around, I hate trying to, like, shill for lackluster Dems. That's not what I want to do. That's not what I want to do. I want good candidates. I want this garbage. Don't give me this trash. Don't give me this trash, goddammit. Come on. Come on. Have you no shame, Kamala? She would never make it past the primary. I would point this out. We asked for a primary last year. We didn't get it. Or 2 years ago now, we didn't get that. She would never have made it past the primary. I always should have had a fucking primary. Remember when we were talking about that? I was trying to be like, hey, guys, I know we're a tiny channel and no one's hearing this right now, but don't you think we should do democracy right now? We could do it. I just say, not impossible. Rapid speed primary. Everybody throw your hat in the ring. No, screw democracy. Let's just give people the vice president like a, sort of like a monarchy or something. No, we'll just hand it down to the next successor. Oh, thank you, dear leader. Much appreciated.
I'm staying in the race.
Now, one man who's been doing a great job since taking office, after recently getting elected, is, of course, the one, the only Zoran Mdani. And you may be shocked to hear it, but it's been 100 days since Zoran took office. Here's Eyewitness News ABC 7 from 9 hours ago.
Muslim elected mayor of New York City and the youngest person to ever voted into that post. Today, Mayor Zoran Mdani marks his 100th day in office.
Now, it's called a Marist poll because that's who conducted it. But they just released this week, it shows 48% of New Yorkers approve of the job the mayor is doing, while 30% disapprove. More than half of the 1,400 New Yorkers surveyed in this poll say the city is moving in the right direction.
Eyewitness News reporter Phil Tate joins us live at City Hall with more on the mayor's milestone. Phil, you've been following Mayor Zoran Mdani's well before he was elected, and now here we are 100 days later.
100 days later, good morning to each of you. A major milestone for Mayor Mdani. He hit the ground running in January, and that's as he aimed to deliver for New Yorkers on several of those campaign promises, from frozen rents even to free childcare and free buses, all while tackling the issues of the city. We were standing in the cold back in January, City Hall, the backdrop as New Yorkers and many around the country watched history, the first Muslim mayor sworn into office. As celebrations quickly came to a halt, there were immediate tests for the mayor. 2 winter snowstorms slammed the boroughs, piling in the snow, creating great challenges for the city.
The mayor determined the city would still operate with every street plowed. Learning transitioned online for the largest school district in the nation. Students saw an effective day as they entered the classroom from home. Mdani had announced a new program also to speed up affordable housing construction on city-owned land. It was named the Neighborhood Builders Fast Track Program. He identified 3 city-owned lots for fast-tracked housing. The mayor, one campaign promise he did deliver on was universal child care for 2-year-olds that will be rolled.
Yeah, it's incredible that he's delivered on any of his promises in 100 days. But he's been, shit, I always forget this guy's name. As was just said by that ABC 7 anchor. 3 months. It's got it done. At least for city workers. Making big progress over here, Zoran, is truly beautiful to behold. All right. One last clip on Zoran's 100 days from the Associated Press. Not just local news covering this historic 3-month period.
It's been 100 days since New York City Mayor Zoran Mdani took the helm as a Democratic Socialist and the first Muslim and South Asian to hold the office. So far, he's governed with a star power that's pretty unusual in politics. Mdani has had crowds of supporters show up to his news conferences.
Hello, this is 311. My name is Zoran. How can I help you?
Municipal services have been infused with a newfound excitement.
The mayor's gonna help you, and I'm gonna judge, and he's the one with the...
He's even had celebrities help him promote his agenda. He's had a few notable early wins, like launching free full-day childcare for 2-year-olds and advancing bike and bus lane expansion.
Congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
In a surprising turn of events, he even reached conciliation, at least for now, with President Donald Trump, stunning allies from different ends.
The communist.
The political spectrum. He still has staunch critics, many of whom view his past criticisms of the police department and Israel as major issues.
Aww. It's so sad. Two of the most heavily funded groups of people on the planet. American police and Israel. Oh my god. Oh god. Not criticisms. That's unfair. How dare you? How dare you criticize two groups of people that receive billions of dollars in taxpayer money every year? So incredibly rude. All right, let's go across the country to Washington. Actually, wait. No. I meant to put this in a different order. Shit. Not to. Let's go to. Let's talk about. Well, technically, I guess we have to go across the country. KGW News. Portland. To talk about. Declaration from the National Oceanographic Administration. An atmospheric administration, excuse me. Declaring the first 3 months of 2026 as the driest on record.
The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association, or NOAA, is warning about an increased risk of wildfire as we head into the warmer months. NOAA says the first 3 months of 2026 have been the driest on record, with nearly 60% of the country experiencing drought. Those dry conditions make it a lot easier.
Be Cat. Yes, watch out. Watch yourself, Cat for Life. Listen to Be Cat. I can already see you line stepping. You're a habitual line stepper.
Wildfires to start and, of course, spread quickly. On top of that, last month was also the warmest March ever recorded in the continental U.S. NOAA estimates temperatures averaged more than 9 degrees above normal, with more than half the country experiencing the single warmest March day on record at some point last month.
Yes, indeed. Washington has just declared, state of Washington, just north of Oregon, has declared a state of emergency as a result of drought.
Washington state leaders declared a drought emergency this morning, saying every watershed in the state is under stress as Washington suffers through one of its worst snowpacks in history. John Adams is joining us live in Southwest Washington after hearing from state leaders. And John, what are they most concerned about?
Yes, Tim, state leaders say this is going to impact everyone in the state of Washington in one way or another. And they say this bad snowpack, in addition to a hot and dry summer, could lead to an increased risk of wildfires this year. In Yakima on Wednesday, Washington leaders shared the sobering reality of another disappointing winter.
There's no way to sugarcoat what is happening today. We have entered April with roughly half of our normal snowpack.
Ecology Director Casey Sixkiller says it's likely too late to make a recovery this spring, as peak snowpack is typically seen on April 1st, a major blow after multiple years of drought.
Here and elsewhere across our state, water supply.
I wish you were Rick James instead. Damn, Narwhal. That is where that's from, though, isn't it? That's the Charlie Murphy sketch, isn't it? I couldn't remember where that's from. It's just a line that's stuck in my head. Habitual line stepper.
Were built around snowpack. And after 4 years, we're now seeing that this is no longer a reliable resource.
Warmer than average temperatures brought more rain and less snow this winter, which means more water than storage capacity in the winter and not enough water in the summer. Leaders are now bracing for how a fourth consecutive drought year will impact water supply, agriculture, wildlife, and human health.
Yeah. Hot as dry as start to the 2026 we could possibly imagine here in the continental United States. Not great. Not a great omen for what is to come this year. I already said I had a very bad feeling about this year, considering we were heading into an El Nino, among other factors. And I was very concerned, and everything is seemingly aligning on those concerns, and it's not helping. It's in fact not making me any less concerned, as it turns out. It's weird. It's very, very weird.
It's weird.
How does that work?
Federal weather officials say last month was by far the warmest March on record for the continental U.S. Data out today showed the average temperature was 50.9 degrees Fahrenheit. That's more than 9 degrees higher than the 20th century average, which officials use as a benchmark to measure present-day temperatures. And experts say nearly 20,000 daily records were.
What is this fake accent she's using? Who? I don't know who you're talking about. Kamala? It's not. I'm sorry, Tanky Gooner. I didn't see your message. I don't know who you're referring to.
I made a huge tiny
That's my bad.
Scattered across the country in March. The sweltering heat was inescapable for millions of Americans, from summer-like conditions on the West Coast to record low snowpack in the Rockies and Sierra Nevadas. And forecasters expect that trend to continue.
Support. And so what does this mean? Well, we're going to have some extreme problems here this year. Right? If this continues, we're going to have a very, very hot year on one side of the temperature, on one side of the pressure systems, of the weather systems. Here we will have extreme heat. On the other side, we'll have extreme storms, right? Drought on one side, rain on the other, extreme rain. The hotter it gets, it's just the math. It's just the science. Is how it works. Hotter it gets.
It's science.
That's hot.
Yep, but the wrong kind of hot, unfortunately. Heat hot, as somebody has just pointed out in the chat. Not the sexy kind of hot, unfortunately, for all of us. We'll probably see some serious storm activity in terms of tropical storm activity, hurricanes and such this year. I don't think NOAA's come out with a prediction yet, but I'm guessing it's going to be a large number of named storms. We got very lucky last year, I would point out. Not a lot of storm activity making landfall from the Gulf. This year, I wouldn't bet on getting that lucky 2 years in a row. Let's go south to the valley. 12 News, Phoenix, from 2 days ago. How hot was March? Yes, tell us.
Well, this certainly isn't a shock. We knew it early on, especially with that stretch of triple-digit heat in March, earlier than we've ever seen it in any calendar year. But now the National Weather Service confirming that March is officially our hottest month so far on record. For the month of March, that is. Our average temperature for the month, 78.8 degrees, smashing in second place. So, yeah, folks, it's been hot. Let's hope this isn't a trend that's going to continue in 2020.
There you go, record temperatures in the valley, of course. Shock of shocks. The hottest place in America would be the hottest place in America and the hottest year we've ever seen. Yeah. I mean, Phoenix is at some point just going to become unlivable for anybody that doesn't have, like, forced air conditioning. If you like, even if you have like an air conditioning, like an AC unit at some point, it's still going to be unbearable. Yeah, it's just gonna keep baking down there. Now, one Arizona town apparently broke the record for the hottest March temperature in all of U.S. history. Here's The Guardian. U.S. weather. Arizona desert town breaks record for hottest March temperature in U.S. history. Martinez Lake, about 145 miles west of Phoenix, reached 110 degrees Fahrenheit or 43.3 degrees Celsius on Thursday amid scorching southwest heat.
Ridiculous!
So hot right now.
So hot right now, everybody's saying it. Drill, baby, drill. Climate change hoax. Totally not real. The Earth is just getting hotter for no good reason. Totally some unexplicable, other non-normal reason. It's not science. No, it wasn't just Arizona seeing hot temperatures, Colorado too. Here's 9 News from yesterday.
Last month, officially Colorado's hottest March on record, and it wasn't even close. It was our hottest month any time of year statewide compared to average on record in the state of Colorado. Those records go back to 1895. We were 13 degrees.
Yeesh. 130 years of record completely smashes it by multiple degrees, by practically 5 degrees. Look at this. Oh my God. Look at that graph. Oh boy. Not good. This is turning out to be even worse than I was thinking already.
More than 13 degrees above average in the month of March. That is wild. That would have made it one of our top 10 warmest Aprils on record, with an average statewide temperature of 46.8 degrees. That made it our warmest March on record by more than 4 degrees. I've spat out a bunch of different numbers. Let me kind of summarize it for you. Basically, this was the warmest month compared to average on record, and basically everywhere across the state, it was by far our hottest March on record, and this would have been a way warmer than average April. So hopefully,
Climate change hoax. Totally normal for month of March to be warmer than most Aprils. That's how months work, actually. This is, of course, fucking insane. We've been raising the alarm about fucking climate change for quite a while. Too long.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Yeah. And yet we just keep watching people do not enough and watching everything get steadily worse. Exponentially worse, actually. Not just Colorado, though. Texas, too. Hottest March ever in Dallas-Fort Worth. CBS, Texas, from 9 days ago.
Did you know that this was the hottest March ever at DFW? This month has broken the record for the hottest average high temperature of about 79 degrees and monthly average temperature of around 67.6 degrees. 27 days were above average and only 4 were below average. The average high for this
27 days in March were above average. That's basically just all of March, isn't it? When you think about it. What, 4 days? Oh, okay. What is that, 11%? Jesus Christ.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Yeah, things not great. However, on the other side of the pressure system, snow. That's right, all the way up in Alberta. People met instead with fresh April snowstorm.
Winter is coming.
The Tuesday morning commute looked more like January than the first week of April.
And I had my truck cranked up to 25 to try and get warm and the seats on. Like, that's crazy in April.
I'm very tired of it. Today's my birthday, and I certainly wasn't expecting snow.
If you need a reminder, April 7th last year was 16 degrees. On Groundhog Day, it was predicted by the life-size math.
That sucks. You got a spring birthday, you're 2 weeks in, more than 2 weeks into spring, and you get hit with snow. It's wow. That sucks. Stupid groundhog. It's all your fault.
Billy, that Alberta would see 6 more weeks of winter. Unfortunately, that came true. Despite the year starting off unseasonably warm, March and so far April, well,
in March, kind of above and below normal is kind of all over the place. And then we're starting April relatively cool compared to what normals would suggest for spring.
Exactly. This is the case for much of the north and northeast of the United States as well, right? The Canada's, and basically all of Canada's in this, on the other side of the pressure system, so is the northeast. And so while much of the country and much of Canada, and basically all of Canada are like, while much of the country in the United States is experiencing record temperatures, on the other side, everybody is experiencing a fairly mild spring, a very mild spring.
It's science.
That's science. And as the weather continues to get more extreme, we're going to continue to see crazy things like this. All right, before we continue on with our coverage this evening, just want to remind you all that we are, of course, brought to you by viewers like you, and without your contributions, we would cease to exist. Now, thankfully, just watching the stream is technically, in a way, a contribution. Helps us out. Subscribing on YouTube, liking the stream, hitting that bell icon, perhaps helps you, in fact, make sure that you get the latest notifications from the Galactic News Network. You could also follow on Twitch. All of these things cost you no money at all. But of course, we have to pay the bills around here, and we do not even come close. Not even come close to paying the bills with the ad money that we get on YouTube or Twitch. In fact, I'm not even sure we crack $100 a month on ads. Probably less. I think it's less. I can almost guarantee it's less. And as a result, we need viewers like you and your donations. Things like super chats, super stickers on YouTube. Or perhaps starting a galactic membership. Gifting one to your fellow space fams. Twitch, you got bits and power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon, we got Throne. Great way to fund the stream, of course. Honestly, I find it to be a very helpful sort of service. The more I get used to it, they take less of a cut than YouTube or Twitch. The gifts that you pay for get sent directly to my door down on Earth. It's a win-win-win, really, for everybody. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon. $3 a month. So many space benefits. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens. Shout out at the end of every show, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. Now, of course, we would normally go to a break around now, but since I have such a long fucking list for the weekending report, we're not going to do that.
Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
We'll take a break at 8 hours. So like an hour and a half from now. I'm doing the messages a little late, but yeah, we'll do one at 8 hours. This is probably going to be a 12-hour stream. I got no way around it at this point. I mean, I guess I could just give up. But,
Never surrender. Oh, shut up.
Never surrender. Never give up. Never surrender, Space fans. If anything, I'll probably just cut down on the Iran coverage. Oh, God. Because that seems to be the thing that we can't shut up about. We keep talking about. Okay, sorry, I had to reposition myself over here. I found myself like... My setup is not optimal, which is why I'm funding the loft bed on Throne right now. Because I really need to revamp the some of the different furnitures I have. Reorganize things on both on the space station and down on Earth, my apartment. Things are just discombobulated, and I don't know. We need a new setup. And we are like 40% of the way through completing that. I'm hoping we complete it before, at some point, which I'm fairly certain will happen, before the prices go up. Or before my space birthday this summer, which is coming up in like 2 months. Space bunk beds. Nope, not space bunk beds. Regular bed, just high up, with a bunch of storage space underneath for activities. All right, back to the environmental news from Canada to Mexico. Where residents in Mexico have been marching over the oil spill that has been ruining the waters off of the coast in the Gulf. Here's Reuters from Monday.
Hoy marchamos por nuestros espacios.
We see our people falling ill with stomach aches, nausea, headaches, and this is not magic. Obviously not. We have this hydrocarbon spill that, although they keep denying it and minimizing the consequences, will soon cause illness.
Yep, we covered this oil spill, I think, a week or two ago. It's been going on for weeks now. And people are sick of it. They want it cleaned up. Shock of shocks, oil companies aren't managing to do their part of cleaning up after themselves. Now, of course, we could forego all of that by ending the fossil fuel industry. And amid the global oil crisis, now might be the best time to do just that. Speaking of which, let's go across the Atlantic to the United Kingdom, where they're aiming for 100% clean energy to fuel the grid by 2030.
If not sooner.
Here's Al Jazeera from Wednesday.
We're in an offshore wind farm about 10 kilometres off the coast of England, and there are about 40 or more of these wind turbines here, enough to power tens of thousands of households. And they're incredible feats of modern engineering, but they also represent a push by the UK and many other European countries towards cleaner sources of energy. And the shift that's come into sharper focus since the war in Iran triggered what the International Energy Agency called the biggest oil crisis in history. The UK has already been making strides in the green energy arena, with renewables supplying almost half of the country's electricity in 2025, with wind power leading the way, generating nearly a third of all electricity. And when you include nuclear, low-carbon sources account for nearly two-thirds of the total supply of energy. But there are some who also say that it's risky to rely on variable energy sources like the wind. The opposition Conservative Party here in the UK wants more drilling in the North Sea. Some experts, though, say that that wouldn't necessarily lower household bills. And climate advocates also argue that by investing into the green energy infrastructure, it's not just good for the environment, but also helps protect countries against any future oil prices and against a sometimes volatile supply chain. Milena Veselinovic, Al Jazeera, off the coast of England.
Okay, thank you, Al Jazeera. Now, the United Kingdom isn't the only country looking to make the switch to renewables and non-fossil fuel sources. So is Turkey, as it turns out, attempting to enhance their ability to store and manage their energy.
In times of crisis, whether geopolitical tensions or supply disruptions, facilities like the Silivri underground natural gas store help provide energy stability by storing natural gas during periods of low demand and releasing it when needed. It helps keep homes heated, industries running, and the economy stable. As effects of the US-Israel war on Iran reverberate globally, Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan says his country remains resilient.
The closure of the Strait of Hormuz is not only affecting a single sector, it's deeply shaking the global economy across all fields, from energy to agriculture and from industry to technology. Turkey stands outside this bleak picture. We're very pleased to see that Turkey has come to the forefront as an island of stability and a safe haven. We're keeping the effects of the crisis limited. We have no issue regarding energy supply security, procurement or storage. Our reserves are sufficient and strong. Our external finance...
Oh, right. I meant to move this one. This is my bad. This is about this is not about Turkey switching to renewables. They're still an oil-producing nation. Happens to be outside of the Gulf. Is taking advantage of this moment. Although they, they have been to some degree working on their sustainability. Oh, actually, no, I take it back. No, actually, no.
The markets face growing uncertainty. The ability to store and manage supply has become more critical than ever. The facility began operations in 2007 and now holds a total capacity of 4.6 standard cubic meters, with the ability to withdraw 75 million standard cubic meters daily. It's one of the key sources supplying up to 50% of the nation's energy demands. Silivri is designed for sustainability. Its energy needs are powered by on-site wind turbines, reducing reliance on external electricity and supporting Turkey's transition to cleaner energy.
Yeah, so they're kind of making the transition, like using wind turbines at natural gas sites. But it's not quite the transition that I personally would like to see. Certainly not the pace at which I'd like. They're just capitalizing on the fact that they have some fairly sizable fossil fuel deposits in the country. Now Greece is taking a slightly different tack. And has turned to nuclear power as the need for energy security grows, which has its own upsides and downsides, environmentally speaking.
This is the closest Greece ever came to nuclear power. A small research reactor on the outskirts of the capital switched on in the 1960s. It was meant to be the foundation of the country's nuclear age. But left-wing opposition and safety concerns led to the reactor being shut down. Today, an EU survey suggests only 13% of Greeks support nuclear power. But wars in Ukraine and the Gulf have driven up the cost of oil and gas and caused countries that rely on energy imports to reassess.
I want to explore the possibility of whether nuclear, especially the emerging nuclear technologies, could make sense for Greece.
Climate change caused by burning fossil fuels has also helped rekindle the nuclear debate. Like most EU members, Greece has increasingly shifted towards renewable energy, both to decarbonize and to become less dependent on imported fossil fuels. Last year, it generated more than half its power from solar, wind, and hydroelectric sources. But it needs baseload electricity when the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow. And that currently comes from gas, which is neither cheap nor secure. Greece sits on a tectonic plate in the Aegean Sea and is prone to earthquakes. Many here still remember the one in 1999 that killed dozens of people, just as they remember the Chernobyl nuclear disaster in 1986.
I was a boy and I could see the terror on people's faces. And when I used to come to the market, I saw that people weren't eating anything.
Yeah, I feel like Greece isn't necessarily the best place for nuclear reactors because of that nuclear activity on the islands. Feel bad. But people are desperate right now, and it's an alternative to oil. And technically, it's, at least in regards to climate change, slightly better than fossil fuels. Although the handling of and management of nuclear facilities and nuclear waste are a big issue. It's a serious drawback to the technology, undoubtedly, including the possibility, the risk of fucking, you know, like an earthquake or something like that happening, and or some other sort of calamity happening, causing a completely unforeseen and unpreventable catastrophe from happening. We must have crossed peak oil by now. Oh, we definitely have. We definitely have. We've made up for it with nat gas. Most nations have hit peak oil if you don't count natural gas. In fact, I think almost all nations and oil fields, like crude oil fields, have basically hit peak and are on the downslope of the curve. But nat gas has hidden that fact from society. We just continue to use it in every place we possibly can now. And it makes people think that we haven't run out of it, but we haven't technically run out of it. We've just hit peak. Peak is technically the top of production, right? And it represents a turning point in the fact that production will slow. Yeah, we must. I mean, I think we hit peak in the early 2000s. In fact, I think some people were predicting it earlier. We may very well have hit it earlier. But like I said, it's been completely obfuscated by the natural gas boom. Fracking is what is completely made it seem like we aren't at peak. It's the only thing. All right, let's do a little space news before we move on to basically talking about Iran for the rest of the stream. I mean, we got a few Europe stories we're going to hit up. But suffice to say, like I said, half of the 175 videos I had for tonight's stream are from Iran. But think of it this way, though, Space Fams. When you really think about it, we've done what is effectively nearly almost an entire stream. And in fact, by the time we get to Iran, we will have done nearly an entire stream completely dedicated to everything but Iran. Which kind of feels, at least for me, it feels nice because it's been so stressful just talking about that one thing over and over again while the rest of the world is still burning, right? That's the thing about it for me, is Iran is incredibly important, and I want to talk about. I want to talk about it. I know we need to talk about it. I'm like, dude, there's 10,000 other things we need to be talking about every time we're doing it. I'm like everything we talked about today, and much more, has been ignored. Not just all week, but as a result of Epstein Fury or whatever else. These massive stories, every single second, it's like a new Trump scandal. It makes certain things like working on the elections or whatever else go to the wayside, and I just can't allow that to happen. This year I am determined to stay focused on things like that and keep my eye out on climate change and continue doing the environmental report no matter what. I hit peak every night. Don't hold yourself short. Thank you, you killing it. Thank you, Pitchforks, for the super chat. Much appreciated, Bill. And the beautiful compliment. Yeah, although something weird's been going on with our short streams lately. I think I might take a break on short streams and I don't know if that's it or what, but we haven't been getting numbers on shorts. Haven't been getting the numbers lately. So we're just going to do because we're getting the same numbers as always on Twitch and YouTube, the regular horizontal streams, but vertical has completely betrayed us. So I might just stop doing vertical streams. Honestly, it's a huge pain in my ass. So I don't feel bad about it because we've doubled this. We've doubled our subscribers and followers in a matter of 4 or 5 months. I know we doubled our subscriber numbers on YouTube in 3 months, but I'm thinking of Twitch as well, which is over double now. I would point out. I didn't even think about it, but we fully doubled it. Well, way back, actually. Vertical is for the degens. Yeah, it's certainly where they tend to come popping up. Although I see some of the space fams enjoying the vertical. Some people scrolling through their shorts feeds, finding us, winding up in there, but for whatever reason. All right, let's talk about Artemis, which has been big news for the last week after they took off for the moon, going where no other man had gone before, or woman. France 24 English. 4 days ago, Monday, Artemis astronauts entering the final phase of their run-up to a lunar loop, potentially setting a record.
Stunning photographs of the Earth. These images were taken after crew on board Artemis 2 as they passed the halfway point between the Earth and the Moon. And NASA's astronauts have even more reason to celebrate, not just because their launch went so well. Their toilet is now working, a relief for those on board.
Breaking news. We have results on the discussions down here for the tank venting, and at this time, you are go for all types of uses of the toilet.
And the crew rejoices. Thank you. Yeah!
Astronauts around the moon. The spacecraft's universal waste system has been hailed as a...
Can you imagine? Oh, God. Just being stuck, floating through space, falling, literally falling at thousands of miles an hour through space by way of gravitational manipulation. Just sort of, you know, peeing into bags for days. Not being able to use your already woefully under-equipped toilet. That's gotta be terrible. Must stink in there. Can't imagine. All right, staying on this story.
It marks a milestone in the mission, where the moon's gravitational pull is now stronger than Earth's.
We are now falling to the moon rather than rising away from Earth.
The four of us have looked at this moon our entire lives, and the way we are responding to what we are seeing out the window is, it's just like we're a bunch of little kids up here. We cannot get enough of this. It's amazing.
The Orion capsule is now gearing up for its lunar spin, where it's 4 astronauts, 3 Americans, and 1.
You heard all the snowpacks in the West are almost gone. Yeah, that's what that one clip was just saying. I don't know if you missed that one. But they were saying like the Sierra Nevadas, like some in the Cascades, like 2 of the largest mountain ranges, not just in the United States, but like on the planet, did not get the amount of snow that they needed. Somehow. Woefully under what they should be. Which is going to result in super low melt, which is going to result in super low water levels down in the valleys where everybody lives. All over the West, that's going to be a huge problem.
Will go further from planet Earth than any human before. This picture taken by the crew shows a sliver of our home planet through the window of the spacecraft.
It's a bit dark inside the spacecraft because they've turned off the interior lights to provide a better environment to capture some of those images.
The crew has also been tasked with taking detailed photos from the dark side of the moon.
You see on the left side a list of sort of targets that listed vertically in the top left of the screen. Those are the targets in the timelined order we're asking them to image them in.
There we go. Artemis 2 getting vital photographic data as they hurtled around the other side of the moon in record time. Woken up by astronaut Jim Lovell on the day that they broke the record.
This is Apollo astronaut Jim Lovell. Welcome to my old neighborhood. When Frank Borman and Bill Andrews and I orbited the moon on Apollo 8, we got humanity's first up-close look at the moon and got a view of the home planet that inspired and united people around the world. I'm proud to pass that torch on to you as you swing around the moon and lay the groundwork for missions to Mars for the benefit of all. It's a historic day, and I know how busy you'll be, but don't forget to enjoy the view. So, Christina and Jeremy and all the great teams supporting you, good luck and Godspeed from all of us here on the good earth.
Good luck and Godspeed. Don't forget to enjoy the view. It's a good point. Not everybody gets to see the moon from that angle. And you only get a brief shot when you're on one of these missions. And then you're back on planet Earth looking at the same moon that you've been looking at your whole life. All right, quick clip from the Associated Press. Wait, no, sorry. From Forbes breaking news. As the Apollo 13
Integrity crew
mission
on April
Artemis,
15th, 1970.
As Artemis 2 broke the Apollo 13 record for furthest distance traveled from Earth.
Integrity crew on April 15th, 1970, during the Apollo 13 mission, 3 explorers set the record for the farthest distance humans have ever traveled from our home planet. At that time, over 55 years ago, Lovell, Swigert, and Hayes flew 248,655 statute miles away from Earth. Today, for all humanity, you're pushing beyond that frontier. Integrity, over to you.
Yeah, from the cabin of Integrity here as we surpass the furthest distance humans have ever traveled from planet Earth. We do so in honoring the extraordinary efforts and feats of our predecessors in human space exploration. We will continue our journey even further into space before Mother Earth succeeds in pulling us back to everything that we hold dear. But we most importantly choose this moment to challenge this generation and in the next to make sure this record is not long-lived.
Well, there you go. More of a challenge than a celebration from Artemis 2. As they broke Apollo 13's decades-long record. Challenging the rest of the planet to go
immediately, if not sooner.
Now, some strange, there's some strange reactions to the Artemis 2 mission. Right-wingers getting weird. Conspiracy theories abounding. To cover some of that, let's go to the Humanist Report from 2 days ago. Taking my job over at the Humanist Report. Mike Figueredo. Doing space news, apparently. Since when, Mike? Since when?
Christ said in response to what was the greatest command that it was to love God with all that you are. And he also, being a great teacher, said the second is equal to it, and that is to love your neighbor as yourself. And to all of you down there.
Yeah, B-Cat, I ended the shorts. Because it's been pretty quiet over there tonight, you know, and it's been quiet the last few streams. So I decided maybe just take a break from shorts. I don't know what it is. But it just feels like a reasonable thing to do. Because, you know, Why not? It's just extra work for me. It's just another chat for me to watch. It's another window for me to have open, blocking more of my other windows. You know, you would not believe how many windows I have open going at the same time to make everything happen that I'm doing. It's quite a lot. I try to make it seem as seamless as possible, but there is, in fact, quite a lot of effort that's just become sort of second nature to me mostly, although I'm constantly trying to make little upgrades here and there when I can. Implement more to the stream if you haven't noticed. But, honestly, you just gotta make a new thumbnail every time. So if I can take like a week off from shorts, come back, I'll be fine with that. I have no complaints. And we've grown so much recently, it almost feels like a vacation to me, not having to think about it. So I think I might just not do short streams until I'll pick a random arbitrary day to see when I come back. I don't know. It's just been very quiet, very dead. I have no idea what it is. While we continue to get fairly normal numbers on the horizontal streams on YouTube and Twitch, the YouTube vertical stream just died. Just completely died. Could just be that the fact it's turning to spring and less people are on their phones watching news or something like that. Who knows? Who knows? Vertical, as Pitchfork says, is for the degens.
On Earth, we love you from the moon. No matter your faith or religion, for me, the teachings of Jesus were always a very simple truth of love, universal love. Love yourself and love others. And something for us being up here and looking back at all of you through one tiny window is that just resonates 100% true. And our goal as humanity should be to just follow in that example. There were many examples in the past, but that's one example of love that we can follow in those footsteps, and it'll serve us well.
And as we are so far from Earth and looking back at, you know, the beauty of creation, I think for me, one of the really important personal perspectives that I have up here is I can really see Earth as one thing. And, you know, when I read the Bible and I look at all of the amazing things that were done for us who were created, it's you have this amazing place, this spaceship. You guys are talking to us because we're in a spaceship really far from Earth, but you're on a spaceship called Earth that was created to give us a place to live in the universe, in the cosmos. I think maybe the distance we are from you makes you think what we're doing is special, but we're the same distance from you, and I'm trying to tell you, just trust me, you are special. Whether you believe in God or not, this is an opportunity for us to remember where we are, who we are, and that we are the same thing, and that we got to get through this together.
You just heard two different members of the Artemis 2 crew invoke Christianity in some of their many messages to Earth from their trip to the moon. And I have some thoughts about that particular choice, but first, I want to talk about the conservatives who are boosting that message because they very clearly missed the point entirely. Nonetheless, I will give the astronauts credit for getting conservatives at least somewhat interested in space travel for perhaps the first time ever. But to show you what I mean, alleged homosexual Benny Johnson, for example, tweeted out Victor Glover's comments about loving God with all that you are, but as you'll notice, he conspicuously didn't include the part where he said to love your neighbor. Very, very interesting choice. Now, after that, Benny Johnson shared Trump's threat of genocide to Iran with no commentary, no condemnation whatsoever. I guess that the Artemis crew's message of humanity being in this together didn't resonate with Benny Johnson enough for him to condemn the leader of the cult that he's in. But Benny wasn't alone because the MAGA Voice account, which is a massive pro-Trump account on Twitter, shared the same exact quote while also omitting the love your neighbor part, and then went on to tweet support for Trump's illegal and offensive war.
Yeah, why are all these MAGA Christians so hateful? It's weird. Like, any messages of love and community, they're just like, oh, no, Jesus actually told me to hate my neighbor and throw stones. I believe Jesus said, ye who be MAGA, throweth the first stone, regardless of whether you have sinned or not. Throweth those stones, especially at your immigrant and LGBT neighbors.
Jesus ain't say that.
Ah, that's right. That wasn't Jesus. That was that was Republican Jesus.
Very interesting. But to his credit, Eric Doherty actually did share the entire quote, including the love your neighbor part, before he went on to giddily tweet about Iran fucking around and finding out after Trump threatened to end civilization there. So he heard the love your neighbor message, but it went in one ear and right out the other, because I feel like you can't hear love your neighbor and then giddily tweet about B-52 bombers going to a country to destroy said country. Because, like, you would acknowledge that Iranians are also our neighbors as well. They're included in that message, right? They're part of our planet and our species. Therefore, love your neighbor.
Wow, Mike is saying a lot of woke stuff over here. Iran's our neighbor. Fascinating. Planetary neighbors. It's exactly the sort of message I'm down for. Maybe Mike should do more space news. I'm down for it. I can move over. I don't need to be the only space politics news guy. I'm fine for that. I appreciate that clip. Thank you, Mike. Over at the Humanist Report.
That's on YouTube.
That's on YouTube. Yep, a message of unity coming from the Artemis 2. MAGA Republicans heard a message of Christian nationalism. Because they're freaks. Peak oil was 2005. That checks out, Nadia. Didn't I say early 2000s? Sounds like I was right on. All right, before we leave talking about the narratives around the weird fucking narratives surrounding Artemis 2 crew. It wasn't just weird Republican Christian nationalist omitting the words of astronauts to craft a narrative for themselves on social media. No, it was also weirdos. Just straight up UFO weirdos, conspiracy theorists, posting weird things and theories about the Artemis 2. Some suggesting it's not even a real space mission, and they're in a sound studio somewhere in Hollywood.
The news and the left promotes pedophilia.
Truth or fate means Verica Bell. Over by the big board. Verica, good evening to you. We stay with Artemis 2. The mission, of course, to the moon and back. The astronauts are set to return to Earth on Friday. We've seen them travel further from Earth than any other humans. But the historic lunar flyby has inflamed a wave of conspiracy theories. Tell us more.
That's right, Mark. The Artemis 2 crew may have travelled to the dark side of the moon, but waiting here on Earth is the dark side of the internet, because all of the excitement around this mission has caused some old conspiracy theories to take off. So let's start with one that we've had plenty of times before, that the entire thing is staged. Several internet users falsely claim to have proof that the astronauts were using a green screen. This photo was particularly shared online, showing the astronauts with a green screen behind them, and this video in particular was viral. Now, this is a snippet of the astronauts' live interview with CNN, and we can see the Artemis 2 mascot rise floating in the capsule as a sign of zero gravity. It's filmed from a mobile phone off a TV screen, but internet users claimed that this video showed glitches and that there was white lettering peeking through a transparent plush toy, saying that this proved that this has been faked. Now, this is false, because if we take a look at the original CNN live stream where this was broadcasted, there is no white characters or white text bleeding through the plush toy. Now, it is possible that this has been edited, but most likely this is a TV graphics glitch where the text has been overlaid behind the footage by the broadcaster. Now, as for that green screen photo that we saw, this is confirmed to be generated by artificial intelligence.
Yeah, and I just want to go, is this I think there's a bigger version of this photo. I just want to go back to this photo. Yeah. This one. Although the God, the resolution's pretty shitty. Kind of hard. It's almost harder to see it in this one. I'm gonna go back. Where was that? Right here. Okay. If you look at this photo, you'll notice a what do you call it? God, I can't think of the word right now. An element of, I can't think of the word I want, so I'm just gonna say it a different way. An element of film that occurs in sound studios like this. Okay, when you're in front of a green screen, there's an effect that occurs. It's called, I can't think of it now, actually. It's basically the refraction of the light off of the green screen, or whatever color it happens to be, off of the subjects that you're filming, right? And if you look at things like in this, and the AI actually does a fairly good job of doing that, right? Like you can actually see, like off of her pants leg, this guy's pants leg, this over here, over here, you bleed of the very bright green color, which has to be bright green to make it easy to differentiate in a computer program between it and the subjects so that they can pipe in the background, right? Like, unfortunately, it bleeds, especially the green color. It reflects back onto, and there's a word for this, and I can't think of what it is. It's like an actual term for this, but like it bleeds back onto the subjects by way of refraction, and you get this green glow, or if you're using like a blue screen, blue glow, or whatever color it is, right? And because you can technically use whatever fucking color you want, you just gotta identify it within the program. And like what is interesting though is while in this photo it has it, you look at all the other video, and it's not there. Right? You see the green glow is completely gone, right? One more time, right? You see the green, you can almost feel it, right? It just like disappears. You switch over, it just, it's like, it's so oppressive, the green glow. And if you look at movies before, and honestly, it still happens. People still use green screen, although they have been using new technologies like LED screens to avoid this problem. But like if you go back, like you'll notice it. Like it'll start bugging you if you start thinking about it too much in movies that use special effects. But you can see here, there's no green glow anywhere, and there would have to be. According to what? According to video production. Just according to film. That's just how that works. If you're asking me, you're asking me according to what? As a guy who's done a fair amount of film stuff. The Disney prisms, yes, that's what I'm referring to. Although there were some fledgling efforts before that was ever. The Mandalorian effectively was like the first really big budget thing to make use of that technology. It really truly changed everything as it relates to that. Oh, not me. Oh, I see. Well, sometimes when you don't direct things at me or at anybody specific, I just assume it's at me. You know? But there you go. Definitely not fake, in case anybody was for some reason wondering to themselves. Israel. Now let's go to Canada, where former astronaut Chris Hadfield, I guess he never really stopped being an astronaut. Where astronaut Chris Hadfield gave an interview, talked about the wild ride the Artemis crew took back to Earth tonight. CBC from 11 hours ago.
Jeremy Hansen has joined a very short list of Canadians who've traveled to space, following in the footsteps of several iconic trailblazers, including Chris Hadfield. Let's take a look at the scene nearly 13 years ago when Hadfield and his crewmates safely returned to Earth after 5 months in space. Hadfield became the first Canadian to walk in space then. He's done a lot since, including writing his latest novel, Final Orbit. Well, Linda and I are thrilled to have Chris Hadfield joining us now. Chris, good morning to you.
And it is a good morning. I'm glad to be joining you. Thanks.
It is a fantastic morning. We've got, 12-ish hours until actual touchdown. But can we talk about that reentry process? You've done it. The numbers seem crazy to me. 40,000 kilometers an hour, slowing down, all the G's, everything. What's it like?
It is crazy. And what's even crazier for Jeremy and his crew is they're not just coming from orbit around the world, but they're falling all the way from the moon. So they've been falling about 400,000 kilometers, picking up speed the whole way. So as you say, they're going to plummet into the air, counting on the air to slow them down at about 40,000 kilometers an hour. They'll have twice as much energy as the 3 times that I re-entered the atmosphere. Twice as much energy to bleed off because of the extra speed. And they'll be counting on the thickness of the air, like throwing a big heavy stone into foamy water. They'll be counting on the thickness of the air to slow it down before it comes down and they open the parachutes and splash down off the coast of California. So it will be a wild ride when they come back through the air.
Of course, once they get through the initial cushion of hitting, as Chris put it, of hitting the atmosphere, they will eventually slow down to peak velocity. I'm sorry, terminal velocity, right? Which is basically the maximum speed at which an object can fall to the Earth, which I think is like 120 miles an hour, something like that. Maybe slightly faster. So it's going to slow down a fuck ton coming through the atmosphere. Of course, it hasn't been hitting any atoms at all in space, so really any atoms of resistance are going to slow it down. And you got a hell of a lot of them in the atmosphere. Likely story, says Owl, the old Owl. Which part? Which part are you talking about? Now, of course, one thing we've been worried about for the Artemis 2 astronauts ahead of this mission is... It's not something I have a clip for or anything, but we have talked about in the past, which is the heat shield. Yeah, the heat shield was experiencing some serious problems in tests. 2 former NASA engineers came out saying that they literally were they had serious concerns, such as it was that they would not even get on the thing themselves if they were in the shoes of these astronauts. Essentially, is what they came out and said. I can't remember what it was. I can't remember CBS. I can't remember what it was. ABC maybe. It was like months ago, but we were talking about that. Supposedly, all the problems that Artemis 2 had have been solved. Now, this is going to be the most important, most critical, as we've said over and over again. Because when you're going 40,000 miles an hour and you're slowing down to 120 or however many miles an hour, there's a lot of, essentially, friction happening. And the entire capsule that you're in is turning into, have you ever taken a long trip in a car, and especially in a hilly region where you had to brake a lot? Have you ever had your brakes get really hot? Have you ever noticed that if you ride your brakes too long, they will literally get red hot? Well, that's what's going to happen, of course. You know, and if that heat shield doesn't work, you're gonna have you're gonna have a bad time. By bad time, I mean you'll be literally cooked alive. Thankfully, that heat shield held up, and those astronauts made it to Earth. Let's go to the CNN live stream from earlier on Friday for the splashdown. It must be hot. Without the heat shield, it would be a literal oven. It still gets super duper hot in there. I don't know exactly how hot, but, you know, fairly warm. And you're also in space gear, so even warmer than it might be. Although, I guess maybe the space gear technically prevents, to some degree, the heat until it gets into the suit.
Anyone.
Then you're fucked. Whoa, I went too far. I went too far. I went way too far. Over here talking.
A sensitive waterway.
How did I get this far?
The message for the crew.
That's a question I'm asking myself right now.
Well, from Pennsylvania to Delaware.
There we go. How did that happen? I was like mindlessly clicking. Like, it was mindlessly clicking. I went like 6 videos past it. Okay, here was the live stream.
And we have confirmation of crew module, service module separation. And a great view, albeit momentarily.
Just as he says, great view. It's just completely okay, let's watch that one. That great view one more time.
And a great view, albeit momentarily.
Houston, good step on board.
Houston copies and concurs.
The European service module now separated from about 6 minutes in duration. After a thorough systems check, we have no toxic gases.
Wait, I went too far.
Nominal, and your recovery teams have visual.
Integrity's heat
Hold
shield.
on.
Five seconds. Landing and support officer reports the small boats are en route to the splashdown target zone. Passing through 150,000 feet, our trajectory is perfect. We're getting intermittent views of integrity. Still waiting to establish voice communication.
Integrity, Houston, comm check, post blackout.
Houston, Integrity, we have you loud and clear.
Your trajectory is nominal, and your recovery teams have visual.
Guidance looks good.
No action for the enabled internal camera controller fail.
Big cheers from the viewing room here in Mission Control as voice communication reestablished with Commander Reed Wiseman. For America and a waiting world, Integrity is 5.5 minutes away from coming home.
Integrity.
We're processing good data through the GPS system. A good view of integrity, time to splashdown 4.5 minutes. And a view of integrity from the WB-57. We're at 50,000 feet.
I think I just saw it through a. Maybe it was it might have been the granular footage. It's hard to tell. It looked. Oh yeah, you know what? It might have been. I thought I saw a parachute come out of it. I think I'm wrong. The footage is very grainy.
And there goes the first series of parachutes. And we're on drogues.
And Houston, we're visual. 2 drogues out the window.
2 good drogue shoots. Next up.
We copy. We see them.
Next up, the deployment of pilot parachutes that will pull the main chutes out. Time to splash down 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Perfect descent rate according to flight dynamics.
Good rates on 2 drogues.
We see the same on board.
Passing through 10,000 feet.
There we go.
Still
Switch
on
cameras now. The visuals are improving slowly. Oh, the second series
main chute
of
deployed.
Parachutes.
We're at 5,000 feet.
One of them appears to be not functioning as it should.
Search and recovery beacon has been activated on integrity. And we have 3 good main chutes. Good 3 main chutes, good reefing, good descent miles from its launch from the Kennedy Space Center back on April 1st, and a trip around the moon.
Whoa, why did they just randomly switch to the night vision?
Passing through 1,000 feet.
Damn, it's getting real close. Thousand feet, that's way lower than a plane.
Integrity, splashdown, sending post-land command now.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown, waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. From the pages of Jules Verne.
Wait, I was about to wait from the pages of Jules Verne.
A modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
Okay. Oh, there you go. Great job, Artemis 2 astronauts making it back to planet Earth. After a long, difficult journey past our moon. and back again. Making history for the planet. And technically for Canada as well. Because really, America's the only country that has sent astronauts to the moon, making it the first non-American to leave Earth's orbit, essentially. Because the ISS is still in Earth's orbit. it's still it's out. I mean, it's not on Earth, but it's a big thing. Historic. And now historical. All right. There you have it. Now, Donald Trump on Monday, before the Artemis 2 crew sat down, the president was asked his thoughts, whether or not he had a message for the crew.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
No, that wasn't his message. I'm sorry. I don't know how that happened.
I do. I think they're fantastic. You know, Jared, not Jared, this is my other Jared. I have two Jareds in my life, right? Jared's
the other
done a
Jared.
fantastic job at NASA.
Other Jared.
He's been amazing, and everybody told me he was going to be good. I didn't know he'd be that good. And he's got that thing hopping. He's got NASA hopping. And, you know, he was an astronaut. He's done this. Very successful guy, and he's doing a great job.
Does it add to the meaning that this is happening in the 250th year of American independence?
Well, it's happening then, and it's also happening at a time where we're in a very, very powerful, you could call it a military operation. People like me to call it that because they don't like me using the word war. Because they say, he said war. Oh,
What an inspiring message from the president. I wonder if they sent that to the astronauts. Jesus Christ. The guy is a lunatic. Anyway, as we talked about earlier this week, the Trump administration is cutting all of the science and research budget at NASA, and they're basically turning it into like a wing of the military. Basically like a branch, like NASA will soon become like a branch of Space Force. And we're going to occupy the moon. That's basically the only... Artemis is going to be the only mission that gets funded. Like, apparently, because Donald Trump's weird, freakish, Napoleonic desire is to seize the moon, to have it. You know, just go there, take it. Nobody's going to stop me. It's not like there's anybody there. Have we heard about Arc to Trump? We just got done talking about Arc to Trump. Not just an hour, 6 hours ago. We talked about Arc to Trump and how there's a veterans group currently suing Donald Trump. He was dismayed. He found out live in front of a camera the veterans group was suing him over the Arc to Trump. The Arc de Trump is very much in the balance. Is in the balance as the veterans group is suing Monsieur Trump. Et tu, veterans. How dare you? Very rude. You're the ones who are supposed to love it more than anybody else. It's literally what he said. He said, what? What are you talking about? The veterans? This is for them. This is for them. That's why we're naming it after me. We're naming it after me because... I'm sorry, no, it's the great Arc de Triumph. Not Trump. It Triumph. It sounds like Trump, but it's actually different. It's for them. They don't even get it. It's really weird. It's basically what he said. almost verbatim. Confused by the troops would be suing him rather than celebrating. He was very upset. Can we fire them all? Veterans, mate, they're saying. Well, why do I care? I prefer current troops that I can order to do things. Speaking of military operations, the United Kingdom earlier this week announced that they had been doing secret naval operations attempting to subvert a supposed covert Russian undersea planned plot to threaten important vital infrastructure. And then warned Russia later in the week. Here's TRT World from yesterday on this story.
A sensitive waterway, warships and a diplomatic storm brewing. Thousands of miles from the Strait of Hormuz, the English Channel and other British waters are once more at the centre of confrontations between London and Moscow.
Today I'm revealing details of a recent military operation undertaken by Russia.
I don't know if you heard me just now. I went, oh God. But my chair, if you will, if you can call this that, really, it is going downhill fast. I am like sinking. Like the spring died. It's like a cheap Amazon buy a while back. Oh God, the spring broke on half of it. And if I sit on the wrong side, I start sinking into it. It's a disaster. We gotta get into the black around here, the Galactic News Network at some point. We can't be running galactic deficits all the time. I gotta solve some of these problems.
In doing so, I'm doing this to expose the continuing Russian activity that threatens us in the UK and to highlight our constant readiness to respond.
Britain's Defence Minister on Thursday alleged that Moscow had been attempting covert operations in the Atlantic Ocean near the UK coastline. Images released by the Ministry of Defence claim to show British monitoring of the operations.
And to President Putin, I say, we see you. We see your activity over our cables and our pipelines. And you should know that any attempt to damage them will not be tolerated and will have serious consequences.
So yeah, I think Monday is when they originally announced that they had been doing this counter operation in the Atlantic. I think it might have extended into the Baltic. It's not clear, but the point is in stories like this that make me really worry that we're like on the brink of sort of the rounding the circle on World War III, if you will. We've been talking about it. We already have enough conflicts going on. And like I've been worrying this whole time and suggesting is that they're going to all start linking up because there's so many happening and so many actors now involved in all of these different conflicts. And the likelihood for things like this to wind up leading to bigger actual military whatever back and forth to actual involvement and whatever. I just don't, you know what I mean here? Like this is the sort of thing that I feel like the United Kingdom winds up, if something like that were to happen, I feel like it would wind up pulling the United Kingdom further into the Ukrainian conflict. And they're already deeply involved. So what would be deeper involved, right? Do I have a galactic wish list on Amazon? I have a galactic wish list on Throne, which utilizes a number of different sites like Amazon. So yes, I have a Throne link on my Twitch and YouTube descriptions. You can click it; it'll take you right there. We're not funding a new chair right now, but we are funding another important organizational tool that would lead to me eventually. It'd actually be much easier for me to solve this situation, in theory, if we were to solve that one that we're currently doing. Basically, yes. Short list, yes, but no chair. Short answer, yes. That's what I meant to say. My brain not working. Am I going to really make it 4.5 more hours to 12 hours tonight, people? I need more caffeine. UPS has their own warehouse, docs? Is that a question? Fairly certain UPS uses a variety of different warehouses, including their own. I'm not an expert in logistics, but that's my understanding of it. Well, while we're in Europe, we should talk about election, which is happening this weekend. In Hungary, where a bunch of right-wingers from America have been making appearances over the last couple of weeks, trying to bolster Viktor Orban, who basically sits at the head of the right-wing project in the EU. People like Dave Rubin, and even the vice president this week, showing his face. And as actually, I take it back. No, I'll make my cuts in Iran. That'll be the easiest place to cut, I feel like. Because that's where half of the videos are. By the way, Space Fams, great job for making it half of the way through my list. We made it halfway through the list, and yet we are currently at the point where, since we literally can't go over 12 hours, can't do math because my brain is broken, we're at 60. We're over 60% of the way through the stream. Halfway through the list, over 6 is nearly 2/3. No, yeah, 2/3. So the math ain't mathin'. Something's gonna have to get booted out of this list. I'm actually surprised that I've done as well as I have. I mean, I've made it through 100 videos. That's gotta say it's something. I've achieved something. All right, let's talk about those Hungarian elections. Starting it off with France 24, English from Monday. By the way, do people appreciate that I try to say where all the clips come from? Like, I feel like it's almost like a journalistic obligation, but I just wonder if, like, the viewers actually appreciate it. Like, I know you see the clip, but I feel like there's some people who aren't necessarily watching. So I feel like maybe that's helpful. I don't know. Just asking things.
Today's press review. Antonia Karik's here. She's beginning in Hungary. Voters heading to the polls on Sunday, of course. You've been reading about one of the minority opposition parties vying for seats there.
Yes, this is what the party that goes by the two-tailed dog party. Now, on their manifesto, you have free beer and also eternal life. However, behind the jokiness, there's also a seriousness to the satire. They also promised to build a rocket launch pad in Viktor Orban's hometown of Felksut, which is a very specific comment on Viktor Orban's own choice to build a 4,000-seat stadium there in what is a village of 1,700 inhabitants. It's extremely anti-corruption. They're not supportive either, I should say, of Viktor Orban's main challenger from the centre-right, Peter Magyar. Their manifesto is also focused on things like gay marriage. They would like measures to fight corruption. They want higher taxes for higher earners, sustainable agriculture, and for Ukraine to be allowed into the EU. On their campaign.
Yeah. I mean, as we all know, probably, at least most of us know, Viktor Orban is an incredibly far-right figure in Europe. One of the most far-right leaders. You know, as Donald Trump has called him, a strong man. He's been in power for nearly 20 years. Some call him undemocratic. Some people call him a dictator. He certainly has put into place a whole bunch of authoritarian and theocratic laws, things making it illegal to be gay, basically, and all sorts of other fun stuff. Now, Viktor Orban came out and claimed that the government of Hungary had found explosives by a Hungarian pipeline. Indefinitely not a false flag. Here's France 24
This
from Monday.
blockade prevents anyone from approaching. This after 2 backpacks with explosives were found near an important energy pipeline in Serbia, which carries Russian gas to the region. Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban implied that Ukraine could have played a role in the incident, although others have raised doubts as to its authenticity.
For years, Ukraine has been working to cut Europe off from Russian energy. The Russian sector of Turk Stream is also under continuous military attack. Ukraine's efforts pose a life-threatening danger to Hungary.
I mean, honestly, if anyone believes this, I've got some land on the moon to sell you and a whole bunch of magic beans.
Give me a joke.
Maybe under different circumstances, I could potentially be tricked into believing such a story, or convinced into thinking this was viable. This is a viable, not viable. What's the word? Verified. Like, I mean, the fact is, there's just no way. Like, we could look into this further. I'm not going to, because I find it to be laughable. In the moment, what? While everyone is literally freaking out and internally having like massive unrest over the price of gas and oil, you're telling me that anybody is like insane enough to want to do such a thing? Or that, I mean, he claims it's Ukraine who was Viktor Orban came out and claimed that it was Ukraine who had attempted this, but not successfully, I would point out. Very convenient, right? I mean, think about that for a second. Oh, Ukraine did it, but not successfully. It's conveniently unsuccessfully, so it completely doesn't affect the oil prices, which nobody in their right mind would want to go higher than they currently are. Like, that's just like, it's like, you know, it's like suicidal to want to do such a thing, in my opinion. Right? Like, if you're not Iran right now, like, if you don't have like a good reason for doing that, like, you're like, you don't have a massive gas and oil like that's like you're benefiting from directly right now, like that, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, like Ukraine does have like some of that, but not like Iran. And like blowing up a pipeline, like, while they're trying to, you know, like, while they're trying to get into the EU, right? Like trying to blow up an EU pipeline while they're trying to simultaneously get into the EU is one of the most laughable things you could try and convince me of. Why would Ukraine ever do such a thing? It's insane. It's insane to think. There's so many reasons for why nobody would want to ever do such a thing right now. It just makes no sense. But it's just, in my opinion, this is the ramblings of a scared man, a dude who's been in power for nearly 20 years, hoping to keep the streak going, worrying about what it would be like to be out of power, and just coming up with whatever he can, you know, gin up his base. And he's very, honestly, of EU leaders, Viktor Orban is one of the most anti-EU, you know, like, while being simultaneously an EU member and anti-Ukraine. I think it just, you know, I think it makes more sense that this is Viktor Orban trying to pull some shit than Ukraine literally trying to blow up a pipeline. Because that's what the allegation is that Ukraine literally tried to blow up a pipeline. A couple of backpacks. All right, democracy now, to talk more about the Viktor Orban re-election campaign and the broader Hungarian election.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn now to the one country in Europe where the transatlantic relationship...
People do appreciate me saying where the videos are and when they happen. Okay, good. Then I'll keep trying to do... I mean, honestly, I would probably keep trying regardless, because of the fact that it's just... I think it's important to, like, try and make sure I, like, give credit to who the clips are from, and to also, like, give people who can't necessarily watch but are listening instead, you know, to be able the ability to know what they're listening to. And also the time, also, I feel like that part is more important to some degree. Because you can see, you're like, you know, the voice of Amy or whatever else. I feel like that's more obvious. But like the timeline of it all, I feel like is most important. And this one was from earlier today, if I didn't say that, or earlier Friday.
Only gotten stronger under the Trump administration. Hungary. But that relationship is about to be tested, because as Hungary goes to the polls Sunday, far-right Prime Minister Viktor Orban is facing his biggest challenge in 16 years. Polls show the center-right party, led by Péter Magyar, with a significant lead over Orban's party in the days before Hungary's parliamentary election. The latest polls show Orban's party has a support of 39% of decided voters, 52% back his opponent's party. 25% of voters said they're undecided. Orban's been prime minister of Hungary since 2010, making him the European Union's longest-serving leader. Earlier today, he accused his political opponents of trying to seize power in a video message posted to social media.
Our opponents will stop at nothing to seize power. They are colluding with foreign secret services, threatening our followers with violence, and calling out election fraud with fabricated accusations even before the election. They are organizing demonstrations and chaos even before your votes have been counted. Let us speak clearly. This is an organized attempt to question the decisions of the Hungarian people through chaos, pressure, and international discredit.
On Tuesday, U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance traveled to Budapest, where he appeared alongside Prime Minister Orban and openly campaigned for his re-election.
Will you stand against the bureaucrats in Brussels? Will you stand for sovereignty and democracy? Will you stand for Western civilization? Will you stand for freedom, for truth, and for the God of our fathers? Then, my friends, go to the polls in the weekend, stand with Viktor Orban.
For more, we're joined from New Haven, Connecticut by Kim Lane Shepley. She's professor of sociology and international affairs in the Princeton School of Public and International Affairs. Her research examines the rise and fall of constitutional government with a focus on Hungary. Professor, welcome back to Democracy Now! Why is Hungary so critical? And what is the U.S. Vice President, J.D. Vance, doing there? He's now headed off to Pakistan to lead the negotiations with Iran.
Yeah, so yes, this election is really crucial, not just for Hungary, but for the international sort of right wing. Viktor Orban has controlled Hungary for 16 years. He's become a dictator, though he doesn't like to call himself that. It's crucial to have a state in Europe with the resources of a state backing sort of the undermining of the European Union, backing the kind of policies that Donald Trump has had. So it's not surprising that the Trump administration has been strongly backing Orban. J.D. Vance's visit this week was the second visit by a high-level Trump administration official. Remember that Marco Rubio went to Budapest right after the Munich Security Conference. So there's been a lot of American signaling that the U.S. would really love to have Viktor Orban be reelected. The problem is the Hungarian people don't seem to agree.
This is Hungarian Prime Minister Orban speaking to reporters during a joint news conference with Vice President J.D. Vance this week.
Vice President, my dear friend, Vice President, it has been 35 years since a Vice President last visited Hungary, and we have not had such a high-ranking guest from the United States for 20 years. 20 years is a long time between friends. With the election of President Trump, a golden age has dawned in our relations. As we have just looked at 2025, we see it was a year of records in economic cooperation.
So that's Prime Minister Orban, who is standing next to J.D. Vance at this joint news conference. Why is Hungary, led by Orban, so important for Europe right now, particularly the right in Europe? And what would it mean if he loses? And why would J.D. Vance care about that?
Yeah, so Viktor Orban, first of all, is so far behind in the polls that even his rigged election system will probably not save him this time. And it's causing some panic in the right wing in Europe because once Orban consolidated power in Hungary, he then spent a huge amount of Hungarian money, we think up to 1% of total Hungarian GDP, on an effort to influence and to build a far-right network across Europe. So in the last European elections, for example, Orban's Fidesz political party was the primary advertiser on behalf of far-right parties across Europe. And as you know, those European elections tilted quite heavily in favor of the far right. Orban came out of those elections not only with a substantial victory in Hungary, but he was actually able to cobble together the third largest party in the European Parliament, which has really tilted European policy in favor of the right. So he's the kingmaker in Europe in terms of building far-right cohesion, and the Trump administration has been echoing Orban's language. In fact, if you look at the national security strategy that the U.S. released back in the fall, it could almost have been written by Orban. The language is exactly the same. And the code word for the far right now is the Patriots in Europe, because the Patriots is the name of Orban's European-wide political party.
I wanted to ask
It's fucking ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
The fact that our vice president is like taking a stop in Hungary to campaign for fucking Viktor Orban is just so wild. Actually, I think we're going to keep watching the rest of this. I think this is an important one. And seeing as it's the weekending report, I worry that it'll be my only... The reason why I'm worried about, like, not doing the full show is, like, the second I end the show, we go back to the fact that the Iran war is still going on, and that I'm sure that there's, like, things literally happening right now, and honestly, the second that we start talking about Iran, it's like all... It's all back downhill, back to reality. It's already Practically officially Saturn Day everywhere on the planet. Except for Alaska. So I got 50 minutes over there, Alaska. I see you. I see you, Alaska. Styx Dragon, grateful for me reading things that you cannot see. Hard enough as it is, please keep it up. I'm glad. I'm glad, Styx. I will keep reading. And we'll keep reading, so long as my voice continues allowing me to. That is my galactic promise to you. Dear Space Fams. That is my pledge. So saith Gary.
Ask you about a very interesting figure in the Trump administration. That's Sebastian Gorka, Trump's deputy assistant to the president, senior director for counterterrorism. He advised Trump in his first term, but was pushed out after the Forward revealed he once had ties to a Hungarian far-right Nazi-allied group and that he supported an anti-Semitic and racist paramilitary militia in Hungary while he served as a Hungarian politician. Gorka is Hungarian.
Yeah, so Gorka's actually a complicated figure. He was raised in Britain by far-right parents, and in fact, the far-right organization that he supported is actually not neo-Nazi, but Nazi. His father was a member of a Nazi-aligned group when the Nazis were actually dominating Europe. When Gorka showed up at Trump's first inauguration, he wore not only the insignia, but also the uniform of the original Nazi paramilitary organization. After that was discovered, he then got marginalized. He got kicked out of the White House. But he's been still aligned with Trump forces. So now Gorka has come back as counterterrorism director in the White House. But, you know, Gorka has this interesting history in Hungary.
The Gorkanator. I am the Gorkanator. You are not prepared for my greatness. The alpha males are back. Can't you hear it? Gorka, he's back. We must listen to this song right now.
Let me tease this before we go into the fun half. There was video that was unearthed. I can only...
What's funny about this one, or not funny, but ironic about this, is as this video is a clip from the Majority Report going into the fun half, we hear at the Majority Report, I almost called us, but now I've really lost it. We here at the Galactic News Network, you watch so many Majority Report clips, are going into the opposite of that, the non-fun half. This is really signifying the end of the fun, practically. Because we're like 3 videos away from talking about Iran for the next 4 hours. I'm sorry to say, but it's true.
That involves me and some body lotion oil.
Vegetable oil?
We want to get out ahead of this. I'm not going to reveal until we get to the fun half. We want to get...
Michael Brooks had the best Gorka impression. It's true. He did have a great Gorka impression. And I got to work on my Gorka impression if he's back. Although it's actually not clear that he is back. Because, you know, if Victor loses, which is looking like he very well might, he might not be back at all. So this might be our last opportunity to do this, but if he is back, I'm going to have to work on my Gorka impression. No doubt. I haven't heard him speak in so long, I'm struggling to remember what he sounds like.
I know that Steven Crowder has been raking the internet for something to embarrass me about. There was a time where I was a performance artist and performed some things that I look back on and am still proud of, but understand that in this day and age may be perceived as a little risque. So stick around for this in the fun half. In the meantime, we give you DJ Janarchy's latest masterpiece.
You are in for it. All right, folks. 646-257-3920. See you in the fun.
Are you ready?
Who sent us this?
Alpha males are back. Boys back. And the alpha males are back.
Just as delicious as you could imagine.
The alpha males are back. Boys back. And the alpha males are back.
Just want to degrade the white man.
Alpha males are back.
I take all of it to my throat.
Alpha males are back.
Snowflake says what?
The alpha males are back.
You are a madman.
And the alpha males are back.
Oh no, Sam Cedar! What a fucking nightmare!
Yeah! What?
Yeah, or a couple of them. Just put them in rotation.
DJ Denner.
Well, the problem with those is they're like 45 seconds long, so I don't know if they're enough of a break.
That's fucking nonsense. You see white people doing drugs, they look worse than normal white people, and all white people look disgusting.
And the alpha males...
Psych. Fuck them. Oh. Snowflake says what? Snowflake says what? A hell of a lot of bank. A hell of a lot of bank. A hell of a lot of bank. Okay, I'm making stupid money. Hell of a lot of bank. A hell of a lot of bank.
All lives matter. Have you tried doing an impression on a college campus?
I think that there's no reason why reasonable people across the divide can't all agree with this. Psych.
And the alpha males are back. And the Africans are black African. And the alpha males are black. And the Africans are back.
When you see Donald Trump out there, doesn't a little part of you think that America deserves to be taken over by jihadists?
What now?
Keep it at 100. Can't knock the hustle. Come on! Fuck 'em. Things I do for the bigger game plan. By the way, it's my birthday! Happy birthday to me, Jew boy!
I
have a thought experiment for you.
And the alpha males are back. Africans are black. Alpha males are black. Africans are back.
Come on! Come on! Someone needs to pay the price for blasphemy around here.
I am a total pussy.
Sebastian Gorka. I couldn't help myself. Had to listen to it. There you go. The special Galactic Tangent on an incredibly busy show when I shouldn't be taking galactic tangents, but there we are.
After
I
the
think
Berlin
5
Wall
minutes
came
well
down,
spent.
he moved from Britain to Hungary. He worked in the Hungarian defense establishment, and he got to know the Hungarian government very well. He then briefly founded a rival political party to Orban's political party when Orban was out of power in the 2000s. And then when there was a kind of discussion between, shall we say, Gorka and Orban, Gorka agreed to dissolve his party, and the people from Gorka's political party went straight into Orban's party, where they still are now. Okay,
Immediately,
so Gorka
if not
has direct
sooner.
personal ties with Orban, so it's not surprising. And Gorka speaks Hungarian, etc. So he's the point person in the White House who has the direct contacts with the Orban team.
Thursday's New York Times had an interesting story headlined, U.S. pushes allies to chase a new terrorism target, the far left. It's a push to designate far-left and anti-fascist groups overseas as terrorist organizations and pressure those countries to investigate the groups and find links between left-wing groups abroad and Americans. The leaders of this initiative, and I'm reading from the Times right now, the leaders of this initiative, according to the piece, include Sebastian Gorka. Your final comments.
Yes. Yeah, so Gorka heads counterterrorism, so that's the weapon he's going to use. And, of course, after 9/11, there's a huge counterterrorism network and a huge set of counterterrorism resources available for going after enemies of different kinds. And what Trump is trying to do and what Orban has already done in Hungary is to start labeling, and I wouldn't even call it the far left, right? It's the entire left, as the opposition to these far-right groups. And so far, they've been using media denigration, making fun of them, trying to establish and argue for networks that aren't there. But this move to start to label any kind of group that these governments don't like, that these patriot groups in Europe don't like, as part of a far-left network is, first of all, false, that the network doesn't exist. But second of all, it's a way of trying to weaponize these resources that governments have against the left so as to get them out of the way so the right has a better chance.
It sounds exactly like what the Trump administration has been doing in the United States lately. NSBM 7, that case in Texas, where they are trying to jail those 12 activists for just happening to be at a protest. I mean, that's basically the playbook that the United States is drawing from, it would seem. I wouldn't be shocked if, Stephen Miller was a close friend of Viktor Orban and Seb Gorka. Now, as all of this is going on, of course, the Operation Epstein Fury ceasefire remains fake. Israel continues to fight in Lebanon. Continues murdering hundreds of people at a time there. Continues starving everybody in Palestine. And Iran has supposedly been doing strikes, although there is some confusion around that. Because yesterday, Iran denied that it had violated the ceasefire with the United States and Israel. So, either they're saying that the strikes that have been seen, that Israel's accused them of doing, and other nation states have accused them of doing, it views as not being a violation of the ceasefire. Which would basically be just doing the same thing Israel's been doing this whole time. Or it would suggest that Iran didn't do any strikes and that someone else is doing the strikes as some sort of attempted false flag, essentially, if you buy the Iranian narrative. But we're getting way ahead of myself right now. Just saying, Iran war still happening in some degree or another, even though people are, as we speak, landing in Pakistan to get these ceasefire talks underway. U.S. and other representatives showing up to attempt to bring an end to this nonsense. However, there's, of course, other conflicts happening around the world, including in Ukraine. where Ukrainian farmers were already struggling with the war in their own country. And now, as a result of the war in Iran, Operation Epstein Fury, things are even worse.
Ukrainian farmer Mykola Malienko has sown 250 fewer acres of corn this year. The 70-year-old says he needs to save money as costs soared following the war in Iran. In the past month and a half, he says the price of diesel has nearly doubled.
The situation here is extremely difficult, and today we already need to accumulate fuel reserves specifically for the 2026 harvest, because it's not enough just to grow the crop. It still has to be harvested. If we cannot bring it in, that will lead to a total collapse.
Despite a 4-year war since Russia's full-scale invasion in 2022, Ukraine is still a major producer of grain, oilseeds and vegetable oils. According to Economy Ministry data, it exports to 150 countries. But Dmitry Skorniakov, CEO of agricultural company Harvest, says average production costs will likely increase 20 to 30% in the short term.
This will be a second 2022, when all commodities skyrocketed. Therefore, in Ukraine, for some it will mean bankruptcy and ruin. Those who didn't manage to stock up now, or rather before the new year. And it will be bad for the country too, because the country collects a lot of taxes from agribusiness, and exports are also largely agricultural.
Yeah, and this is hugely problematic, not just for Ukraine, but for Europe and other countries. They're basically one of the biggest grain exporters in Eastern Europe. And if they can't harvest the grain, that's a huge fucking problem. But of course, Ukraine does not have enough oil reserves to meet its own needs. And once again, more reason for why it'd be ridiculous for them to attack that pipeline and further increase the cost of oil. And so, you know, they're going to struggle to do what they have to do here, you know, to plant the crops that need to be planted.
At the same time, a risk for Ukraine is that the war in the Middle East increases Russia's economic advantage. As a major oil and gas producer, it stands to gain from high energy prices. Russian strikes have destroyed Ukraine's refineries, so Kyiv has to import diesel from Europe to run farm machinery.
Yeah, and this is the only reason that you could make, the only argument you can make for why Ukraine would ever consider attacking a pipeline inside of Hungary. But once again, I think the trade-off of that, of doing a literal terrorist attack inside of Hungary, inside of an EU country, when they want to be EU members, I think is the sort of trade-off I don't think that Ukraine would make, considering all the diplomatic efforts they've been trying to make there with all that. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. But yeah, no, absolutely, Russia has been benefiting greatly from the increase in oil prices as a result of Operation Epstein Fury. It's been one of the main things funding Russia's war in Ukraine. And with oil now twice as expensive, and the sanctions being lifted by the United States, things like that, making that even, much more lucrative, nearly twice as lucrative for them. Okay, that is Sam. He shaved, so he looks like baby Sam. Oh yeah, Sam used to shave. He didn't always have a beard. That's right, Benihana. I've been watching Sam and the Majority Report for 15 years? Not quite 15 years, actually. Slightly less. I think I found them on YouTube in like 2014. Like 2014, early 2015, I want to say. Something like that. It's hard to remember. It's been so long. It's over a decade. Yeah, Sam is old as shit. I mean, he's like almost 60 years old. That's one thing I worry about every day, is when Sam's going to retire. Because at some point he's going to retire. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know. He's the internet dad.
Dead! 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 Dead!
I can't have internet dad abandon us, okay? I don't know what I'll do. You only found Majority Report in 2021? You started watching... That's when you started watching TYT? Yeah, I found TYT before I found Majority Report for whatever reason. I don't know when I found them. I think I found TYT before they were really overtly political. For whatever reason. Because I was on YouTube I started using YouTube really, really, really early. It's one of my favorite things. It's probably why I'm a creator. Anyway. Meanwhile, inside of Russia, the internet crackdown is leading to a growing spring of discontent. Here's the Associated Press from 10 hours ago.
Russia is cracking down on the internet. The result? Anger and frustration, and a spring of growing discontent. For years, Russia has sought to take the internet under total government control and potentially cut it off from the rest of the world. It's blocked tens of thousands of websites, messaging apps and social media platforms that refuse to cooperate with authorities. Internet users had gotten used to circumventing the restrictions by using VPNs, virtual private networks, which create an encrypted connection between the internet and a device. But the government has been blocking these too.
Damn. Yeah, I can see that pissing Russians off. They're a very tech savvy group of people. And I can imagine that being incredibly problematic. Turn off the VPN, then you're just living with the actual Russian firewall. And then what? Come on.
Help! I'm being repressed!
You think you found Majority Report around 2018-19, but I don't know what time was. You didn't know what chat was for a long time after? Yeah, we all have journeys of finding Majority Report, you know? I mean, I know some people who found it before me. People who, you know, Air America callers. Like, you know, people I've heard of people who still watch Sam today on YouTube who've been listening to him since before he had a face, essentially. Was listening to him on the radio.
I'm staying in the race.
You know, like elderly people stuff. I certainly didn't find him back then. I know that much. Now, how are we doing on time? Ah, screw it. God damn it. Alright, well, I gotta skip one. I gotta skip one of these videos I had. Just for time's sake. So, I guess, honestly, I don't need to do 4 full hours of Iran. I'm certainly not gonna get it now. Yeah, screw it. Alright, you know what? No, honestly, we've talked about Iran all week. I'm just gonna have to skip some of that stuff. Or just move it over to tomorrow or something. Jesus Christ. I'm exhausted. You were an early subscriber to Breaking Points. Interesting. You found Majority Report during COVID? That's when Michael died. It's a very sad time for me. I almost started a political show. Instead, I started Among Us. What do you call it? Why can't I think of the word right now? Among Us stream. Originally, during COVID, first time I ever streamed. Galactic lore. First time I ever went on stream was for my first Among Us stream. Honestly, what I was thinking at that point, because of the fact that at that time, at the exact time that I started doing Among Us streams, was like Hassan was doing like Among Us streams with like AOC and people like that were doing all this shit. I was like, maybe I'll eventually transition. And then I took a massive break because I couldn't sustain myself from doing Among Us streams. So I went back to working for a while. And now we're here. Many years later. I think I did like 3 months. Like 3 months of Among Us streams. It was fun while it lasted. I don't know why I'm talking about this right now. How did I get on this topic? All right, let's talk about Donald Trump's hesitance, it would seem, to criticize Vladimir Putin and his really what seems like a soft spot.
Well, let's get an update on the situation in Ukraine with some thoughts and analysis. Peter Zalmayev joins us, founder and director of the Eurasia Democracy Initiative. Peter joining us, as always, live from Kyiv in Ukraine. Peter, good evening to you. Great to see you, as always. Vladimir Zelensky calling for the United States to be as tough on Russia as it has been on Iran. Do you sense that that could happen at all?
Well, I think it's a very poorly concealed secret that, once again, Donald Trump harbors some kind of unexplained sympathy for Vladimir Putin. And I think nothing exemplifies this better than the fact that the politician you just mentioned, Mark, in the lead up to this, Prime Minister of Hungary, Viktor Orban, enjoys the support of both the Kremlin and the administration of Donald Trump. So the irony was not lost on anyone that when Vice President J.D. Vance was in Hungary berating Brussels and the Ukrainians ostensibly for interfering in the Hungarian elections, what was he there for?
What was he there for? Good point. Does literally campaigning on behalf of the president of Hungary count as interfering, or is it only when there's people you don't like? The hypocrisy is not unnoticed. Okay. I am so tired, Spaceman. Don't worry, I haven't given up.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up.
Not gonna do it. Now, Russia announced ceasefire on Orthodox Easter. For Orthodox Easter. Here's Al Jazeera from 4 hours. I think actually can't possibly be 4 hours. This must be long ago. I gotta refresh my list.
On Saturday afternoon, these bells will ring like they always do. But this time, they'll be marking the beginning of a ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia. It's supposed to last until the end of the Orthodox Easter holiday at midnight on Sunday. For Christians here, it's the most important holiday of the year. The Kremlin announced the ceasefire late on Thursday and said it expects Ukraine to follow Russia's example. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky responded, saying Kyiv had already called for a ceasefire. But Ukrainians remain weary.
It would be very nice, but I don't believe in it, that this ceasefire is possible at all.
Russia violates any ceasefires and it doesn't want it. Of course, it would be great if it happened. Possibly we could have at least one peaceful day, but I don't think it will happen.
Last year, Russia again declared an Easter ceasefire, but both sides accused the other of committing multiple violations of that truce.
Good. That's good. So, ceasefires everywhere, but is there really a ceasefire anywhere? That's the world we live in right now. Fake ceasefires. Fake ceasefire in Ukraine, fake ceasefire in the Middle East. At least we're united on that front. All right. I think this is now the time for me to take the final break of the night before we move over to talking about the Middle East for the rest of it. Technically, I have one more video regarding Europe, tangentially. Sort of, well, not tangentially. Yeah. But it's the one that's going to transition us to talking about the Middle East, so we'll save that for the final half of the show. Good God. 8 hours, 20 minutes, 37 seconds. That's how long the stream's been going. Still got a hell of a lot to talk about. Practically half the stream. Well, half the clips that I have in my list. 173 videos. Let me count again how many exactly I have. Let's see. For the whole week. Because that's what we're doing, of course, is the week ending report. So we're covering from Sunday to Friday. Everything in between it. Let's see. 20, 40, 60. Okay, actually it's slightly less than I thought. I must have miscounted earlier. 75. So 75 of 175. Whatever that works out to be. Can't quite do the math in my head right now. Jesus. Yeah. Anyway. Got the bulk, a large portion of the stream left still to go. 3.5 hours, technically, is the counter we've got. Until we have to end the stream, of course, because we can't go longer than 12. Literally, YouTube won't let us. They'll start cutting off the beginning of the stream. And we can't have that. There was good stuff at the beginning of the stream. We can't be losing that. So, quick intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Alright, everybody. Hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit that like button, too, while you're at it. Really helps us out. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal, Throne, and of course the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens. shout out at the end of every show. Secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server. That's right, patrons only are chatting away behind the scenes in the Discord server where you all are hanging out and you didn't even know. Secret content as well. Alright, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. Oh, by the way, about the patrons. I noticed recently a trend. A lot of people joining the Patreon as free members. Like 5 in a row. Only $3 a month, 10 cents a day, so incredibly affordable. Think about that, 10 cents a day. Is there anything else that you spend so little on that gets you so many sweet, sweet space benefits? Now's the time to take the plunge, help contribute to the galactic deficit. And get yourself some sweet, sweet bennies. right, everybody. We are back. That's right, the final break is over, and the final portion of the stream is about to begin. We can't afford too many breaks around here, apparently. Too much news happening this week. I feel bad about that. One day I'll make it up to you. I think what I'm going to do to make up some of the things I've done to the patrons is I'm going to do a patron subathon. Patrons decide what we watch type of deal. Although, I think I'm going to do something I've never done before. Intentionally. I'm going to do a Twitch-only patron subathon. Because I think the best way to do the subathons, because we've had some serious problems in the past with the subathons after the fact and or in the middle of them with, like, copyright stuff. I think what we'll do is we'll go to Twitch, where we don't have the same level of problems on that as we do on YouTube. And we'll just go nuts. And we'll watch, like, AI slop and whatever people want to their heart's content. At least, whatever the patrons want. Anyway, everybody, get back to your seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss the final half. I know a lot of people around here have been wanting us to watch, like, the AI, like, a lot of the Iran AI vids and, like, the, you know, like, all that kind of stuff. And I can be coerced vicariously through Patreon memberships, as it turns out. Existing patronage all counts. That's the great thing about being a patron. When benefits like this pop up, you're ready. Ready to go. Only $3 a month. You're already getting residual benefits all the fucking time. Sure, sometimes am I not doing enough? I would say yes. In all areas of my life. I'm doing my best. I'm trying to keep an 8-hour, 5-day-a-week stream going. One which is not just pure reacts like everybody else does. It's actually been thought through with just the barest minimum of forethought and planning. Concept of a plan. That's what we're working off of most days. You know? I'm trying my very best around here. I hope to one day improve my productivity. One thing that I've been avoiding doing for basically years now is embracing AI to improve my productivity. Once I learned of the horrors of AI, I basically completely stopped using it. Once I started realizing, like, the implications of where we were headed with it, societally, but more importantly, environmentally, I think, was the real selling point for me. Because it's not clear how quick the societal, I mean, it's possible, like, the implications of it. I mean, the implications are clearly there. It's just not clear how fast that part of it's going to take. But we know how bad the environmental cost is. And that's why I've refused to use it. Of course, there's other reasons too, but, like, I keep fighting it back. Like, YouTube, for instance, recently, while they're cracking down on AI slop, they did add in a way for creators to use AI to automatically clip their show. Do you know how difficult it is for me to say no to that? Anybody? Can anybody tell me? Do you know how hard it is for me as a guy who spends 4 hours a day preparing for the show, where it would be literally impossible for me to be clipping the show properly and also doing the preparations for the show and then doing an 8-hour show? Like, do you know how hard it is for me to say no to that? It's ridiculous. Because I want to be, like, pumping out clips. I can't do it. You lost your gift membership? Oh no, that's terrible. I see that. I see you lost your YouTube gift membership. That's very sad. I see a number of people missing gift memberships around here. A lot of gray names. A lot of gray names lacking memberships on YouTube. It's very sad. AI clipping, yeah. Yep, clip of Miss Maximus. But this is one of the reasons why I haven't been doing clips of the stream, which is one of the things I've been wanting to do, as well as, well, don't get me started. I'm still working on optimizing my life. It'll happen soon, people. It's happening. It's in the works. It's in the works. I swear to God. You're so close. You're so close. I swear to God. All right, people. Well, we're back. Final show. Final end. I'm not final. Final show. Good God. I'm having a hard time, people. I don't know if you can tell.
I'm having a hard time.
Final show. So bad those didn't come to fruition. Final portion of the stream. Final portion of the stream here, folks. All Middle East. All morning. And I do by morning, I do mean morning for basically everybody in the United States. Becoming afternoon for the rest of the planet and or evening. Good evening, good afternoon, and good night. Or good afternoon, good evening, and good night? Yeah, that's the way it goes. That's when you know I'm delirious, when I start just like randomly quoting movies for no good reason. That's when you know things are bad. Claiming it's my final show, but clearly it's not. Membership is nice, Patreon is better, says Carl Schmidt. It's pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty good. 11 a.m. there, okay, yeah, that checks out. You can't get them on this account? You were talking about something else? You can't get a gifted membership on that account? I could have sworn I've seen BCAT OG receive a gifted membership before. That's weird. Is it just BCAT 2.0 that gets memberships? That's quite sad. That makes me want to cry.
And it makes me cry.
How did I not know that? All right, I'm just now we're just talking about memberships over here. Losing my mind. My stream is a gazillion hours a week to be nice to myself. Yeah, I should be nice to myself. I'm working on both optimizing my life and being nice to myself and the stream. All of it. And the election. I'm not asking too much of myself, all right? I'm fine.
When I look at this news, I start having an anxiety attack.
It's probably more accurate to what's happening. Honestly, there have been days where literally looking at the news gave me an anxiety attack and caused me to not do a show. I'm not kidding. That's a real thing. There's been days where I just like looked at it and was like, why? Why do it? Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm going back to bed. Screw it. Whatever I'm about to say is not going to fix this. I'm going back to bed. All right, let's talk about what Donald Trump's been saying about NATO as we transition from talking about Europe to the Middle East. Specifically, his threats against, threats regarding the Strait of Hormuz and the lack of military support Donald Trump's been getting from our NATO allies something that would really be more of a favor than, anything laid out in the treaty.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn now to Europe, where the war in Iran is
Sorry, this is from Democracy Now! From earlier on Friday.
Upended transatlantic ties with the United States. On Wednesday, President Trump met with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte at the White House amidst growing threats to pull the U.S. from the military alliance. After the meeting, Trump lashed out on social media, saying in all caps, quote, NATO wasn't there when we needed them, and they won't be there if we need them again. Remember Greenland, that big, poorly run piece of ice. Exclamation point 3 times. The Wall Street Journal reports the Trump administration's...
I'll bet Greenlanders loved that. Or a big, poorly run piece of ice. He really knows how to make friends, doesn't he?
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
You have a mental health problem.
Exclamation point 3 times. The Wall Street Journal reports the Trump administration is considering moving U.S. troops out in NATO member countries Spain and Germany as punishment for not supporting the U.S. in its war in Iran. On Thursday, the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte suggested NATO could support the U.S. in the Strait of Hormuz, saying, quote, if NATO can help, obviously NATO is there.
You know, somebody, I have my criticisms of NATO, but this is not one of them. Not engaging in war crimes is not, like, this is the worst reason to get out of NATO. NATO deciding to not get involved in another American illegal war is actually, if anything, what's the word? I can't think of words now. Oh, this is what happens when we get this far into the stream. I start just getting delusional and forgetting what words exist. My vocabulary just decreases dramatically. I just start, yeah, NATO, yeah, Trump, and then the people and the things and toilet. Toilet. Yes, toilet.
He also downplayed European opposition to the war.
When it came time to provide the logistical and other support the United States needed in Iran, some allies were a bit slow, to say the least. In fairness, they were also a bit surprised. To maintain the element of surprise for the initial strikes, President Trump opted not to inform allies ahead of time.
That's what I was going to say. It's the most redeemable thing NATO has done in quite some time, is actually turning down engaging in American war crimes. Like, actually, this time we're good. This time we'll pass, actually. First redeemable thing NATO's done in a while. Say no to Trump. That we pass.
Understand that. But what I see when I look across Europe today is allies providing a massive amount of support, basing, logistics and other measures to ensure the powerful US military succeeds in denying Iran a nuclear weapon and degrading its capacity to export chaos. They have heard and are responding to President Trump's requests.
For more on the Trump administration's strained relationship with Europe, we go to Madrid, Spain, to the heart of Europe's opposition to Trump's war in Iran. We're joined by Natalie Tocci, professor of practice at Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies in Europe. Her latest column for The Guardian headlined, "Iran is a turning point for Europe's liberation from Donald Trump." Explain, Professor Tocci.
Well, I mean, of course, Amy, we have seen over the course of over a year a number of repeated threats and betrayals, I would say, from Washington towards Europe, be it over Ukraine, over Greenland, over tariffs, and now, in a sense, weirdly using the excuse of the Iran war, which, frankly speaking, has very little to do with NATO, to lash out again and again. So essentially what we're seeing is, I think, on the one hand, Europeans sort of feeling almost increasingly numb to these threats, right? Not to say that the
Can you believe this was just 1 week? And we haven't even talked about the Middle East yet. Can you believe all of this is just 1 fucking week? I'm struggling with it. Every weekending report, every Friday. And it's like every Friday of every week, starting with the first week of Donald Trump coming to office, has been like just a worse. It's just like a worse. It's like I look at the list every week and I'm just like, it can't possibly be worse this week. And yet somehow it feels like it is. And yet somehow like crazy, like they do crazy. It's like they try and top themselves every week. They just do something crazier. Like, what? Like the week feels like it just gets longer every week. And yet it feels like my life is just like passing me by faster and faster somehow. Like I just don't understand. I'm becoming like an old man all of a sudden.
In a race.
All right, that's not true. That's not true. I'm still bright and young and great possibilities in the future. Well, that is becoming less true day by day somehow. It's giving me great anxiety. It really is. I can't lie. It's causing me great stress every week. Somehow worse. I don't understand it. The timeline, I don't know what time we slipped into it. I don't know if it was the beginning of the Galactic stream or before that, but we like entered a different timeline where everything just turned to shit. Like, we just entered this new timeline. Like, don't get me wrong, things weren't great. Things were bad. Right? I don't know if it was during COVID that we all slipped into some new timeline. I don't know when it was. But it just seems like for quite a time, I don't know, I can't quantify it, but it just seems like everything it just seemingly has been getting worse and 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 worse. And we're just hitting peak shitification on practically everything. And I just feel, it's almost like a feeling of like claustrophobia. It's like everywhere I turn, I'm like nothing brings me solace anymore. It's like the story of what's his name? Everything turned to ash in his mouth. Who was that? I can't think of who it was. Oh. Point is, I feel unsatiated by anything these days. Just look around, I can find no, like, can you imagine? Honestly, it was actually harder to some degree than the weekending reports because I already know what I'm gonna do. I've already covered most of it. You know, there's a few new things that I wind up covering on weekending report days. But much of it's already covered or I've already watched. I already know what's happened. Stuff that I skipped. A lot of it is stuff that I didn't do throughout the week to some degree. And then other stories that I covered already. But like Sunday fun days are actually some of the hardest ones for me to do now. To bring myself to do. Because of how many difficult things that are happening. I just like, why? Why would I do this? Why would I try and have a value-taining day of fun when we clearly don't deserve it? Look around. Like on Sunday morning, like, well, not Sunday morning, but like whatever. I usually wake up like in the afternoon. Sunday afternoon, I wake up. I look at the ever draining. So I have multiple lists I keep throughout throughout the year. You know? I'm like putting, new clips I'm finding on YouTube for these shows I do throughout the week, and I also have separate lists for Sunday Fun Days and stuff, right? And constantly like working on like these sorts of things. Maybe like, there's like a topical stream I want to do, and I'll just create like another list for that or something like that, right? And like, I look at my Sunday Fun Day list and I'm like, right, nothing good happened, and we don't even deserve it. So what's the point? Like, I don't know. It's tough. I'm having a hard time. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm having a hard time.
We can't let them steal all of our joy. It's true. You're right, and that's why I continue to try and do the Sunday Fun Day streams, no matter how difficult it's become.
Necessarily empty, but it's almost regardless of what Europeans do, regardless of how much they kiss or do not kiss the ring, these threats tend to come, because if there's one thing that actually one can say about President Trump is that he's been very consistent in his total disdain for Europe and for NATO. So I think there's Europeans that are beginning increasingly to smell the coffee. And I think, coming
Definitely during COVID. I think it's actually before COVID. When I try to place it, I think it actually happened pre-Trump. I think it happened at the end of Obama. Essentially, like as Trump won, the enshittification of America began. Everything just started getting worse. Like really, when you quantify it, like America just started becoming a worse place with less freedoms. No matter how much Republicans claim to love freedom, freedom has gotten worse in America ever since then. Inflation has gotten worse. Sure, we had a president in between it. Biden didn't fix it, right? Like I'm saying, like things just continued to get worse. Biden didn't fix stuff. Like he technically, I mean, there were some improvements during Biden, but like there's still the slow slide because they didn't solve inflation, because we did the genocide, because we funded the genocide in Gaza, because like we didn't solve all these things that we should have solved during Biden. Like we didn't address the crimes of the Trump administration nearly as much as we should have. Like all of these things contributed to the continued enshittification, the straight shit for 12, however many years now, like 11 years, we've just had a very slow slide, precipitous slide into the world we're now in. It's basically with America on fire.
There's this question of trust within NATO and in the transatlantic alliance, which is being, if not completely broken, then very, very seriously put into question. Because, of course, it's not the first time that the United States does things that Europeans don't particularly agree with. Just think about the war in Iraq back in 2003. And yet there was an element of trust in the relationship, of consultation, of coordination, that Europeans basically felt that there was a social contract, so to speak, with the United States that basically held. Now that social contract, beginning with the trust in the relationship, seems to be broken. And of course, once trust is broken, it's extremely difficult to put the genie back in the bottle.
Archie, you're in Madrid, Spain. The Spanish prime minister said on X, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's, quote, contempt for life and international law is intolerable. Sanchez has welcomed the Pakistani brokered ceasefire, but said Spain would, quote, not applaud those who set the world on fire just because they turn up with a bucket, in reference to President Trump and the U.S. administration. Explain.
Yeah, I mean, Spain has basically been very consistent, be it on Gaza, on Lebanon, now on Iran. And actually, it has also been very firm on Ukraine as well, despite the fact that obviously it's much further away from the front line with Russia. So we have basically seen the Spanish Prime Minister take a principled stance when it comes to these various wars and conflict in triangulation with the United States throughout. Now, I think what's interesting about the Spanish case is that, especially if you compare it to other European countries, Sanchez, alongside obviously his, political color to the center left, Spain in general has the both virtue and luck, I guess, of actually not being that dependent on the United States, be it in terms of defense, be it in terms of trade, be it in terms of energy. Spain, of course, is the country that has gone fastest and furthest on the energy transition towards renewable sources. So basically, Sanchez, in a sense, can afford, quote unquote, to be perhaps more principled than other European leaders. But I think what's interesting there is that the mainstream view of other European leaders is increasingly moving away from, in a sense, the sort of sycophantic, kissing of the ring that we've seen of the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, and in a sense closer to the more principled opposition that we're seeing in Madrid here.
So in response to Spain's opposition, Germany's opposition to U.S. war on Iran, President Trump is reportedly weighing taking the troops out of Germany and Spain and putting them in more U.S.-friendly countries like Poland and Romania. I'm wondering if you can talk about actually what could happen with NATO. Could it break up? German Chancellor Friedrich Merz has warned against a split in NATO when it comes to working with Trump on opening the Strait of Hormuz. From divisions in NATO to it falling apart. What do you see?
Well, I think what's actually quite ironic about these hints and declarations that President Trump has made is that actually, as far as Europeans are concerned, it would make a lot more sense to have more U.S. troop presence in Eastern Europe and actually less U.S. troop presence in Southern Europe.
Well, it is not clear Donald Trump even understands the threats that he makes, but I figured that was the perfect conversation for us to transition from talking about the EU and Ukraine to talking about the Middle East and going through the week, which has been, of course, incredibly hectic the last 5 days. Going through Easter and the announcement of this supposed ceasefire this week. It's all been quite weird. We were expecting one thing on Tuesday, of course. Hell, as Donald Trump on Truth Social over the weekend was literally making genocidal threats. All right, it's to weekending report time officially for the Middle East, and boy, oh boy, has it been an interesting week, starting with Sunday. Start here, Middle East Eye. From Sunday, Iranian Gulf analysts clashing on Al Jazeera. We have to do subtitles. It's going to be tough. Iran did not target civilians. If it did, many would have been killed. On the contrary, in Iran, there are more than 2,000 civilian deaths other than the military. The second point is the good neighbor policy. In Iran, good neighbors are welcomed. But good neighbors do not allow killing your children on your own land. This happened and is happening. All this denial of the role of countries that participated in the attack does not change the reality. The reality is that HIMARS, which is has a range of 300 to 500 kilometers, which are land-to-land missiles that hit the south of Iran, are launched from the south, not from ships, but from land. Where is this land? The reality tells me that for the first time in 5 years, 2 of the aerial tanker planes were hit in Riyadh. The reality tells me that an AWACS plane was hit in Riyadh and on the ground. This is an AWACS Saudi plane, not an American one. This is solely a Saudi base. And they are American aerial tankers, though. No, check your sources. These are all domestic bases, planes. Dear doctor, when you stand on the edge of these waters, you do not need sophisticated devices to see what is coming and going. You are not far from the borders. Why? You have nuclear planes and missiles which reach distances of 4,000 kilometers. You are also, this is double standards. Respect my opinion. First of all, the issue that you mentioned is that there are civilians. How many civilians were killed in the Gulf countries? Didn't you notice any of the civilians who were killed? I noticed that my neighbor is giving his land to my enemy to kill my children in a school in southern Iran with 170 girls. These military targets, this is what is happening. 14 U.S. bases have been removed from service. The bases and security companies are not related to each other. You should not try to ask for them to remove bases from your country. Secondly, oh my God, it was so, I'm sorry, I'm struggling to differentiate between, like, I'm trying to do different rhythms and pentameters because of the way that they're speaking, but it's a struggle. Just to be clear, there's three different people speaking, excuse me, 2 from the Gulf, from 2 different Gulf countries, I think. I think one's from Bahrain, the other I think is from the UAE, and an Iranian analyst all speaking on Al Jazeera, arguing right now. If it wasn't for the national defenses of the Gulf countries, which have shown their ability to defend against these missiles, drones, and armored vehicles, the situation would have been different. Dr. Hassan, we don't want to go back in history. When the American president thanked Iranian President Najad for opening the airspace to invade Iraq, wasn't this also defending your borders when you opened your borders to Afghanistan? Saddam was there. He harmed you and us. Let's not go off topic. Oh boy, everybody's yelling. Okay, that's the end of that clip. Okay.
He has just
Point is, quite clearly, things in the Gulf, the Middle East, are fairly contentious. Analysts from different states arguing openly on Al Jazeera, quite openly, about the civilian toll in their respective countries. To be fair, the Iranian analyst does make a good point, while the Gulf analysts have their own points, to be clear, but Iran was struck from their countries via U.S. bases, land which was given by them to do strikes, war crimes in Iran, and those bases still remain in those countries. Doesn't really, doesn't give good neighbor vibes. It's like if, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a good example. It's like if, I don't know, like your worst enemy moved into your neighbor's guest house or something and like started like sniping you, like murdering you. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good... Literally started like murdering your children from the guest house, and then And then your neighbor was like, it's from the guest house. It's not from the regular. It's not us. I'm not doing it. That's they're renting it. What am I supposed to do? I think you two would have, some issue with that argument. All of us, probably. Not a lot of legs to stand on there in that scenario. I think a very similar situation happening here in the Middle East, just on a bigger scale. Of course, war crimes don't necessarily justify more war crimes. But fact is there's a conflict. None of the people actually doing the strikes are signatories to any of the international treaties that would make most of these war crimes. Although I think it's possible that the United States might be a signatory to some of at least one of them, that might make some of these things illegal. Although it's not clear whether or not. But the point being is that basically it's three lawless actors doing a bunch of lawless things, and the Gulf is getting caught up in that, and I can understand them being upset about that. But really, I feel like they should be directing their anger at the United States for starting all of this rather than Iran. But that's complicated because they do a lot of business with the United States. They get all their weapons from the United States and all that other stuff. So many things from their relationship with the United States. So much less from Iran. So much easier to criticize Iran than the United States, who's literally in their own countries. It's weird.
It's weird.
Now, on Easter Sunday, Donald Trump truthed out a expletive-laden tweet on Truth Central. Jake Tapper on the story over at CNN.
He has just threatened Iran in extraordinary graphic terms, giving the Iranian regime just over a day to either make a deal, reopen the Strait of Hormuz, or face hell. If your children are watching, be warned, the president did not use polite language. Quote, Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. We should note that destroying civilian power infrastructure.
I really hate that Jake refused to read the rest of that. Like, I don't know if that was his personal decision or what, but why didn't he? I wish he would have just said praise be to Allah. Come on, Jake, you read 89-90% of the whole truth. You can't read praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump. Come on, man. I'm still mad about that, by the way. Remember that? Okay. That's how we started the week. Praise be to Allah. Or a war crime. War crimes potentially coming in. Really missed opportunity, though, for a sweet, sweet galactic sound shot, since Jake refused to say praise be to Allah. Wouldn't that have been sweet? Fuck you, Jake. Go write another book about Trump's mental health. About the president's mental health, I mean. Next, Al Jazeera, also from Sunday. IRGC says Iranian forces destroyed 2 US C-130 aircraft and 2 Black Hawk helicopters.
The Iranian Armed Forces spokesman, Ebrahim Zolfagari, describes the US rescue operation as a failure. He says their forces destroyed the 2 C-130 aircrafts and 2 Black Hawk helicopters.
The so-called rescue operation by the US Army, framed as a deception and immediate escape under the pretext of rescuing their downed pilot at an abandoned airport in southern Esfahan, ended in complete failure due to the timely presence of the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Donald Trump is like ushering in the collapse of society. And like just like humanity right now, I swear to God. Oh my God. How is all this stuff from 1 week? I can't. I'm losing my fucking mind. I'm losing my fucking mind, dude. Oh my God. I just got to keep going. I just got to keep moving. Never give up. Never surrender, space fans. Never forget that. Oh, God. Now, Israel carried out... I'm sorry, take that back. Airstrikes carried out in Israel killed at least 4. Leaving behind the wreckage of residential buildings in Haifa. Forbes breaking news with the clip from Sunday. Okay, a couple of quick clips there from Forbes and Reuters from Sunday showing the strikes in Haifa. Killing at least 4, wounding at least 9. Now, down in Gaza, on Sunday, Hamas released a message. Haven't heard from them in a while. But Hamas released a message saying that it would no longer plan to disarm since Israel had completely violated the ceasefire over the last 6 months. Wow. Who could have guessed that? Oh, wait. I literally said that this would happen 6 months ago at Trump's little Middle East peace self-congratulatory conference. I love, Trump. Such a fucking narcissist. Like, normal narcissists, like the problem with like narcissists like Trump being as powerful as he is like whenever like on a whim he can just like call a conference, right? Or like a meeting, like a press briefing, right? Or something, right? Like we can just inconvenience the planet just like on a whim because he just feels like congratulating himself for literally not achieving anything, right? Oh, I hate him. Such a moron. That's America
Let's take a
thinking.
look at what else is making news around the world right now. In the Gaza Strip, Hamas says it will not disarm
Disarmament is part of the second phase of the Gaza ceasefire plan, but the armed group says calls to lay down its weapons are unacceptable, especially as Palestinians continue to be targeted by Israel. More than 700 people have been killed since the ceasefire came into effect in October.
As for raising the issue of weapons in this crude manner, it is nothing but a scandalous attempt by the occupation to continue killing and genocide against our people, which we will not accept under any circumstances. We affirm that what the enemy was unable to seize from us with tanks and genocide, it will not seize from us with politics or at the negotiation table. The occupation's aggression against our people and its continued closure of the blessed Al-Aqsa Mosque to worshippers in an unprecedented manner, and the approval of the law for executing Palestinian prisoners, we call upon the masses of our Palestinian people in the brave West Bank, the blessed Jerusalem and the occupied interior to march toward Al-Aqsa Mosque.
Let's speak to Muan Robani, Managing Editor of Jalaliya and non-resident fellow at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs. He joins us from Montreal. Good to have you with us. Hamas is now openly...
Okay, I'll be right back. I need more tea to make it through this. I think I got one left.
Disarmament is off the table under any circumstances. How significant is that? What does it tell us about where these talks really stand?
Oh, God.
Well, it basically confirms that the talks are completely deadlocked for the following reasons. What Hamas informed the mediators is that it will not discuss issues such as disarmament relating to the second phase of the plan for the Gaza Strip until the items of the first phase are implemented. That includes a cessation of hostilities. As you noted, virtual daily Israeli attacks on the Gaza Strip have resulted in more than 700 Palestinians killed. Humanitarian aid continues to be restricted. And most notably, this National Committee for the Administration of the Gaza Strip, which was established by the Board of Peace, continues to be prohibited from entering the Gaza Strip by the Israelis, and the Board of Peace is doing absolutely nothing to ensure its ability to get in. And so I think Hamas is taking two positions. A, it won't discuss the second phase until the first phase is properly implemented. And B, when those discussions do take place, it's not going to simply surrender its weapons unless Israel clearly meets its own obligations as well. And those are obligations that have to be consistent, not just with what the Board of Peace wants, but with the international consensus and the rulings of the International Court of Justice that this is an illegal occupation that must end.
Abu Ubaidah called these demands extremely dangerous. Is this a warning to the mediators that the entire ceasefire is at risk of collapsing?
Well, there isn't really a ceasefire if you consider that daily shootings and bombings during a supposed ceasefire agreement render that ceasefire null and void. It has been the case that Hamas has thus far refrained from responding to these continuous Israeli attacks, and I suspect that its ability to respond is very limited. But what we're also seeing now is that very similar to Israeli demands with respect to Hezbollah in Lebanon, with respect to Iran, it seems to be a consistent Israeli demand that its enemies are not entitled to have any weapons, while Israel retains the capacity to launch unrestrained attacks for them. And I think this is really, if you sift through these statements, what the Palestinians are saying is, no, we won't accept that we will be completely disarmed and you can simply continue with your genocide as if nothing has happened.
If disarmament is off the table, what does...
Exactly. As always, Israel has continued violating the ceasefire while demanding that Hamas and others observe it. In complete hypocrisy that the world just pretends doesn't exist. But apparently Hamas finally had enough. Decided it won't be disarming, which I'm sure will be Israel's reason to do some more horrifying stuff in the near future. Wow, we're only 4 followers away on Twitch right now. And just as a reminder, everybody, one great way to help support the stream is just by merely following or subscribing on YouTube, liking the stream. These are all great ways to contribute. All these little things help us out. Now, of course, we also need to continue to make money, and by we, I mean me, keep things alive over here, pay the bills. We still have a galactic deficit which needs to be financed. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, great ways to contribute to the stream and to helping us finance the galactic deficit. It's the only way to do it, unfortunately, because our donos on YouTube and Twitch, they get piled up throughout the month, accumulating. Then we see them in the 3rd and 4th week of the next month. So, for instance, today, if you were to super chat, a super sticker, memberships, gifted memberships, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, primes, subs. All these things are great. They're also helpful in the future. We wouldn't see that money till somewhere between the 15th and 21st of next month, making it rather unhelpful in paying the bills. The beginning of May. And there's a small gap in time there. A limbo, if you will, purgatory, which needs to be financed, sadly, but surely. So please consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as without you, we would cease to exist. All right, back to the show. No break. No more breaks for the rest of the show. I don't even know if, I mean, we have to have one. I can't not have one. Cuts down on our stream time, though, or at least on our content. Good God, is it really almost 6 a.m. right now, Eastern Standard Time? This is ridiculous. All right, next vid. Next vid, I cannot continue talking. While we're in Gaza, we may as well go here to Easter services which were held in Gaza at the one remaining church in the territory on Easter Sunday. Well, there you go. And you can see quite clearly that this thing's been hit by an airstrike, peeling paint all over the walls, cracked paint. And over here, the roof itself, you can see there's a chunk taken out of it. There's really no building that's been completely untouched by Israel's strikes in Gaza, from what I can tell, including this one and only church left, it would seem. But Palestinian Christians still held a mass on Easter Sunday amidst it all. Now, Israel didn't give a shit about Easter Sunday being of importance to Lebanese Christians as they carried out strikes, killing at least 4, injuring many more in Beirut.
The agreement could come within a matter of days rather than a matter of weeks. So you've got this dichotomous approach from the president, on the one hand threatening obliteration to civilian targets within Iran.
Whoops, I'm skipping this one. Suffice to say, on Easter, Iran also rejected Trump's deadline on the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz for Tuesday. So like 2 days ahead of the deadline, Iran was like, no, go fuck yourself. All right, now to Beirut. Sorry, I gotta keep this going. Like I said, some of these we're gonna have to, some of these I was gonna have to like just go by the wayside and like read titles out loud for you and things like that, because it's just, got 2 hours left. I've got like 80 videos left. Somehow. All right, not quite. Like 60 Iran videos. How am I going to do that in 2 hours? You tell me. That's... what? One video, one clip every 2 minutes? Come on. What do I look like? Some sort of a clip person? I can't think of words now.
The Israeli military unleashed a series of intense airstrikes across the city of Beirut today, striking several times the southern outskirts of the city, which have previously been a target, but also a central neighborhood, killing 4 people, wounding over 39 others on this very crowded area where it downed a 3-story building. Israel said it was targeting Hezbollah militant infrastructure across the city as that war rages between Israel and the Lebanese Iran-backed militant group.
Yeah, which is of course fucking bullshit. None of these strikes are on Hezbollah. They're all on civilians. And the civilian death toll continues to mount in Lebanon. The civilian toll in general. Over 1 million people currently displaced in the tiny country. I think it's approaching like 10% of like Lebanon's population is like displaced or something like that. I don't know. I can't remember the exact population of Lebanon. It's 5.8 million. It's more than that. It's like 20%. Oh my God. More than that. How's that possible? Beirut is basically, if that's the case, we talked about how big Beirut is. If that's the case, Beirut represents nearly half the population of Lebanon. So when they talk about Beirut evacuate, oh my, fuck you. It's fucking bullshit. This is such bullshit. By the way, just for context, if anybody here doesn't know how tiny Lebanon is, it's like smaller than Rhode Island. It's like tiny. You know, it's bigger than like Gaza, but it's not much bigger. It's a tiny nation. Israel's just carpet bombing the whole fucking thing. Meanwhile, Monday, we're making progress, people. We've gotten through a whole day. Maybe I can do it. Maybe I can get through it all. I can see it now. Never give up. Never surrender. BBC News, 4 days ago. Strait of Hormuz still remains effectively closed despite Donald Trump's threats to Iran.
Despite President Trump's abusive threats, the Strait of Hormuz remains effectively closed by Iran. That's having a major impact on the global economy as it's a vital corridor for oil, gas and a huge range of other materials, some of them critical for food production and medicine. Ola Gearin reports now from off the coast of Oman, near the entrance to the strait, where many cargo vessels have been stuck since the war broke out.
This area looks calm and peaceful, but in effect we are at the edge of a battlefield in the war in Iran. Up ahead there are cargo ships at anchor. They're at the edge of the Strait of Hormuz. Now this critical artery is normally used for 20% of the world's oil and liquefied natural gas. Well, not anymore. Since the war began, Iran has put a stranglehold on the Strait of Hormuz. Only 5 or 6 ships are being allowed through every day, in contrast to about 130 before the war. This waterway is now a weapon in the hands of Tehran, perhaps the most powerful weapon they have. By leaving ships stranded here, Iran is reducing the global supply of oil, it's creating shortages, it's driving up prices, it's creating fear among consumers and pressure in the international community. This is about as close as we can get. There are restrictions imposed by the authorities here in Oman, and there are also risks with trying to pass through the strait. Ships that are on that waterway can come under attack from Iranian drones and missiles. There are concerns too about mines in the water.
Okay. Now, the foreign minister, not just the IRGC, but the foreign minister came out and rejected the Trump U.S. 15-point plan. Deeming it illogical.
To breaking news there, the spokesperson for the Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
When it's necessary, we will defend our country with all the might under the leader of the Islamic Revolution and according to the Iranian constitution. We will defend our country and won its peace whenever it's necessary and according to the priorities and the mechanisms that are mentioned in the Iranian constitution. We follow up all the efforts that are aiming at reaching peace. In reality, they have no red lines. The US and Israel have no red lines. They have no respect to the international constitutions and international agreement. We are defending our country. This is our priority now. The Iranian armed forces are sacrificing a lot to defend the country and to defend the Iranian people. We are supporting these efforts, the efforts of defending our countries, the efforts made by the armed forces of Iran.
Well, there you have it. Foreign Minister of Iran coming out, reiterating Iran's disapproval of the U.S. proposal on Monday. Now to another Al Jazeera English clip from Monday. Back to Gaza, where Israel killed a UN staff member.
Illegal.
Taking a look at some of the day's other news now. Israeli forces have shot and killed a UN employee in Gaza.
By the way, don't you love speed running the week? Isn't it fun on Fridays, Spaceman? In a way, isn't it sort of fun to like just speed run the week and just sort of go through the horrors of what we've had to, you know, and like you sort of really package it all in one place Because I always find it, to some degree, once it's all done, like as we start to close out the stream, I'm just like, well, at least I feel like I've achieved something. At least I feel like I have at least managed to at least somehow wrap my head around most of the main stories of the week. And every week, of course, I'm left a little bit more flummoxed by what I've witnessed, but in a way, I feel more equipped to handle the week upcoming after it. Like, there's been weeks where we haven't done a week ending report, and I felt everything felt wrong. Like, it just didn't feel right after that. Like, to me, it's I feel it's like paramount. It's intrinsic. It's vital. Vital part of the week.
Injured another. The world.
Golden Grams and Cinnamon Toast Crunch are the best things the mammals have ever made. Wow, wow, wow. Why do you miss them? They still exist? Don't they still make Golden Grams? Did they discontinue Golden Grams? Did that happen under my nose without ever... I mean, it's not like I was buying Golden Grams, but I didn't realize they were canceling it. I mean, I buy, you know, if I'm going to buy a cereal, I'm buying, like, I'm not going to lie, pretty boring shit. I buy, like, store brand, like, Raisin Bran Crunch type of stuff. You know, like, that's my go-to. Healthy and cheap. Can't be golden brand name cereal? What is this? Look like Elon Musk or
Organization
something?
staff members were traveling in a vehicle along Salah al-Din Road in southern Gaza when Israeli soldiers opened fire. The 3 other people were also injured in that attack. Hani Mahmoud is live from Gaza City. Hani, what are you learning about this?
Certainly, let me start by stating this fact. The skies above Gaza did not get quiet until just the past half an hour or so, but it was flooded with many of the drones that could be heard clearly from here, the western part of Gaza City. But they've been patrolling the entire eastern part of the Gaza City, the so-called Yellow Line area. The sound of tanks, the sound of armored vehicles are clearly heard from here, along with the ongoing constant heavy machine.
Oh, they're still making Golden Grams. Okay, so what's with the fake news, Quaximus? Huh? Donald? What? Mr. Duck? You have so many names these days. What? Why are you fake? Why fake news? Do you still have Golden Grams? Or is it that nobody's feeding you Golden Grams anymore as a duck? Is that what you're saying? Were you turned into a duck? Are you a human who was turned into a duck? Is that why you're able to use a phone? Wow. I never thought of it like that.
Guns. Earlier this morning at about 8 o'clock, the incident...
Is this some sort of a ploy for you? Are you trying to get us to do something weird to your cloaca or something? Is this you know, the next step in all of this is you're gonna be like, oh, if you do something to my cloaca, I'll turn into a prince. I'm on to you, duck.
Actually happened between 8 and 8:30, where Israeli military advanced its armored vehicles and tanks in the eastern part of Khan Yunis city, very close to the area better known now as the Yellow Line, start shooting indiscriminately at people and vehicles moving on Salah al-Din Road. The incident involved a commercial van transporting civilians between southern Gaza and the central area. It was followed by another vehicle that is, after verifying, contracted with the WHO, transporting employees. These are employees of the WHO from the city of Khan Yunis into central area on their way to work in the one of the hospitals and the field hospital in the central area, where the driver was shot in the head, and by the time he was transported to the Al-Aqsa hospital, he was pronounced dead right just within minutes of his arrival to the reception area of the hospital. Close to 7 people were reported with various injuries, and eyewitnesses described the shooting as heavy, indiscriminate, and went on for quite some time.
Heavy and indiscriminate. Sounds exactly like Israel. Lord Lycanthrope gets it. Brand name in this economy. Who can afford that? Is that the problem, Doc? The humans are no longer feeding you brand name cereal. Instead, stale bread. Sad. It's tough times. It's tough times. You got the oil crisis, okay? Inflation is hot.
So hot right now.
Well, there you go. Israel murdering a UN member. UN aid worker, whatever it is you can call it, in Gaza. Another war crime, another day. Another day, another war crime for Israel. Nothing too shocking. Just horrifying atrocities. Should be shocking, but are now expected. Now, in Iran, Israel assassinated the intel chief of the IRGC on Monday as well. Very busy Monday for
In the northwest
Israel.
of Tehran, a muffled hissing could be heard after a gas pipe on the grounds of the Sharif University of Technology was hit. Buildings belonging to the prestigious Institution for Science, Technology and Engineering were also damaged in the attack. In a video shown on state television, the Iranian authorities called the incident a war crime.
There was a loud explosion, then nothing. The strikes caused a gas leak in the neighborhood.
Early on Monday morning, the Israeli army confirmed it had struck various...
I love how Nightbot won't let you use your duck command at me. That's quite funny to me. Well, your duck commands are no use against me, Quaximus. You wish. Nightbot
infrastructure
won't betray
targets
me.
in the Iranian capital. There were huge explosions heard near the Azadi Tower, a well-known landmark, seen here enveloped in black clouds. While these images from the Iranian Red Cross show the aftermath of a hit on a residential area.
We are in another residential area that has been hit. People have been killed. We are carrying out a rescue operation.
Nearly 40 days into the conflict, tensions remain high. Donald Trump has threatened to bomb civilian infrastructure, including bridges and power plants.
You got one egg through. You got one egg through, that's it, though. That's all you get. Duck throwing eggs at himself is a recessionary indicator. It's true. Yeah, you know, in tough times, for living in tough times, ducks are throwing eggs at themselves. It's not great.
I'm having a hard time.
Not great. Now, murdering intel chiefs weren't the only thing Israel was up to in Iran. They were also striking a civilian infrastructure, reducing universities across the country to rubble. Here's the AP from Monday. Jesus Christ.
This morning we had some rockets hitting the information center and the data center of the university. So
is that what you call ruckus? This is not what I would call ruckus. This is not. I feel like there's some sort of language barrier or like lost in translation type of thing. This is not what I would call ruckus. Ruckus is like noise in an alley, you know? Ruckus is like cats fighting over a can of tuna with a rat or something like that, or a couple of kids making a bunch of noise or something like that. You know, like fisticuffs, like people like fighting, like maybe like in a, you know, like I'm just trying to think of things I would describe as being ruckus. You know, horseplay. That's what I would describe as a ruckus. This is not a ruckus. This is pandemonium. This is destruction. This is chaos. Ruckus is much, in my, at least maybe I'm using the word wrong. But this is more than ruckus. Utter and total destruction. That's how I would describe what I'm looking at. What do I know? Also on Monday. Also in Iran. Israel continuing its attacks. This time on a petrochemical facility. AP once again. From 4 days ago.
צה"ל תקף כעת בעוצמה את המתקן הפטרוכימי הגדול ביותר באיראן, שנמצא בעיסאוויה.
The IDF just carried out a powerful strike on Iran's petrochemical facility located in Asaluya, a central target responsible for about 50% of Iran's petrochemical activity. This is after last week, when a central facility was struck. Now the two facilities, which together are responsible for about 85% of Iran's petrochemical exports, have been taken out of service and are no longer functioning. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and I have instructed the IDF to continue the attack with all force, the national infrastructure of the Iranian terrorist regime. The Iranian terrorist regime will discover the continued aggression against Israel. And the cowardly and criminal shooting at Israeli citizens will deepen the economic and strategic damage. There you go, and Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz. Yes, that's his name. I know. Seems a little on the nose, but that is literally his name. I wouldn't just make that up. All right, from Iranian infrastructure to just more general damage seen in Iran's cities. Rescue teams searching for dead bodies and survivors amongst the rubble. Also on Monday, Forbes breaking news with the clip. And one more for good measure. This time in Qom. So yeah, very similar images in different cities in Iran from U.S.-Israeli airstrikes on Monday. Meanwhile, back in Israel, Israeli peace activists have been trying to put an end to this war being waged by their government, a group too small, in my opinion, but an existing group of people nonetheless. It would be nice if it were, I don't know, millions of people out on the streets rather than thousands. Here's Democracy Now! For Monday.
We begin today's show in Israel, where at least 17 people were arrested Saturday As Israeli police violently cracked down on an anti-war protest in Tel Aviv, where hundreds had gathered condemning the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran. The arrest came despite an order by Israel's top court that allowed the demonstration to proceed. Israeli police still moved to break up the protests, claiming Iranian missile threats. Protests also took place in Haifa and Jerusalem. Haaretz reported a missile launched by Yemen's Houthis triggered a siren in Tel Aviv around the time of Saturday's demonstration. But police reportedly refused to take the arrested protesters to an underground bomb shelter. Alonli Green, co-director of the Israeli-Palestinian grassroots group Standing Together and an organizer of Saturday's anti-war protest in Tel Aviv, was among those taken into custody. He'll join us in a minute, but first, this is the video footage of his arrest.
Keep opposing and resisting this war. We will continue to oppose this war. Every Israeli must oppose and resist this war, against the war in Iran and the war in Lebanon. It's war that hurts the people of Israel. It hurts our rights, the dead, the children, the close business.
Alonli Green was arrested at the anti-war protest in Tel Aviv and released approximately 7 hours later. He joins us now on Democracy Now! We're speaking to you first, Alonli, because you have to appear in court right after this interview. First of all, explain why hundreds of Israelis, not only in Tel Aviv, also in Haifa and Jerusalem, are protesting this past weekend. Why you were out there, why you got arrested.
Hi, Amy. Thank you so much for having me. It's actually thousands of Israelis have gone out to the streets this week, and it's a protest that is growing in Israel. People know that this war will not bring us any safety, that this war is only causing harm to the people of the Middle East, to the Lebanese, to the Palestinians, to the Iranians, and also to the Israelis. We pay a price of destroyed families, people that are dying, houses that are being demolished. It is a reality of war, and this war is a war that was initiated by Trump and Netanyahu, and we resist this war because it's a forever war. Israel is moving from Gaza to Lebanon, to the West Bank, to Iran, and then it goes back to the same fronts. And they tell us that this is for our security, but in reality, we all pay a price and we all lose from this war.
Oh shit. Jesus, I'm so sorry, Space Fams. Has the volume not been bothering people? Because I feel like it's really low. Since I don't see people complaining about it, I'm just going to fix it. But I'll be right back. I got to do something real quick. So sorry about that. Here, I'll move back like 30 seconds.
It is a reality of war, and this war is a war that was initiated by Trump and Netanyahu, and we resist this war because it's a forever war. Israel is moving from Gaza to Lebanon, to the West Bank, to Iran, and then it goes back to the same fronts. And they tell us that this is for our security, but in reality, we all pay a price and we all lose from this war.
Protesters held up photos, Alonli, of children who've been killed in Iran, in Lebanon, in Israel, in Gaza, and the West Bank. Can you talk about the connections between Israel's war in Iran and attacks on Lebanon, as well as Israel's settler violence in the West Bank and the continued killing of Palestinians in Gaza?
I think all these different fronts, all these different scenes are merging into one forever war that our government and governments have tried to keep alive in order to stay in power, in order to incite the people in our society against, imagined enemies. They believe that if they will kill people in Gaza and then allow settlers to murder people in the West Bank and then attack in Iran and attack in Lebanon, the Israeli public will stay silent and that they will think that this is not a time for protesting. But I think the Israeli public is waking up. A lot of people are angry. It's been 3 years now of constant war. People are tired. People want different realities for their families. People lose their sons and daughters that are sent to kill and get killed in the army. And I believe that this is also an opportunity for the left wing in Israel to connect the struggle to the interests of the Palestinians, of the Lebanese, of the people of the Middle East, to the interests of the Israeli people, because the prices that people are paying is not the same price. I know that as an Israeli citizen, I'm not paying the price of a Palestinian in Gaza or a Palestinian in the West Bank, but the suffering of people in different degrees is still a suffering. And holding the pictures of those children lost their lives in Gaza, in the West Bank, in Lebanon, in Iran, and also in Israel, is a way to show that everyone is losing in a war. The only people that are benefiting something are people like Trump and Netanyahu, maybe some oil companies that are making a lot of profit from these wars.
Is the anti-war movement in Israel growing?
Yeah, it started with a few dozens of people on the first week, and now we are a few thousands of people. In the first week, there were 90% of support among the Israeli Jewish population of the war, and now it declined to 60-something support within 5 weeks. It's rapidly declining, and I think people understand that it's not like it's not like what the government is trying to sell us.
Okay, that's all we can get from that interview today, because I just got to keep this stream moving. But I was to say, I felt it important to hear from Israeli peace activists, and that statistic itself is quite important. The fact that this war has already lost 30% support in 1 month, probably a result of the fact that Iran has been so successful in defeating Israel's defenses. By the way, we're making crazy progress right now. I am speedrunning the shit out of the Iran war right now. I'm doing a great job. Okay, we might make it through the whole list. Al Jazeera up next. Also from Monday. Very busy Monday. Jesus Christ. I have so many Monday clips. It's out of control. All right. Yeah. Actually, do we even need this clip? I might skip this one. Iran... Actually, no, yeah, we'll watch this one. Yeah, Al Jazeera. Iran delivers ceasefire, a response to Pakistan
Iran
about
has
US
responded to
end
Pakistan's
the war.
ceasefire initiative demanding a permanent end to the war with the US and Israel. State media says Tehran's conditions include a new protocol for passage in the Strait of Hormuz. That's after a renewed wave of Israeli attacks on dozens of aircraft in Tehran and other locations in the country. The strikes come shortly after it targeted Iran's largest petrochemical complex in the port city of Asalua. The facility processes natural gas from the offshore South Pars field. Well, Iran says the attack damaged several production units. Strikes hit facilities that supply the complex with electricity, water and oxygen, bringing operations to a halt. The Israeli defense minister says the attack's a severe economic blow to Tehran. Last month, Israel hit a storage facility in the South Pars gas field. Iran responded by targeting energy sites across the region, including Qatar's Ras Laffan facility. Well, South Pars forms part of a 9,700 square kilometre gas field, the largest on Earth, jointly held by Iran and Qatar. For Iran, South Pars is the backbone of its energy supply.
Okay, I gotta keep this thing moving. Jesus Christ. I'm like half delirious right now, 10 hours into this stream. Hey, if I get bogged down in any of these, I'll just wind up going down some rabbit hole. Back to democracy now. Trita Parsi. There's some interesting...
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran enters its 6th week, President Trump has threatened to bomb Iran's power plants and bridges unless the Strait of Hormuz is reopened by Tuesday. Trump's attacks on civilian infrastructure would constitute war crimes under international law. In a profanity-laced Truth Social post on Easter Sunday, Trump wrote, quote, "Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it." 3 exclamation points. "Open the effing straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah," the president wrote. He used the actual word. Iranian officials warned with retaliating with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Naval Command, saying in a post on X, the Strait of Hormuz, quote, "will never return to its former state, especially for America and Israel," unquote. Earlier this morning, Iranian media reported explosions after an Israeli attack on the South Pars petrochemical complex in the city of Asayulia. The South Pars is one of the world's largest natural gas reserves, shared between Iran and Qatar on the Persian Gulf. South Pars accounts for about 70 to 80% of Iran's gas supply. A separate U.S.-Israeli strike also targeted South Pars facilities in Iran last month. Meanwhile, Iranian state media reported today that Majid Khademi, intelligence chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, was killed in a joint U.S.-Israeli strike. For more, we go to Washington, D.C., where we're joined by Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, author of several books, including Losing an Enemy, Obama, Iran, and the Triumph of Diplomacy. We're certainly not seeing any triumph of diplomacy right now, Trita Parsi. If you can talk about President Trump's expletive-laced Easter Day message to Iran.
What we're seeing here is a repeat of previous threats and deadlines, but now, of course, with far greater tone of desperation from Trump. He has issued threats of this kind several times before. He hasn't fully acted on them, backed down, recognizing that he doesn't have escalation dominance. He cannot escalate his way out of this conflict, because if he goes after the power plants on a large scale, the Iranians will do the same to the infrastructure in the GCC and Israel, and the situation will become much worse, particularly in terms of oil prices shooting up. Nevertheless, he is increasingly desperate because he's realizing he cannot just end the war by walking away. He has to have some sort of a negotiated settlement. But the negotiated settlement will be very different from the one that he first had in mind, because the realities on the ground are such that he is not in a dominant position. He cannot dictate terms. And as a result, now he's trying to issue these ultimatums in the hope that the Iranians will surrender. But there's no sign whatsoever that the Iranians are in the mood of a surrender or even accepting his deadline. The Iranians are not going to accept a ceasefire that puts them in the same position as Lebanon and Gaza have been put in when they have agreed to ceasefire by the United States and Israel, which have turned out to be just temporary pauses in order for the United States or Israel to be able to regroup, rearm, and then relaunch attacks.
You know, Space Bams, you're beautiful. I know it's completely unprompted, but I really appreciate all of you, and I hope you know that. For so many reasons you don't even know. I don't have time to go through the whole list. Okay, just know it. Just write that down for later. Anyways, there's Democracy Now. Trita Parsi. You know, laying it out on Iran. I wish we could listen to so many of these things, like we obviously deserve more of, but we just gotta keep blasting away at these. Otherwise, we'll get all of the clips from the week-ending report. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. Next up. Now, as this ceasefire announced, the AP, or right before the ceasefire was announced, the AP finally got a team into Iran. Here's the clip from them announcing just that.
An Associated Press team will be crossing into northern Iran from Turkey through the Kapikoy border crossing. We are now on the Iranian side of the border. We are having our passports stamped, and within minutes we'll begin the 12-hour drive to the Iranian capital of Tehran. Our assignment has officially started. It comes at the start of the 6th week of the war that was launched by the United States and Israel on February 28. We are in the Iranian city of Zanjan, where an airstrike on Tuesday destroyed a library as well as a clinic. The library was home to 35,000 books, many of them very old and handwritten. 2 people were killed in the strike that happened at 5:30 in the morning. Finally, we have reached Tehran after midnight.
Well, there you go. AP finally on the ground in Iran after 5 long weeks, a day before the ceasefire actually gets called. The day before Trump was promising hell. I mean, I'll give them this much. Take some bravery as a journalist to decide to go into Iran the day before the United States was threatening the literal apocalypse on the fucking ground. Now, Trump reiterated his threats on Monday, saying that the Tuesday deadline was final, and that their proposal was not enough. Here's Al Jazeera from Monday.
Donald Trump. The one, they are both recovering very well. They were both injured, and they're doing well. What else?
Mr. President, you said that Iran has no anti-aircraft equipment. How are they able to drop those?
Well, you know what? When you do thousands and thousands of flights and you have one plane shot down and not mortally, the 2 pilots got out, they got a little bit lucky. And you know what? In war, you need a little bit of luck also. They got a little bit lucky. That's all they got.
Ending the war. What's stopping you from ending the war?
Well, it could end very quickly, the war. They do what they have to do. They have to do certain things. They know that. They've been negotiating, I think, in good faith. We've had total regime change. You know, the people there now are much more reasonable than the lunatics that you had in phase 1 and phase 2. They were lunatics. The people that we're negotiating with now on behalf of Iran are much more reasonable. You can call it what you want, but I call it regime change, and I think most people are giving us credit for that. The first regime was taken out, the second regime was taken out. Now the third group of people that we're dealing with is not as radicalized, and we think they're actually much smarter.
Why did you use such vulgar language in that Truth Social post?
Only to make my point. I think you've heard.
Only to make my point. Okay, we're not going to listen to this whole fucking thing. But to say Donald Trump just basically doubled down on everything he said over the weekend regarding Iran, while supposedly celebrating Easter on Monday, not Easter, for whatever reason. All of it making completely no sense, but when you think about it, perfect sense for Donald Trump. Now, leading into that Tuesday, that fateful Tuesday, Lebanese civilians continued to bear the brunt as Israel continued to wage its war on the country. Here's Al Jazeera English once again.
A neighborhood in Shnea, a district in the Lebanese capital, nearly reduced to rubble. This Israeli strike killed a Hezbollah commander, but it also killed civilians, including a 15-year-old child. As the conflict enters its 6th week, civilians are increasingly being caught in the fighting. Some attacks have even killed entire families. Lebanon's health ministry says hundreds of people have been killed. Officials don't differentiate between combatant and civilian deaths, but they estimate roughly 25% of them are children, paramedics, and women.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you for that. I'm just noticing now that you said you got this. I appreciate that. I really do. I need the support, wherever it's coming from.
And thousands have been injured, as the hospitals that are still operating across the South are under strain, facing staffing and supply shortages.
The enemy committed a massacre against humanity. There is no office, no weapons, no rockets, nothing. It's a residential building.
Homes, too, are being...
By the way, you're a fairly new chatter, aren't you, Paul? When did you find us? I feel like I've definitely seen you maybe chat a couple of times in the past, but maybe not. I can't remember. It's hard to remember. As the stream continues to grow, it's hard to keep track of everybody. And I gotta, like, see their name multiple times. Alright, staying in Lebanon for now. The Associated Press up next, also from Monday.
We're here at the aftermath of an Israeli strike that hit last night on the Christian village of Ein Zedeh, just east of Beirut. People here are now cleaning up the morning after, and the target of the strike remains unclear. Israel said it was striking Hezbollah, but this is a Christian village, and the 3 people who were killed were all civilians. Actually, among them was a politician, a Christian politician, as part of an...
Christian village in Lebanon, non-Hezbollah supporting, of course, as effectively all the Christian villages are, from my understanding. Airstrike from Israel, killing only civilians, and no Hezbollah people because why would there be Hezbollah targets here? But Israel doesn't give a shit. It's not about Hezbollah. Hezbollah is the ruse. Hezbollah is the excuse for Israel's war in Lebanon. This is about power. This is about territory. It's about Israel's dominance over its neighbors and nothing else. They don't give a fuck. Is Stevie Wonder dead? No. No, I don't think so. He's still alive, right? Don't. Why are you asking me this? Why are you asking me about Stevie Wonder? No, he's still alive. Knock on Spacewood. 75 years old, alive and kicking. You think they have the support of all Lebanese? Do they? Perhaps I'm mistaken. I guess that hasn't been my understanding of the dynamic within Lebanon up to this point. What am I doing? I've lost my place. Right. Moving on from Lebanon for now, although we will be going back. Been a lot. This, of course, happened in Lebanon over the week. Let's talk about the Gulf, which has been caught in the crossfire. Al Jazeera back up from 4 days ago.
Gulf nations are bearing the brunt of the US and Israel's war with Iran, and more attacks could lead to a bigger crisis. Now, oil and gas power Gulf economies, but more than 60 million people living here rely on desalination plants, which turn seawater into fresh water meant for drinking. Now, Iran has been accused of targeting some of these facilities across the region. Tehran has denied these allegations. Now, Kuwait has shut 2 of its power generation and desalination plants after attacks. Roughly 90% of its drinking water relies on these facilities. In the last month, Iran has also been accused of targeting a desalination plant in Bahrain. Now, Gulf nations have intercepted most of these missile attacks, but some of them have targeted critical infrastructure in the region. So right from oil refineries to ports to industrial hubs to gas facilities have all come under sustained Iranian missile and drone strikes. In Saudi Arabia, a drone strike caused a fire at the Ras Tanura oil refinery. Authorities responded by shutting it. And Qatar's Ras Laffan industrial city also sustained some damage in Iranian strikes. Now, this is the country's main gas facility, disrupting 17% of its exports. Iran's Revolutionary Guards have also hit U.S. companies. They have targeted specifically high-tech and financial assets. Now, let's take a look at Iran. Several cities across Iran have been hit by U.S. and Israeli strikes. And within these cities, we've seen schools, hospitals, healthcare centers, research centers have all been hit. Now, this is the bridge that connected capital Tehran with the city of Karaj. It was hit in a U.S. strike. Now, Iran has responded by threatening to carry out attacks on bridges across the Gulf. Now, legal experts.
Okay. Well, yeah, countries across the Gulf are seeing some serious consequences as a result of this war. Now, let's go to the press conference Donald Trump held on Monday. It's a fascinating display. So yeah, after Donald Trump held the Easter egg roll, which he used as an opportunity to lob insults at his political opponents and creep out a bunch of children. And the Easter Bunny while he's at it. Okay. Oh. How many clips do I have left? I'll count later. Associated Press, 4 days ago. Trump press conference.
And we had great talent, but we got a little luck too, I would say. And we were helped by a lot of people, a lot of great people. And it was an honor to be involved with it. It's very historic. This is a rescue that's very historic. It'll go down in the books. Late Thursday night, an American F-15 fighter jet went down deep inside enemy territory in Iran while participating in Operation Epic Fury, where we're doing unbelievably well, well at a level that nobody's ever seen before. The entire country can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night. Both members of the crew ejected from the aircraft and...
Okay, I think that's a good enough place to stop it on this one. And that night might be tomorrow night. Yeah, That was Donald Trump at his press conference on Monday, continuing to threaten Iran with hell and complete and total destruction. You know, war crimes. Now, Donald Trump was literally asked about those threats and whether or not they might be war crimes, and whether or not if he was concerned about that fact.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and international law.
Who are you with?
I'm with the New York Times. Zolan from the New York Times. Are you
The failing.
Are you
see
concerned?
circulation way down?
Are you concerned that your threat to bomb power plants and bridges amount to
No,
war
not at
crimes?
all. No, I'm not. I hope I don't have to do it. But again, I just said 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators. And because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody that takes my place someday is weak and ineffective, which possibly that will happen because we had numerous presidents that were weak, ineffective, and afraid of Iran, we're never going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you think it's okay for people that are sick of mind, that are tough, smart, and sick, really sick, from a policy standpoint, any which way you want to say, mentally, these are disturbed
Whatever
people.
standpoint
If
you
think
want.
I'm going to allow them, and powerful and rich, to have a nuclear weapon, you can tell your friends at the New York Times, not going to happen.
Not gonna happen. You want my answer to whether or not they're war crimes? Doesn't matter. We've been for 47 years negotiating, and because other people refuse to do it, I have to do it. Sometimes you have to do crimes. Basically what Donald Trump just said. I mean, in not so many words. Or actually in more words. Oh my God.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Look, tell the people over at the New York Times, sometimes you have to do war crimes because people before you didn't do them. Okay? And sometimes, you're just like, screw it. No more diplomacy. Instead, war. Ah, he's a sick man.
Violent crime.
I found it fascinating that he said to allow people of strong but sick mind to let them have nuclear weapons. Not gonna do it. I feel like the same argument could be made for the current president of the United States, is of a strong but sick mind of Donald Trump. That man we have nuclear weapons. He's a strong, sick man. I don't know about strong, but certainly sick of mind. And of whatever you call it. Whatever you want to call it. Sick. And yet we have the, I think, largest nuclear arsenal on the planet. He's sick of mind. Now, usually for presidents, wars are a boost to their popularity. Unfortunately for President Trump, that has not been the case. Let's go to the man with the very best numbers, according to the president himself, the great Harry Emden.
I'm Harry
Take it
Emden,
away,
and we are
Harry.
running all the numbers on why war isn't helping Trump, and you won't see this on air. Why is there not a rally around the flag event for Donald Trump? In fact, you look at these numbers, there's been the opposite of a rally around the flag event. Look at this. Net approval change due to actions in Iran. If you look a month in, back during the Iranian hostage crisis, look at this. Jimmy Carter saw his net approval rating jump up by 32 points. There was a massive rally around the flag event. But look at this. Trump's net approval rating, it's actually down. It's actually down 1, 2, 3, 4 points. 4 points since the beginning of the war in Iran. And indeed, you can look at wars during the last
It should be worse than that. It should be worse than 4 points.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
But still, it's better than nothing, I suppose. It's a sign of hope. If I had to find one, I suppose that's one. There's one gleaming, tiny pinhole of light. A deep, dark chasm of despair. All right, we're almost done with Monday. Look at us making progress. Actually, we are done with Monday. Yay! That's a duplicate story we already covered. I get to skip a video. Can't you hear the excitement in my voice? I know it's hard. It's hard for me to sort of convey that right now because, you know, I'm sort of tired. But I am actually genuinely excited about that fact. I couldn't be more thrilled to be able to skip one video in this massive list that I have. 174 videos, technically. We are making great strides. Progress. I just combined progress and strides into one word. Great prides, everybody. Great prides. Everybody's saying it. Everybody's saying it, sir. So many great prides. Innovating in words and other things. Great things. Everybody's saying it. Big strong man crying. Tears in their eyes saying, sir, so beautiful. I say, don't worry about it. You're going to keep winning. Okay, I've genuinely lost it. I'm just doing completely unnecessary Trump. It's just like, I need the sleepy bammies. Ay. How am I supposed to get through another hour and a half of this? Oh, I'm fine. 20. There's no way. I can't get through all of these. There's no way. Oh, I have to accept when I'm probably defeated. I've got 40 videos left in like an hour and a half. God damn it.
Donald Trump has just threatened genocide against Iran. Not hyperbole. That's the statement he's just released. He's threatening the permanent destruction of Iran. He's clearly threatening to use nuclear weapons against Iran. And he's clearly been doing that for days, by the way. Screamingly obvious. The media's not been talking about it. Journalists are challenging him on it at his deranged press conferences. Tells you a lot about the role of the corporate and mainstream media in the West. Now, as we'll see, the likes of the BBC are actually normalising the potential use of nuclear weapons. And it's even fallen to the likes of Tucker Carlson, a former Trump cheerleader, to spell out what is going on here. I'm just going to read out now what Trump has just posted on his Truth social network. This is what he said. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change where different, smarter and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionary, wonderful can happen tonight. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. Just to emphasize that first part. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. He's threatening to exterminate Iran. He's threatening to permanently destroy Iran. This is a threat of genocide. There is...
Yep, Owen's right. As seemingly always.
Think it is in a dangerously hubristic, genocidal doom loop.
Next up, Tuesday, Al Jazeera English. Iran vows to expand attacks as tensions with the United States escalate.
Well, Eli Breimer is a former major in the U.S. Air Force. He's also a Republican strategist, and he's joining us live from Colorado. And here in the studio, I'm joined by Neha Mousavi, a senior non-resident fellow at the Center for International Policy. She's also the host of the Iran podcast. And here in the studio, we have our senior correspondent, Osama bin Javed. Thank you very much indeed to all of you for being with us. Osama, I want to start with you because I want to talk to you about this note that's come out from Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, requesting a 2 weeks delay for consultations and for negotiations to continue. What more do we know about this?
Well, speaking to our sources, we can now confirm that Shehbaz Sharif is pushing for a last-ditch effort. In the last few minutes, there's been a flurry of phone calls between the Pakistani foreign minister and the foreign minister of Turkey, of Saudi Arabia and Egypt. This is the quad that has been involved in so much of those negotiations that have been taking place first in Riyadh and then in Islamabad, pushing for these sides to come together. What these sources have also told us is that Pakistan is in touch with all parties to the conflict, and no one has shown a willingness to ditch diplomacy. So there is still a flicker of hope that is available as the clock ticks to this deadline by President Trump. What the Pakistani government wants to show is that there are still off-ramps that can be taken by both sides, appealing to President Trump as well as to Iran of possible options. And it is, according to our sources, this is also a message to the detractors that exist on both sides. And according to Pakistan, the biggest detractor on all of this is Israel, which does not want to see an end to this conflict.
Yes, this is something that we've been aware of for quite some time. Israel's been making ever so clear this week, especially in the wake of the announcement of the ceasefire. Now, of course, that hadn't yet happened at this time this week. No. Now, meanwhile, people like Ben Shabibo were trying to sell Donald Trump's war crime threats.
A lot of shades of gray to them. And so every single thing he is saying there is a lie. And the reason I say it's a lie is because we have hit those sites because they are dual-use sites, except for the ones that we hit by accident.
Oh, please.
If you truly believe that the American military...
Ben Shapiro's been struggling recently. I watched that Into the Manosphere Netflix documentary last night, and part of it. I finished it last night. And you just see how all of these kind of edgelord right-wing streamers in the manosphere, that are appealing to a younger audience that's interested in far-right or conservative politics, they are just like explicitly anti-Semitic now. There's a part where the host is asked about whether or not Israel is committing a genocide, and one of the guys, I mean, this is where it's like kind of cynically looped around, is like, if you don't say that, you're owned by the Jews. And like, this is not to say that, of course, Israel's committing genocide. It's just to say that, like, this is where the right is directing that energy. It's towards anti-Jewish hatred. And a guy, and even if, you know, they would deny that there's like anti-Semitism, they're at the very least very much against the Israeli influence over our politics. And so Ben Shapiro tripling down, because he truly has an ideology on this front, on Zionism, is a lead balloon for his ratings and for his numbers online. Ken Klippenstein took this screenshot the other day from Ben, showing that he has 7 million subscribers and that he just can't even break like a day ago that he's making fun of the No Kings protests, and you have under 40,000 views with 7 million subscribers.
Yeah, like I'm looking for videos, like when we do a video that's that bad, it's something very like insular, like here's DSA's discussing a milestone that they hit, right? Like he's talking about his bread and butter. He's making fun of like the No Kings protest.
Yeah.
That's how Ben Shapiro got on the map of look at these liberals that care about things and they're being emotional about it.
Right.
And he's only getting 40,000 on that.
And we know that he had previously used to elevate his profile paid advertisements. There are likely bots, as Jose has uncovered in his essay. So even the artificiality can't paper over how irrelevant Ben Shapiro is to the current conservative political zeitgeist. So I was fascinated to watch his defense of war crimes here and his take on the war in Iran. Ben is thrilled that the Israeli rules of engagement are now just basically wholesale adopted by this administration. Here we'll play part one. The teaser is that he goes after our good friend of the show, Ryan Grimm, in part two, and we'll break that down. But this is Ben's definition of what war crimes are.
The way into the Ashman of history. Well, on Thursday, the United States blew up the B-1 bridge in Iran.
A war crime.
The B-1 bridge is a very, very large structure in Iran. We blew a hole in it. Again, one of the reasons that you blow up bridges is because military materiel is moved via bridge. And as we are going to discuss more widely, there's been a lot of talk about quote-unquote war crimes. War crimes meaning the targeting of dual-use resources. Okay, dual use means that it can be used for military purposes and also for non-military purposes. So if you target an electrical grid, and that electrical grid is used by the military, and it's also used by civilians, then is that necessarily a quote-unquote war crime? The answer is no. It is not necessarily a war crime. It depends on the proportionality of what you are doing. What is the objective you are seeking to achieve? How effective is the taking down of an electrical grid in actually achieving that military end, and how many people have to be damaged? It turns out that the laws of war...
How many people have to be damaged? He talks, Ben is spiraling, dude. He's talking about human beings like objects on his stream. How many human beings have to be damaged to achieve an objective? War crimes, Ben. Just call it what it is, pal. How many civilian human beings need to be murdered in order to achieve Israel's objectives? Apparently there is some quantifiable number, I guess, for Ben. It makes it
have a lot of shades of gray to them. And so anybody who is telling you that it's a war crime to bomb a bridge...
Everybody prepare yourselves for Ben Shapiro's new book coming to you soon. 50 Shades of War Crimes by Ben Shabibo.
Well, no, it depends on the bridge, and it depends on the military purpose of bombing the bridge, because every bridge is, of course, an object, and the object can be used for many reasons.
Okay, pause it. So,
meanwhile, President...
you can use a bridge to jump off of, Ben.
That's so true. That's so true, Brian. Brian's making a lot of strong points over there. Okay. You can use bridges for all sorts of things. They're multi-use. Multi-use, those bridges. You'd fish off a bridge. You know? So many things. Bungee jumping. I guess that's included in jumping off of a bridge. I just assume Brian was recommending Ben not use a cord, but maybe, who knows? Who knows what's in Brian's head? He's a weird guy. Okay, let's keep this puppy moving. Later on Tuesday, Donald Trump, while we were all waiting here on stream for the cacophony to begin, an announcement of a pause was made. Al Jazeera English on the story.
You're watching Al Jazeera. We're bringing you some breaking news that's coming out of the United States. These are lines that are coming from the Reuters news agency. We understand that Donald Trump is quoted as saying that he has agreed to suspend bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. Now, this is following a request that was made by Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, who had requested an extension of the deadline that Donald Trump had originally set in order for further talks to take place. Donald Trump is apparently quoted to have said that this will be a double-sided ceasefire. He may well be referring to a request that had been made by the Pakistan Prime Minister to Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz for a corresponding period of 2 weeks as a goodwill gesture. The other lines that we're getting through Reuters saying, we have received a 10-point proposal from Iran. We believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of the past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran. He then goes on to say, we are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning a long-term peace with Iran. I want to go to Osama bin Javid, who's our correspondent, who's joining us here in the studio. It was only just a matter of minutes ago that you and I were discussing the possibility of this ceasefire being put into place. And there was a lot of speculation it was coming too late. You described it as a last-ditch effort by the Pakistan Prime Minister in order to try to get some sort of negotiation. It does seem as though, if these lines are to be believed, that it has had a positive response.
Yep. Ceasefire announced on Tuesday. And then later that night, claims of missiles being intercepted over Tel Aviv. Here's Reuters.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yeah. And on the same night, Israeli strikes killing at least 8 in Lebanon. Here, Reuters once again. Yes, indeed. After the ceasefire is announced, strike seen both over Israel and on the ground in Lebanon. However, I'd point out the only fatal ones were in Lebanon. At least immediately after. And actually, mostly after proceeding. I mean, trying to think. I feel like most of the casualties we've seen all week have been in Lebanon. Certainly the vast majority. Gaza, you've seen some too. All of those are, of course, being done by Israel. Now, Iran portrayed this ceasefire as a great victory against the United States and Israel on Tuesday.
State media reporting that Iran has accepted this agreement after last-minute.
Although I guess technically in Iran it's already, at least in this case, already Wednesday at this point. Making our way slowly but surely chronologically through this goddamn clusterfuck of a week.
Efforts mediated by Pakistan. With the ceasefire, the U.S. agrees to stop its bombings and hostilities for 2 weeks. Iran agrees to open the Strait of Hormuz for 2 weeks. While talks take place for a more comprehensive agreement. Tehran and Iranian state media already portraying this agreement as a victory against the United States and Israel. Remember, for Iran, survival was always victory. And despite taking many losses, the destruction of military hardware, the destruction of industrial and economic infrastructure, the assassination of political and military leaders, the loss of their supreme leader, the Islamic Republic is still standing. And for them, this is a win in state media reporting it as such. I'm going.
Okay, let's keep going through these. Yeah, and if the fact is, if the United States and Israel sign off on the deal that Iran floated, probably is a full-on victory for Iran. Of course, the United States came out and walked back some of that later, but we'll get back to the walk back. We'll get to that in chronological order. Good God, I'm starting to really lose it, people. I might have to... I hate to do this. I might have to, like, at some point, when I feel like myself breaking from reality, I might have to switch over. I'm trying to think of how long I've been awake now. When did I wake up? I guess I didn't wake up that late. I'm just, honestly, just talking for this long. I just start to, like, lose my sanity. Oh, fuck. And also, my body is, like, starting, like, to, like, revolt. Like, my legs are mad. like I've just been sitting for too long. I need to move around. Stretch. I would hate to rob you of a full stream. A full 12, which I promised. We're so close, I'm still not prepared to give up, I don't think. Just warning you, the potential of me calling it quits at some point on going through the week's clips. Oh, fucking hell. Take my ass to bed. I probably wouldn't even go straight to bed. Like I said, like I've been sitting too long. I feel like I need to move around, not sleep. Like if anything, I'd probably like go to the gym, work out. I'd probably jump my butt on my e-bike and take myself to the gym and work out. When I end the stream, that's probably what I will do. And then I'll go to bed after that. And then I'll get ready for the Sunday Fun Day show. Saturday? See, I've lost my, I think it's Sunday right now. It's Saturday. It's Saturday. Oh, God. Right. To the ground in Iran, where celebrations took place in the wake of the announcement of the ceasefire. France 24 with the clip.
Anger against the country's aggressors remains high among supporters of the regime, despite the temporary ceasefire announcement. As does skepticism in
shared 100 bits.
Thank you, wasn't me, for the bits. Much appreciated. Every single bit, every dollar, every penny donated to Galactic News Network keeps us alive. And I appreciate each and every one of you for your donations. I really do. The fact is, the more we grow, the more that we grow, the less, technically, the people need to contribute, at least at the bare minimum, to keep the Galactic News Network alive and on the air. One of the many reasons for why I appreciate all of you.
Odds to the up.
You make this, you know, you make this entire thing possible.
Peace talks in Pakistan.
America has shown its true face 100 times now. We were at the negotiating table twice when it attacked. This ceasefire is just so that it can restore itself. Does America's nature ever change? I don't know why they accepted. As always, they want to buy time for Israel.
America can't be trusted. As long as a Security Council resolution is not issued and reparations not paid, it can't be trusted at all. Myself and the Iranian nation won't accept that.
Crowds of Iranians took to the streets in Tehran on Tuesday evening in a show of solidarity with the regime, pledging their loyalty to the country's supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei.
Whatever the Supreme Leader says, we obey his orders. If he deems it appropriate, we will accept a ceasefire. If he does not, we are ready to remain in the streets and fight indefinitely.
US President Donald Trump has repeatedly claimed that regime change has happened in Iran, despite hardliners remaining in charge.
And I don't know, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people in the streets. Crazy week. Alright, to the Pentagon, where Pete Hegseth had this to say on Wednesday. The AP with the clip.
As the President truth this morning, a big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. They've had enough. Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory on the battlefield.
There we go. Pete Hegseth claiming victory. Pentagon press briefing room with Major Dick, no, General Kane, whatever his fucking name is. Even though there's really no evidence for that victory. Pete's not gonna let that slow him down. You know what else? You know who else wasn't gonna let things like facts or, I don't know, ceasefires slow them down? Israel. That's right. Israel, in fact, stepped up its attacks on Lebanon. An unprecedented assault on the Lebanese people, murdering hundreds in one day on Wednesday. Al Jazeera English to get us started off on this one. What a terrible week.
We're going to go to Beirut now, where Israel says Lebanon is not included in the two-week truce between the US and Iran. Well, Pakistan had announced that the immediate ceasefire includes Lebanon and an end to fighting on all fronts, but Israel has not ceased its attacks on Lebanon. Well, the military has just launched an attack on Beirut's southern suburbs. The assault targeted densely populated residential areas. Lebanese security sources say the latest Israeli strikes have been the heaviest since the start of the war. Israel says it is striking Hezbollah's infrastructure. Well, southern Lebanon has also come under repeated attacks since early on Wednesday. The Israeli military carried out a strike on the southern city of Tyre. Well, this comes after it issued forced evacuation threats for people living there. Israel's attacks and expanding invasion have forced 1.2 million people across Lebanon from their homes. Well, Israeli airstrikes killed at least 8 people in the coastal city of Sidon. That's also in the south of Lebanon. The attack came shortly before Pakistan announced the ceasefire was in effect. We're going to go to Malcolm Webb now, who joins us from Beirut.
Okay, we gotta keep making our way through all these fucking clips from this week from hell. Staying with Al Jazeera.
So, hours after Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Lebanon is not included in the two-week truce between the United States and Iran, Lebanon has come under intense Israeli assault. The Red Cross says at least 300 people have been killed or injured, and Israel says it's the biggest attack since the war against Iran and Hezbollah began at the end of February. Hezbollah has so far refrained from launching any rockets across the border since the deal was reached. In the last couple of hours, Israel has been carrying out multiple airstrikes on Beirut's southern suburbs. The Lebanese Health Ministry says hospitals are overflowing with victims. The assault targeted densely populated residential areas, causing extensive damage. Southern Lebanon also has come under repeated attack since the US-Israeli ceasefire with Iran, and this includes a strike on the southern city of Tyre after Israel issued forced evacuation threats for people living there. Israel's attacks and expanding invasion in the south of Lebanon has forced 1.2 million people from their homes.
Yep. It's been an increasingly horrifying and dire situation for Lebanese people, as more than 20%, essentially, of the population is now internally displaced in their own fucking country, dodging Israeli war crimes left and right. As a result of Israel's strikes, Iran announced that it was closing the Strait of Hormuz again on Wednesday. Here's France 24 English.
Well, let's cross now to Tehran, where we understand air defense sirens have gone off in the last hour. Our correspondent Reza Saya is there for us. Good evening to you, Reza. So the Strait of Hormuz, closed once again within 24 hours of that ceasefire being announced. What are you hearing from Tehran's side?
Yeah, we are seeing the first signs of the fragility and the complexity and the confusion surrounding the ceasefire agreement that is not even 24 hours old. Beginning at about 7:30 p.m. local time here in the capital, Tehran, once again, Iran's air defense systems were activated. We once again heard that familiar sound of the anti-aircraft fire that we've heard so often here in Tehran, that took a lot of Iranians here by surprise, because remember, we're officially in the middle of that ceasefire agreement. The anti-aircraft fire is usually a sign that jet fighters are up above. No indication that that's the case.
Here's the question I've been asking this whole time. Have we ever been in the ceasefire? Or has that always been a ruse? Because it doesn't feel like a ceasefire, like most ceasefires involving Israel. But it doesn't give ceasefire vibes, Images like this sort of make one question.
Israel has
one
launched
is
its
in a
most
ceasefire.
devastating attack on Lebanon since the country was invaded more than 5 weeks ago. The Lebanese Health Ministry says at least 254 people have been killed and more than 800 wounded. The attacks came hours after a ceasefire was reached between Iran and the US. The two sides are expected to meet in Pakistan on Friday to negotiate a long-term deal. But that is under threat. Iran wants the fighting in Lebanon to stop too. The strikes came without warning, hitting locations across the country within 10 minutes. The capital, Beirut, bore the brunt of attacks. Several neighborhoods were hit, including busy commercial locations in the city center. Israel says its war with Hezbollah is not part of the truce agreed upon on Tuesday.
It's one crime after another. There are martyrs, God bless them. The state has to do something. It can't stay like this. It's a residential area. There's nothing here. Why does it need to be damaged like this?
Rescue teams in Beirut have been rushing the injured to hospitals that are already overwhelmed by the number of casualties. The search is on for people trapped under the rubble of destroyed buildings. And beyond the capital, Israel also launched strikes on the Beqaa Valley and the southern city of Sidon, where 8 people were killed and 22 others wounded. The city of Tyre was also attacked. Malcolm Webb lives live for us in Beirut. So Malcolm, take us through that recovery operation that I think we can see is still ongoing behind you.
Well, yeah, this is one of around a dozen or more sites in Beirut, completely taken by surprise. One of several buildings that were hit by bombs coming from the air. Let's just come in. First, we can take a look at what's left of what was dozens of people's homes. Clothing, mattresses, people's possessions. There's an excavator here searching through the rubble. Been working at this for hours, waiting to see if they'll find anybody who's buried beneath this. And if we look up, you can just see how this explosion rips through this building. It's an 8th-floor building with about
The one major difference between this and Gaza is that the Western press is actually on the ground here, and that we all get a front row seat. Not just Al Jazeera. There are many different outlets on the ground in Lebanon witnessing all of this. I just want to go ahead to what this guy had to say.
Hadi Basha, and you said that when you heard this explosion, you came here to help your neighbors. Yeah, what happened?
I live about 50 meters away from here, and the whole building, our building, shook, an explosion. So we rushed to see where, and we noticed it was here. Our neighbors and friends live here. We started trying to evacuate as many people as we can. The ones who were not injured, the ones who were injured, and even some dead bodies. About 20 minutes into that side of the building started to shake. So we rushed out, and it was 5 seconds later, the whole building collapsed. Was still a lot of people in there.
And any idea roughly how many people and how many did you see were injured or?
One of the guys who was sitting behind us, he had a 10-member family in there. So they lived on the first floor, and I guess they're kind of reached the first floor right now.
And this must have come as a surprise.
Definitely. I mean, there's nothing unusual going on here. They just targeted civilians. It's a residential building, elderly, kids. I carried a 3-year-old injured kid, shrapnels in his head. It's just criminal.
Have you known anything like this in this neighborhood before?
No, not since the Civil War.
Not since the Civil War. So, nearly 40 years, essentially. All right, let's keep going through these clips. Unfortunately, it's not even going to be me or my need to move around at this point. We are genuinely being forced. Hand is being forced here. Gonna have to skip some stuff. Because I don't know how it happened, but we're over 11 hours into the stream. Somehow 12 hours, not enough time to cover all the horrible things that happened this week. We did make crazy progress, though, on the week-ending report list. It's my failing, Space Fam. It's all my fault.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
I just couldn't get us through all of it. We were so close, too. 25 videos left. We made so much progress. At this point, I have to do like one video per minute. I mean, I can try. I'll try. I'm gonna try. But we're really running out of options at this point. Now, back in Gaza, Al Jazeera journalist was murdered by Israel. Another Al Jazeera journalist or contributor murdered on Wednesday. Al Jazeera with the report.
To you with some breaking news that we've got from Gaza. We were mentioning it before. Our colleague from Al Jazeera, Mubashir Mohammed Wisha, has been killed after his car was hit in an Israeli drone strike. And we can see some of the pictures there that are apparently of his car, the aftermath of that attack. We understand, as I say, that it was an Israeli drone strike. There have been many drone strikes that have been carried out by Israel since the ceasefire was originally signed in October of last year. You can see some of the, you can see again these pictures of what appeared to be some sort of devastation. The car, the shell of the car there with the smoke coming out. I want to come back to our two guests here. Daniel, let me just bring this to you. We've got to remember, of course, that Israel is carrying out in Lebanon, it's carrying out attacks in the West Bank, it has been carrying attacks in Iran, and of course it is continuing to carry out attacks in Gaza as well.
Yeah, that is very...
Okay. It's just a continued trend from Israel continuing to target journalists quite clearly in Gaza, as well as other places. Now back to the United States, where the Ministry of Truth, Caroline Levitt, came out and walked back comments made by Donald Trump earlier in the week regarding the Iranian ceasefire proposal, which he had claimed was a workable solution.
Iran has agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz, and as the president said, we have received a proposal from the Iranians that has been determined to be a workable basis on which to negotiate. I've seen a lot of inaccurate coverage today from the media about these negotiations and these plans already, so let me be clear and correct the record. The Iranians originally put forward a 10-point plan that was fundamentally unserious, unacceptable, and completely discarded. It was literally thrown in the garbage by President Trump and his negotiating team. Many outlets in this room have falsely reported on that plan as being acceptable to the United States, and that is false. With the president's deadline fast approaching and the United States military completely Iran with each passing hour, the regime acknowledged reality to the negotiating team.
Oh, thank God. Thank God we have Caroline Levitt here at the Ministry of Truth to explain to us that actually Donald Trump didn't mean the thing that he said. He actually threw that deal in the trash, literally, according to Caroline. Fascinating. Thank you, Caroline. For a second, I thought that we were on board with the deal. Now we're not. That's good. That helps. Helps me have a much clearer understanding of what's happening. Wait, sorry, I meant not clearer. So much appreciated. Now, many people were saying it, everybody is saying it. Trump administration's claims of victory in Iran really quite hollow.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
France 24 English.
Well, there's still much confusion at present regarding the exact terms and conditions of the ceasefire. France 24's August Hackinson lays out the details for us.
For US President Donald Trump, it's a workable basis for negotiation. For Iran, it's a 10-point list of firm demands. Tehran warns that unless details are finalized in line with those terms, it will not accept an end to the war. The proposal lays out several key conditions: the removal of sanctions on Iran, continued Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz, a full US military withdrawal from the Middle East, an end to attacks on Iran and its allies, including Lebanon, the release of frozen Iranian assets, and a UN Security Council resolution making any deal binding. In a version released in Farsi, Iran also calls for acceptance of enrichment, referring to its nuclear program. But in the English version shared by diplomats, that phrase is notably absent. As for the Strait of Hormuz, Tehran says safe passage would be allowed under Iranian military management. Whether that means Iran would fully loosen its grip on the waterway remains unclear. According to media reports, the plan would also allow Iran and Oman to charge vessels more than 1.7 million euros per transit, funds Iran says would go toward reconstruction.
The global economy is going to pay for the rebuild of Operation Epstein Fury. Yeah, that's one of the many reasons why this claim of victory is quite hollow. That and the fact that only 30% of Iran's actual strike capabilities have actually been taken down, according to the CIA, last time I checked on that number, among other things. Now, Israel also seemed to think that they have more objectives left to complete in Iran. That's not me saying it, it's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The state of Israel has achieved tremendous results, achievements that until recently seemed completely imaginary. We have more objectives to complete, though, and we will achieve them, either through agreement or by resumption of the fighting. Because we are prepared to return to combat at any moment necessary. The finger is on the trigger. Tonight, a temporary 2-week ceasefire between the United States and Iran, fully coordinated with Israel. Fully coordinated. No, they did not surprise us at the last moment. I love that. I love that from Benjamin. That made it clear to me that Israel was, in fact, completely less out of... When Benjamin Netanyahu felt it necessary to come out and, tell everybody that actually... Israel was totally part of this, but in Hebrew rather than in English. I was like, oh yeah, they definitely left out. He definitely was left out of the. When you see, that's cover up. That's damage control for the people in Israel, not for you. That wasn't meant for you, but you just heard it anyway. There you go. Thank you for the follow, RPS Ringside on Twitch. Well, Benjamin Netanyahu has been facing mounting criticism internally and abroad. But let's go here to France 24 from Wednesday. Talk about some of that.
Iran enters this pause battered, weaker than ever.
Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, remains defiant about the achievement of his war aims. But critics believe the conflict has been a failure from Israel's perspective. Israel's opposition leader, Yair Lapid, has described the war as the worst political disaster in Israel's history, alleging Netanyahu has not achieved any of his goals.
From Israel's perspective, this is not the desired outcome. The nuclear program still possesses a threat, the ballistic missile program was not obliterated, and we have replaced an 86-year-old Khamenei with a 56-year-old Khamenei.
Netanyahu went into the conflict hoping to bring about regime change in Iran, but hardliners remain in charge of the country, and the protest movement shows no sign of toppling the current leadership.
Yep, so Israeli hardliners in the country are criticizing Benjamin Netanyahu from the far right, saying they haven't achieved nearly enough, which is why Benjamin Netanyahu felt it necessary to come out and claim victory, but also say that still not enough yet had been done, and to remind everyone that Israel hadn't been left out of the peace talks with its number one ally, America. Which it seems more and more so that it was, in fact, left out of the talks. Because a number of things probably wouldn't have been agreed to. In fact, I'm fairly certain the whole ceasefire never would have even started. Not that it ever really did. But, I mean, how many hours did we actually get? We went into the stream on Tuesday night here at the Galactic News Network, expecting pandemonium and hell from Donald Trump. It was then announced midstream and then broken midstream. Like, it really didn't ever start. Like, people pretended like it did, but there's been no evidence. God. Meanwhile, other countries have been panicking and doing everything they can to deal with the economic cost of Operation Epstein Fury. Places like China struggling with the hit to its manufacturing sector, as oil is certainly necessary for things like plastics manufacturing.
"6,000 kilometers from Iran, the U.S.-Israeli war sparked panic buying here in the plastics capital of China.
After March 5, Zhangmuto was gridlocked for nearly a week. Traffic jams stretched about 10 to 15 kilometers. Every warehouse was packed to capacity.
This is Zhangmuto, Plastic City, the largest plastic hub in China, which is itself the largest producer, consumer, and exporter of plastic products in the world. And what happens here will likely be felt by consumers everywhere.
Since March, prices have been surging, up about 60%, and there is no sign of them stopping. Prices are still climbing, and they are going up every day.
More than 99% of plastic products are made from oil and gas. The war between the US, Israel, and Iran has created volatility in energy markets, with prices surging. Tehran.
Yup. People rushing to buy plastic. Panic buying in China, causing the price of plastic to soar. This is honestly something that I saw coming, something that I said on stream that people should probably prepare themselves for. Literally on the night of Operation Epstein Fury's announcement, I told everybody to go and fill up their cars because of what I knew was coming. And I personally made some life decisions based upon all of that. Briefly after that, I was like, I know this is coming. I took my one and only line of credit, basically like maxed it out, buying myself like an e-bike battery, like an extra e-bike battery and a couple of other things, because I just knew that these things that contain plastic or that are going to have to come from China or whatever, everything's going to see increases in price. It just hasn't yet flowed down the chain to us. We're going to see it. We're going to see it eventually, the longer this drags on. And the fact is, it's not even that. It's all going, we're already seeing it, right? In the U.S. economy, we saw the numbers today. Inflation was above, it was like nearly 3.5%. We're back up to, like Biden COVID era type, not quite, but we're moving in that direction. But this is something, I was saying is like coming down. I still keep saying it's coming down the pipeline because we still haven't seen all the effects of this. It's going to be an all year process. Honestly, food's going to be the of all of these things. I think food is going to be the one we don't see until the latest down the road this year, which is the effects of it. Like the what do you want to call it? Like the process of this is already underway. We're just not going to see the effects until harvest season, which is months from now. Like these different aspects of this chain move at different speeds. Things hit different ways. Meanwhile, Iran announcing yesterday that they had mined the Strait of Hormuz. Al Jazeera English. Once again.
Now, Iranian news agencies have published a map of the Strait of Hormuz, suggesting the Revolutionary Guard may have placed naval mines in the vital waterway. The circle on the map you see here is labeled Area of Danger. The IRGC Navy says ships must coordinate with them to avoid naval mines. Tankers that used to pass close to Oman, which is south of the strait, are now being told to take a more northerly route closer to the Iranian coast. Those shipping routes pass either side of Larak Island. That heavily guarded island is reportedly being used by the IRGC to monitor ship traffic. Well, let's speak to C. Uday Bakshar about this. He's a maritime security specialist and director of the Society for Policy Studies. That's an independent think tank based in New Delhi. Thank you so much for your time. So what is your understanding, before we talk about this new route, what is your understanding first of the
Okay, I can't do it. I can't take any of the commentary right now because we just don't have the time. It's already 11:22 into the stream. Son of a bitch. Well, this is the point at which I have to tell you that stream's almost over, Space Fams. And we're going to have to skip ahead very quickly.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately. Skip ahead to the peace process. What's happening now on the ground in Pakistan? As really everything else is basically kind of a repeat of everything we've talked about to some degree, even though there's some updates to all the stuff we've talked about. I just, unfortunately, don't have the time because we have to do the Galactic after stream. It's literally a requirement by space law. So, let's go here. PBS NewsHour. 20 hours ago. Early Friday morning. That's what I'm saying. J.D. Vance had some stuff to say on the tarmac at Joint Base Andrews, I assume.
Hey guys, good morning. Thanks for coming.
Actually,
look, we're
probably not.
looking forward to the negotiation. I think it's going to be positive.
I take it back. I don't think this is Joint Base Andrews. Because he was in Hungary Unless he came back to the United States to go to Pakistan, which wouldn't make any fucking sense. This must be in Hungary. Full screen, please. Ahem. I said full screen, please. What are we doing here? There we go. Good God. By the way, everybody, great job for making it this far. Truly impressive. I know some of you took naps. That's fine. It's 12 hours. Literally 12-hour stream. Perfectly normal. All right. JD. The VP.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
In what I believe to be Hungary. Speaking about the peace process happening right now in Pakistan. Look at this smarmy fucking completely unlikable douchebag. What a fucking, look at the way he walks. What a fucking turd.
Hey guys, good morning. Thanks for coming. Look, we're looking forward to the negotiation. I think it's going to be positive. We'll of course see. As the President of the United States said, if the Iranians are willing to negotiate in good faith, we're certainly willing to extend the open hand. If they're going to try to play us, then they're going to find that the negotiating team is not that receptive. So we're going to try to have a positive negotiation. The President has gave us some pretty clear guidelines, and we're going to see. So I hope you guys have a safe flight. We'll certainly take some questions later on. But for now, let's get on the plane and hit the road. Thank you.
There you go. One of the most unlikable men on the planet, J.D. Vance. Talking about the peace process. Basically warning Iran not to play. Don't play. Okay? Don't you play, Iran. What a fucking douche. By the way, I just want to point this out to everybody. We didn't skip that much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. A baker's dozen. We skipped a baker's dozen out of 175 videos. I honestly don't know how. I honestly am sort of... My mind is verily boggled just thinking about it. I'm honestly impressed with myself, not gonna lie.
Aren't I a good guy?
Kinda killing it over here. Alright, AP, 13 hours ago. Iran delegation arrives in Pakistan for talks with the United States. Rawalpindi, Pakistan. As we can see, I believe that's Iran's foreign minister. And... wait, is that the prime minister? No. Who is that guy? I don't know Iran's leadership well enough. Partly because the United States keeps killing them. This is a struggle to try to keep track. Actually, no, I think that's a different guy. I don't think that's Pezeshkian. I don't know who that guy is. Second to last clip of the night, France 24 English, from 2 hours ago. That's right, the very latest. Oh wait, no, I take it back. The AP 11 hours ago, almost the second to last. Well, technically the second to last clip of the night before the Al Jazeera live stream.
What did you tell J.D. Vance before he left, sir?
Well, I wish him luck. He's got a big thing. We'll find out what's going on. They're militarily defeated.
Phrasing.
And now we're going to open up the Gulf, with or without him. But that'll be open. We're going to be, or the Strait as they call it. And I think it's going to go pretty quickly. And if it doesn't, we'll be able to finish it off. One way or the other, it's going well. The Navy's gone, the Air Force is gone, all anti-aircraft is gone,
Navy
the
gone,
leaders are
Air
gone,
Force
the whole
gone.
place is
Everybody
gone. So we'll
gone.
see how it turns out. So.
We
have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Jennifer is so right. All right. Final clip before live stream. France 24. 2 hours ago.
Touchdown Islamabad. The Iranian delegation, headed by their Speaker of Parliament, is greeted by their Pakistani hosts as they prepare for difficult talks with the US on ending the war. Earlier on Friday, Trump was clear on the deal he was after.
No nuclear weapon, number one. You know, I think it's already been regime change, but we never had that as a criteria. No nuclear weapon. That's 99% of it.
Nuclear weapons are the main issue for Trump. Other difficult areas are likely to include control over the Strait of Hormuz and reparations. But there is another hurdle to get over to even get to the talks. The Iranians have said discussions won't even get underway until what they say was previously agreed on terms are enacted.
Two of the measures mutually agreed upon between the parties have yet to be implemented: a ceasefire in Lebanon and the release of Iran's blocked assets prior to the commencement of negotiations. These two matters must be fulfilled before negotiations begin.
One of the key negotiators for the US, J.D. Vance, issued a warning before he departed for talks.
As the President of the United States said, if the Iranians are willing to negotiate in good faith, we're certainly willing to extend the open hand. If they're going to try to play us, then they're going to find that the negotiating team is not that receptive.
Economies around the world suffering from high oil prices due to the lack of shipping passing through the Strait of Hormuz are keenly focused on the two sides reaching an agreement that allows the flow of oil through the strait to resume.
All right, right into the Al Jazeera live stream, people. Let's get ourselves caught up.
Hungary, as I said earlier, has acted as a kind of Trojan horse within the EU, supporting Russian interests in the European Council.
We're not here for Orban.
There are, of course, some stories about...
We're not here for Orban. Yes, this is what we're here for, the fucking peace talks.
Some countries, especially in the West, to sort of reshore or near shore some of these critical supplies around the world. And now this crisis has obviously exposed just how reliant the world is on this narrow waterway called the Strait of Hormuz. Do you think the future looks a lot less globalized, or do you think the future looks a lot like what we have?
I think we will actually see a more integrated future. The attempt by the US to become more insular, the protectionism, nationalism is going to be shown to be very negative for the US. It's going to lead to slower growth and higher poverty in the US. The world economy is really going to be moving towards Asia. Asia's opening up. It's integrating more. India's opening up more. China certainly is joined at the hip to other countries. And although there will be need for greater resilience, I don't think the lesson is more nationalism and more protectionism works for us. So I'm optimistic that what we're going to take from this is more regional integration. By the way, that also applies to the Gulf. I think we'll see that the Gulf countries are going to be more cooperative, both politically and economically.
And Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Tehran insists that billions of dollars in frozen Iranian assets should be released before the talks begin. Tehran is also asking for an end to Israeli attacks on Lebanon. Well, we have a team of correspondents covering these talks for us in Islamabad, as well as across the Gulf region and Washington, D.C. We first go to our Kimberly Halkett, our White House correspondent, who is in Islamabad for those talks, high-stake talks in Islamabad. Kimberly, set the scene for us, and what do we know about the details of the format?
Yeah, what we know is that things are very fluid here in Islamabad. There is, as you point out, a lot at stake. There are two very different sets of goals going into these talks, the Iranian side as well as the American side. and somehow they are hoping to merge them in the middle. As you point out, one of the big issues are those preconditions that Iran is looking for from the United States, in large part because there is such a significant trust deficit between the two sides. It has not been helped by the fact that the U.S. president has been saying if these talks do not work out, that he is rearming his ships and that this will be resolved militarily. So it is amidst that backdrop that there are now two teams here in Islamabad working out the details. Now,
there you go, Space Fams. There's your week in a 12-hour nutshell. Wow. How are you feeling about it, Space Fams? 2026 going the way you'd hoped.
Give me a joke.
Ay, ay, ay. Well, hopefully you feel slightly more informed and or entertained than you were before the beginning of the stream 12 long hours ago. Well, we got through another stream. Another week. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegly, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoip, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morellas, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Mariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rica, New York, Wayland, Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Herman Horologist, HBX, Amanda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslight Democracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, The Sosa Buttonfly, The Anarchist, Perf XL, and Winnie and Robin. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.